Greetings, greetings everyone, and welcome to Saturday Night InSaNiTy.
Say hi,
Another exciting edition of Saturday Night InSaNiTy. I'm just going to turn my mic down a smidge.
Feels like we haven't done this for 2 weeks.
I know. Well, last week we had a wonderful pre-show.
Yeah,
It was Saturday Night InSaNiTy, the pre-show edition.
It was.
Yes, it was.
And we got more thumbs down for that than any other week in recent months. So
Really?
you didn't even do a real show. It's like, just fuck off. Like, just enjoy what we give you and be glad we give you anything, you ungrateful fucks. So, there you go. That's what I say. If you don't want to watch, don't watch. Good riddance to ya. So, yeah.
Killjoys, all of them.
So I'll get, so I got my...
I see you're having a good time here, but you're not talking about anything that interests me, so thumbs down.
Fuck you. Yeah. The news wasn't very good this week. It's like, well, sorry if it was a slow news week. It's like, we just report what happened. Not our fault.
Welcome to hell. I mean, that's what happens. Jeez.
You didn't get very interesting pickups this week. Thumbs down. Yeah.
Okay. My answer is okay.
You could have got better things.
Then maybe you should send me more money.
Yeah, send me money and I'll buy more betterer things.
I do have a pinned post on my Twitter profile. I'm just saying.
There you go.
Donation links are there.
There you go.
Also, the Amazon wish list is there.
Pimpo Pitter Pile. Pimpo Pitter Pile.
Pimpo Pet Pie.
That sounds like pedophile.
That was also my favorite part there, Steve.
Yes, when he got naked and hugged his Doctor Who collection, that was great.
5, 6, 7. I have 7 pickups this week.
I have 2.
7?
Both comics.
8.
Yeah.
No, I guess. No, I guess
4, I think.
that's it.
Man, I would have picked something up, but you know what?
Yeah, no, that's it. I got 7. I thought I had 8, but I have 7. That's fine.
Today I spent like 15 minutes in the thrift store, right?
And Steve.
I saw Pee Wee Herman, Pee Wee's Playhouse,
Ooh.
both DVD sets on the shelf. I was like, oh, no way! And I looked closer. Oh, it's the Image Entertainment version. It's not the
You want the Shout
Shout
Factory?
Factory.
You know, it's actually on Blu-ray from Shout Factory.
Is it really? I need to get that.
Yeah, Pee Wee's Playhouse. Yeah. I would like to get that as well. I didn't know that
Oh, good
they had it all on
for
film,
you.
but apparently they do. So, there you go. Film.
So,
Picture
yeah,
film.
I would have had that pickup, but I decided against it.
Image Entertainment. What was the problem with that one?
I don't know.
It just wasn't.
It
It wasn't Shout Factory. I don't trust Image.
You know, Image is actually one of the most trustworthy brands.
I don't trust Image.
It was an older release, so it's from older masters. That's the reason why.
Yeah, the Shout Factory one's all remastered. Yeah. Hey, there it is.
As I belch.
Pee Wee's Playhouse, the complete series on Blu-ray, a steal at $120 Canadian.
Oh, wow.
But it is Shout Factory. They're always... That's like normal price for it. It's just what it is. So,
Speaking of which, guys,
yeah.
Prime Day is coming up, and if you're planning to buy anything on
Fuck
Prime
Jeff
Day,
Bezos in his wallet. Sorry, what?
if you're planning to buy anything on Prime Day, use those links.
Yes.
Bookmark them. Use them religiously.
Yes. Prime Day. Cheap
Oh, I forgot you had a thing.
things.
Awesome.
Did I have a thing? What? I have a thing?
Yeah. There's
What?
a command in your chat called Prime Day.
I had that. Well, Stout
made
just
it.
added that, I think, yesterday, so he's very efficient that way. Stout
Excellent.
notices these things more than any of us do. So, yeah, hopefully we get some good Prime Day stuff this year. It's been kind of...
Right.
I think the last thing I bought on a Prime Day was the complete series of Cheers. They had all 11 seasons for like $40 or something. It was ridiculous.
Like I said,
so
If
$60
you
They
for me.
actually,
Yeah.
they have a pretty good deal on right now before Prime Day, and that's the quote-unquote complete series of Red Dwarf, seasons 1 through 8 for $48.
The complete original series before Dave revived it, I guess. So, yeah, all the subsequent seasons.
But like 8 fucking seasons of Red Dwarf for $48.
I know, it's ridiculous.
Less than $10 a season.
those are good sets too. They're like Doctor Who level as far as extras.
It's one of the best shows too. It's so funny.
It's a great show, and
like there's a character I actively hate. It's a main character, and I still love the show because everything else is so good that it doesn't matter. You know?
Exactly. If it's Rimmer, you're supposed to hate him.
Yeah, I find him hilarious. I don't like the cat. I find the cat.
Oh, you don't like the cat? Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't hate him. I don't really hate him.
But he's a
I just
cat.
don't like his character. I find him annoying.
Well, he's
that's all.
supposed to be though. He's a cat.
But in a way that I don't find funny.
No.
I just find him annoying.
Here it is. I'll get the link for you guys. I'll toss it up in the chat. Red Dwarf, the complete collection, $47.99 US right now on Amazon. Let me just send that.
The show is so good that everyone else it doesn't matter. Like it's so you just like everyone has their part in the show, so you don't have to watch the one you don't like very often. So it's like sometimes the cat's not even there, so it's like
I guess this is the one thing I got this week. It's the brush that Skinslip recommended to me ages ago.
Still have mine.
It's really more about. It's really more. I mean, Cat is almost more of a supporting character. It's really more about like Lister and Rimmer, and later Crichton. Crichton becomes a pretty major part of the crew and stuff like that.
Hey, Wolfden.
I love it. It's great. But yeah, I would say I wouldn't find I don't find the Cat's stuff as funny. It is kind of
it's not funny to me, and it's fine.
And it's fine.
I know people who people think that's their favorite part, and I'm like, that's
a lot of
cool.
people love the cat. But that's the nice thing about an ensemble like that is everybody has their favorites. But I love Rimmer.
Yeah.
Love Rimmer. Dave Lister is just like the kind of character you just want to hang out with and drink and shoot the shit with and just have fun. Just a good bloke. And just hang out with Dave and talk shit about Rimmer. Perfect. And get really, really drunk and eat curries. So
something like that.
Party time.
Excellent.
I made my own chicken vindaloo because I'd never had vindaloo before. And Lister's always talking about vindaloos and how much he loves them. So I made a vindaloo, and holy shit, was Lister ever right. Vindaloo is so goddamn good.
Right? So good.
I love it. So now whenever I see the spice, the sauces go on sale, I'll buy a couple of vindaloos. I just generally like the Indian food. I like the tikka masala and butter chicken and
if I remember correctly, like majority of my favorite part about Indian food is the majority of it is gluten-free naturally, just by the fact they just didn't use wheat where they were
perfect
for those things.
And it's yummy. It's spicy and yummy.
Oh, I love red curry, which will burn your fucking throat for hours after you eat it. Oh, make your asshole burn for days.
Turn the light off. I'll be right back.
So worth it. It's
I'm
so
pooping
delicious.
Fire and I regret nothing.
See, the only thing I can't do is I can't do like the flatbreads, like naan, because it's got gluten. But and naan is like manna from heaven.
Yes, it is. Oh my god, you get a really good toasted naan.
Freshly baked out of the oven, warm, so fucking good. Like literally fresh, warm, straight from the oven naan is the best thing I've ever put in my mouth ever.
Excellent.
My favorite food I've ever had was there's a place called Khyber Pass in Santa Cruz. Me and my friends went to it. It had like Middle Eastern, Indian, Pakistani. There's a couple other cultures, like a fusion restaurant, and they had naan bread that was fresh from the oven, and it was all you can eat. So I just kept ordering more naan. I literally stared at my regular food. I'm like, I'm gonna save that shit for later. I was dipping it in the sauce, but I just eat naan. I ate all naan, and then I saved my food for later because I just. And by later, I mean I brought like 4 more naans with me because it's like,
I was just gonna say,
it's so good. It's so good. I'm like, I'd be addicted to it. I could still eat it.
It's good stuff.
Store-bought naan is pretty good, but not the same.
No,
it's good, but
I've gotten pretty close. You can find the specialty select brand naan.
You'll find it in your cultural food section with like the rest of the Indian seasonings and food.
I actually had
Mahatma rice
once when I was at Aldi picking up these were mini naans, ones you could put in your toaster. And she was telling me that her mother made naan bread when she was growing up, and the specialty select stuff was super close to what her mother used to make. So I'm just like, yeah, okay. Like, there you go.
I am so high. I'm doing pretty
You're
good.
so
Michael,
high,
actually. Things have been like terrible this week. It's like the first
Yeah.
half of this week, I had a bout of gastroenteritis and was like starving.
Aw.
I couldn't eat food, and so after
Brutal.
that, like yesterday, I've been eating like since yesterday, I've been fine. So I've been eating normal, but like slowly. I overdid it a little bit last night and had a second bag of popcorn and almost threw up this morning, but okay. That's because of the extra bile in my stomach when I wake up.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's a problem. Like I don't have a gallbladder, so my stomach doesn't. It's still trying to figure out the right amount of bile to put in my stomach when food enters, right? And then there's the excess bile, which goes in my intestines, which is making it angy, which swells it up. So gastroenteritis is when like my intestine goes like this, and liquid is the only thing that goes through. So I drank a liquid diet for a few days. It's miserable. I hate it. Don't recommend anybody. But my body's
you
very
love
sick.
it then.
I just ate some spicy food, so I'm probably gonna end up doing it again next Monday.
Excellent.
I'm gonna go easy tomorrow. That's my plan.
Easy peasy.
So, like, you know, it's been, like, terrible for the first half of the week, but I'm doing okay today. Not bad. I started taking my first dose of progesterone this week,
Ah.
which is Lady Meds to help me
Ah.
with my growth. It also, my doctor said my testosterone was too high, so I got my increase in my testosterone blocker, too. So, jump scare. Nice.
Thank you, JL.
And then,
Yeah.
so progesterone, it's really good. So the
Fucking
hope is that after I get my surgery, I won't have to take the spironolactone anymore and testosterone blocker because my body won't produce it anymore.
Gotcha.
I need to reschedule with my doctor. I canceled 3 weeks ago now.
Oh.
No, I know how it goes though.
The problem is I just can't. Honestly, I keep forgetting, number one, and two, I have been busy with so much other random dumb shit in my real life that I hate it. I had to deal with applying to disability and reapplying. You know, it's like every few years you have to re-up it, right? And my food assistance, and all this, like I had to do 1,000,000 pounds of paperwork and phone interviews, and it was just like a lot of stress. So, and then my therapist broke up with me. She's moving to another location. She's not really broken up with me.
Wow.
She's just
Oh.
moving out of
What?
area.
What the fuck?
No,
I'm
no,
sorry,
she's
but
moving out
this
of
just
area.
isn't
I was
working
being
anymore.
dramatic.
We're gonna have to start seeing other. I'm gonna have to start seeing other patients.
Yeah. No, but I mean, it really can be like a breakup because
Yeah.
it's like, you know,
Well,
you
yeah, of
build a
course.
rapport with this person and
Yeah.
you've opened up to this person sometimes in ways you've never opened to anyone else, and like it can be hard. Now I basically dropped out of the program for now because I don't like the therapists that are there right now. When a new person shows up, I might try them out. You know, see how it goes. Because I found therapy to be very helpful. My therapist said like, since December, I have had such drastic improvement in life. That's because I
Yeah.
had some new friends enter that have been exceedingly helpful in ways that these gentlemen, as wonderful as they are, cannot be because it's
Well, of course,
a different
you need
world.
people that
you know.
are.
I need from both
going through
sides.
similar things that you
Yes.
are, or have been
So,
through similar things. So.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. No offense, obviously. Still
No,
love all of
obviously,
you.
I mean, we do.
You're all very
as,
important to my
as
life.
much as
Don't
we
get
can,
it twisted.
but yeah,
Just don't get it twisted. That's all I'm saying.
of course. Get
It's just, you know.
get
It's
our
one of those things.
boxers in a twist. Actually, I never wear boxers. I'm all about briefs.
I wear panties, so
Well, there you go.
I sleep in boxers, but like,
Yeah.
I'm comfortable that way.
I sleep in the buff,
I sleep in boxers because I live with people.
in the naked.
If I lived by myself, that
Yeah.
wouldn't bother wearing underwear,
Yeah.
you know. But like, I live with people, and so
I just
it's a real
like to-
hassle to put on underwear and clothes and then go to the bathroom every time you want to go across the hallway to the bathroom because the living room's right there. Yeah, it's not like I can just walk naked to the bathroom and go to the bathroom and go back to bed or like.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Of course.
Let's see here. What didn't he finish? Oh, a Red Dwarf.
Yeah. You only watched like series 1 and a bit of series 2.
Right on. Oh, hey, you
So,
know, you should get back to it. Good
You
show.
should.
Really
It's
is.
great.
Like,
Yeah.
I watched.
It's very bingeable too, because I mean the seasons are short. There are only 6 episodes a season, 8 for the last 2. You know, it's great.
I watched it back in the '90s, and
I
so
watched
back
it-
then
yeah,
couldn't
same.
couldn't get it unless you turned it in at like fucking 3 a.m. on PBS. Okay.
Well, in my case, it was on YTV with commercials,
Right.
so the episodes were cut down to add
Same.
commercials in, and
Yes.
they were also censored because it was YTV. So a lot of the
Yes.
the funnier, dirtier jokes were just cut right out.
Precisely.
And some of the edits were really awkward and obvious, and so it wasn't on a PBS station near me. So PBS would show it uncut because they're commercial free. But so it came out on a PBS station that my friend got. I was in Selkirk, he was in Winnipeg, so he taped a couple of them for me. I was like, wow, it's so much different seeing them uncut. Then they started releasing them on VHS, and I was like, okay, I'm buying every single one of these. So the VHS tapes, of course, had them complete and uncut.
So yeah, so I was saying, and so in high school I'm watching these, and like my sister basically was getting basically fan dub tapes from the
Oh,
UK
okay.
tapes.
Oh, okay.
So they take the UK tape, they dub it to a new tape, not dub, but like copy it over. Sorry for the usage of the word, but they copy it to a new tape, and then they would take it and play it through a thing that would like frame meister, frame adjuster, frame time, whatever it is to take it from the 30 frames or the whatever 25 frames to 30 frames, so you can play it on the NTSC. You know what I mean? They dub it from their PAL tape
Sorry.
to their. Thanks for reminding me to put my phone on silent.
Mm-hmm.
And so we were getting bootlegs because they weren't available in the U.S. on tape at all, and none of us could watch the show because we had to go to school during the day, and it was like Wednesday at 3 a.m. or some shit, you know. But no, so I watched the first 6 seasons, basically as they came out. I think.
Okay.
Right? Is that right?
Which, sorry, I was,
Red Dwarf. When
I
the fuck did that
watched,
start?
I think when I was watching on YTV, it was up to series 3, and then series 4 came out, and I saw that in also heavily edited form. And then, series 5 I completely missed because YTV wasn't showing it anymore. And then, when I started getting the videos, that's when I finally saw series 5. And then I think also series 6, 'cause I don't think that came on in my area. And then it wasn't until series 7 that it came on again on a channel I could watch it on. And in that case, it was on PBS. So I was, or no,
Oh
it wasn't.
wow! Actually,
No, actually, it wasn't PBS. I think it was like Showcase, which was a Canadian specialty
I'm
channel.
looking at this,
But they didn't
and
cut
I would've watched
anything.
for 8 seasons.
They didn't cut anything out. They just put commercials in it, so it ran like 35 minutes instead. So, and then series 8 I saw when it first premiered on PBS, and they marathoned all 8 episodes during a pledge drive. So
Nice.
it was like the length of those 8 episodes plus all the pledge breaks in between. So it was like fucking 5 hours I must have been sitting there watching series 8. And the stupid guy doing the pledge drives was like spoiling things about what was coming up in future episodes. And like, he's like, oh, you know, such and such a character comes back, so stay tuned because there's going to be a surprise appearance by such and such a character.
Jesus Christ.
I'm like, wow, you
Not surprised
motherfucker.
now.
Would have been nice to not know that was coming.
So it was an actual surprise.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if it had not been a pledge week and just
Is
the
this
episodes,
character dead?
then it
No,
would've
they're
been
not.
surprised. No,
They're
I
coming
can't.
back.
It's not hooked up. It's hooked up for the PS3 so Ray can play
So yeah,
it.
my sister was getting these as they were basically
don't
new.
think Rose.
Like, a
Come
couple
on.
weeks after they aired, she was getting the newest episode on tape from her friend in England, right? And so we were watching. So that would mean I would have watched the entire first series
All right.
because she had dubbed tapes of all of them.
Yes.
basically. Or copied tapes of all of them.
Yes.
Because once again, they weren't
So-
available on home video here.
So it was a bit of a roundabout way to get them. The tapes were not cheap either. They were like $20, $30 per tape. Each tape had like
Oh, wow.
3 episodes on it. But
Okay, back then that's not so
so it
bad.
was like
when you
half.
think
Each
about it.
season was like 2 tapes.
That's like that for fucking Star Trek. You only get 2 episodes for $30, so like, that's actually pretty
Actually,
good.
Star Trek, like the original series, was 1 episode per tape
Oh, was it?
for like
Damn.
$20. Yeah, I had most of the first season, but then the laser discs were two of those volumes per disc. But yeah, then the DVDs came out, and it was like a revelation. So not only was I seeing them in much better than VHS quality, obviously, they also had tons and tons of extras. So there'd been like all of these outtakes and deleted scenes and whatnot that I'd heard about in magazines and whatnot for years, which I could finally see. They actually included them in the DVDs. Like there's a lot of deleted scenes from those. If you look at the deleted scenes section, it's like a half hour of deleted scenes. It's like getting a whole extra episode from that season of stuff you've never seen before. And yeah, it was great. Just such a treat. They really gave them the deluxe
Feels
treatment.
plump.
Just like I put them on the same level as the Doctor Who DVD releases in terms of every season getting the royal treatment. They really did a nice job on those. So, yeah.
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 Woo! Yeah.
Yeah.
The only one we don't really have outside of VHS land here is the so-called remastered versions of seasons 1 through 3, where they replaced some of the effects with CG effects and added in some bits and stuff like that.
I don't know
So
if I'd want that.
it's, I mean, it's interesting as an alternate version, and they also did some video processing to make it look more film-like and less like
No thanks.
the original video look. Well, that's what most fans said. No thanks. So
That's your thing. Go for it.
they did that for the first 3 seasons. I'd only be curious about it to see the alternate effects. You know,
Yeah, I'd like to see a few, like an
Yeah.
episode or two. But like,
But
I mean,
the,
I don't think that'd be the main way to want to see it or anything.
But I was quite happy with the DVDs, how they just went back to the original broadcast versions, which everyone generally prefers. But
Definitely got shaved.
but it would have been nice to have them as a bonus, like to have both versions, because they're, you know, quite different presentations of those early episodes.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. Interesting stuff, Red Dwarf. I like it.
I mean, the only reason I say I was probably watching the latest season as it came out is because I didn't meet my sister until 1998. So, she's not my blood sister, but
There you go.
she's my friend. She's Itesha, the one who does art and tea with me on Tuesdays at noon Pacific on my stream.
So they did,
I'll slide that in at twitch.tv/Skinslip.
So they did series 1 through 8 with Paul Jackson Productions and BBC Northwest, and then series 9 onward was the independent channel Dave, appropriate enough, took over. They got the rights to it, and they've been doing the new seasons ever since. So they did series 9 through 13, I guess, if you include the recent
And
movie.
then didn't they just announce the new season?
I'm not sure if they're doing more. They just the last one they did was they did as a movie, like just a straight up movie.
Yeah, keep doing movies. That'd be fine too.
They did series 9, Back to Earth, which was a mini series, and they did series 10, 11, and 12, which were more just kind of regular seasons, 6 episodes apiece. And then they did The Promised Land, which was the movie, which is technically, I guess, series 13. Where we finally find out what happened with the cat people. Funny enough, we're just talking about the cat.
Oh, interesting. I mean, I'm interested in seeing it still.
Yeah, because I think the last time we heard anything about the cat people was back in series 1, where we found out about the religion that sprung up around Lister's laundry list and how they sort of saw him as their god, and how they all the cat people went into like a bunch of arcs. Like arc ships to go off in search of the Promised Land, Fujal, and it's like, well, Fujal doesn't exist. He was just talking about wanting to move to Fiji, and they completely misinterpreted. They completely
buying it on DVD.
They completely misinterpreted everything, and built a religion around like just this sparse information. So it was like this little statement about how the message of most religions gets interpreted and often misinterpreted. So
must rewatch.
That's a version of what a cargo cult is, which is like a indigenous culture who who found so what happened is this happened way back in the old days when shipping was all done, but was like starting to be done by air and still done by shipping, and things were still treacherous at the early turn of the century. What would happen was a few times the cargo has been lost. It ended up on an island, and the indigenous population had worshipped it like it was something from the gods.
Oh yeah.
The cargo cult.
So they go off in
Anyway.
search of the promised land or whatever. So
Right.
so I think that's what
Chicago.
that's what the movie is about. Is they finally meet up with one of these groups of cats that have been off in search of Fujal all this time, and just kind of see. So there was like a whole bunch. Several of the Ark ships actually either went missing or got destroyed. So a good chunk of the cat race was wiped out when they left. So it was kind of one of those bits of lore they hadn't really sort of gone back to explore. So I think that was the idea. It's like, hey, why don't we kind of see what, have them meet up with some of the other cat people and see what they've been up to and stuff like that. And so it's interesting. And in true Red Dwarf fashion, it doesn't quite play out the way you would think, because they never ever do what you expect.
Nothing ever does.
They have
Everything
some of the
goes
most
south in interesting ways.
They have some of the most ridiculous resolutions to season-ending cliffhangers. I just love it. Like, you'd just be left hanging for ages, and then the next episode would start, and it'd just be some ridiculously rushed, convoluted explanation as to how they got out of that fix, and then they just move on to like the new adventures. Sometimes having to wait literally years between seasons to find out what happens next. Like, God, what a cliffhanger! And then it's like they'll do a little scene before the opening titles, and that'll be the big explanation as to how they got out of that tight jam, and then off for the new adventures. It's just kind of. It's like they love setting up the cliffhangers, but they hate resolving them. Which was frustrating at the time, but now looking back, I find it funny and kind of endearing that they went against the grain that way.
Yep. You guys are talking about Red Dwarf for so long that I literally went and bought Red Dwarf through your fucking link.
Excellent. And if anyone else would like to buy Red Dwarf through my fucking link, here you go. Red Dwarf is on sale right now on Amazon.com for $47.99. Thank you very much.
Because I realized while you were talking about it that I had forgotten a lot of stuff.
Oh.
And I love that show, and I don't want to forget a lot of stuff from that. Come on.
Talking about it actually made me remember. I'm like, oh, yeah, I remember that.
I'm pretty well versed in Red Dwarf lore. I rewatched them so many times over the years. It's one of my comfort shows. So during, depression times, I would tend to put on a season of Red Dwarf and just watch the whole season. It's just like hanging with the boys from the Dwarf, and it's just like.
I thought you were gonna say hanging with the dwarf. I'm like, that's a very different statement.
No.
When I'm depressed, I usually say I fell down the well.
Boys from the dwarf.
I just remember the line, "We're all dead, Dave. Everybody's dead, Dave."
Oh yeah. Dave, everybody's dead. They're dead, Dave. Who's dead? Everybody, Dave. Everybody? Everybody's dead, Dave. Not Chen. Everybody, Dave. Not Todd Hunter. Everybody's dead, Dave. it goes on for like 10 minutes. He keeps going through people. It's like, not this guy, not that guy. It's like, yes, him, everybody. That's what everybody means, Dave.
Everyone is dead.
Everybody. Everybody is dead. Everybody is dead, Dave. Wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me everybody's dead? It's such a cheesy payoff, but you can't help but laugh because it's played so over the top.
Yes.
It just goes on and on and on. In the book, they have that scene in the first book, and they actually extend it even more. And you get a little bit into the levels of frustration Holly's beginning to feel trying to get through to Dave. It's like, by the end, he had tried every possible permutation of the words, everybody is dead, Dave. Everybody, Dave, dead. Is everybody dead, Dave? Yeah. It's great stuff. I love it.
You love it.
Yeah. So this week I've been working a lot on the website on cinnamon.com, and I've added a lot of fucking movies, a lot of public domain movies to the site. And I've learned a lot of interesting stuff along the way. Things that, like, I already knew a lot about film, but as you're researching these, you learn more. You didn't
Always.
realize there was more to learn, and then there's more.
There's always
It's
more
like-
to learn. There's always a fucking
Oh,
gap
I know.
you don't know. I
Yeah.
am literally probably once a week, every week this fucking year, I discovered a new genre of film I did not know existed before.
Yeah, no, it's great.
That's been
I love
around
it.
forever. That people have been talking about, and I just went,
Mhm.
had no idea.
That's the way it goes.
Stuff
But
like
that's as you say. I mean, there's always something new to learn because I mean, especially now. I mean, film has been around for over 100 years, and
Yep.
that's a lot of history.
130
to go
or so, yeah.
130, yeah, since the early, well, I guess late 1800s,
18, yeah.
when film
Yeah.
first started to
1890s,
motion
I
picture
believe.
film started.
Yes.
Specifically.
But so there's a lot of history to go
1891
through.
was
There's a
when the-
lot of,
Thank
it's
you.
interesting.
This is the 130th anniversary this year. Yeah,
Well,
because
there you go.
1891 was the year when they started showing movies to audiences.
Okay,
Mhm.
so the little tents you go into and see a 5-minute movie.
Cinema
of
was
a
born.
Yeah.
train pulling
They were like
into a
loops.
station.
I
or
think they were
something,
like
yeah.
like 2-minute loops or 5-minute loops back then. They were small.
They were very
People
short.
could go
Oh,
watch
yeah.
a few of them and
Really
go to
Really
the next
short,
tent.
yeah.
It was
That's where
purely,
Nickelodeon came from.
It was
Put your nickel in.
That's right. Yeah, it was just a novelty thing where you go
Yep.
in and see
Part of a fair.
You'd see moving pictures, like that was it.
Yep.
They didn't, and it was never anything. You
That's
go
what
back.
they
where we
thought
are
it was
now.
going to
Back
be.
in those
Like,
days, it's like,
Yeah.
what are we watching? It doesn't matter. It moves.
I know exactly.
It's moving!
And before that, they had
What the-
kinescopes,
Pictures
which
Yeah.
are
moving!
Oh yeah, the
which are
kinescope,
spinning
yeah.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, with the movements. So like, there's always been like
Yeah.
this thing, this
Yeah.
movement to like have the
The,
movie
uh,
and image and use it in entertainment. Now
hey.
look where we're at now. We have 22 movie series in an
The-
interconnected universe.
The kinescope, the crooked man.
And the
I just watched that.
So
the
did
other
I.
day.
Funny enough.
Friday, Thursday.
Last Saturday.
The
It was one
earliest
of the things
movie
I
I
watched
have on
after
my
SNI.
So
website.
that movie, by
Yeah.
the way.
The earliest movie I have on my website is from Georges
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 Georges.
Méliès.
Méliès. Yes.
Very
Méliès.
innovative
From
filmmaker.
1896.
Yeah.
1896.
Oh, he was one of the first like real major innovators, like in terms of like special effects and just unbridled creativity. Like he did so many
And
things.
it's like
that-
3 minutes long too,
Yeah.
because it's from 1896. you
Yes,
know?
they're all shorts back then.
But like, I just think it's a fucking. To me, I just can't get over that, because to me, it's a miracle, knowing how film was made back then,
yeah,
that even still exists and can be seen.
some of
Yeah.
them.
So
Yeah.
many movies in the 1900s and 1910s are gone now because they were made with nitrate
Yep.
and would just fucking combust.
Yeah, because nitrate was
Yes.
not air stable.
No.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like the movie Detour, Edgar G. Ulmer's, what I was just talking about, still has this nitrate print, but so many of the ones that you see from that period aren't even from the nitrate. It's from another film element
A
that still
copy
survives.
of- yeah.
Yeah, a copy of the original nitrate,
Yeah,
like a safety
yeah.
print on N35.
Well, they were that was a
On
pretty
regular
common
stuff.
practice back then too, was to do safety prints,
Yes.
to get them off the nitrate, so because they knew
They
how
still do
volatile
safety
nitrate
prints.
was. Yeah, they do. But
And they store them in different locations in case
yeah.
of a vault fire.
in case of a fire or something. Yeah, makes
Yeah.
sense.
And they try to keep
But
nitrate in their own sub vault that's like airtight.
airtight.
If you're
yeah.
if you're in a film vault with nitrate and a fire breaks out, you're dead.
yeah,
The door will
basically.
close instantly, and then there'll be a fucking gas, and you're dead. You're
Yeah.
fucked. So like, it's a real dangerous job, literally film archiving ancient film.
Ancient film,
You
yeah,
know?
because of that.
Yeah,
But
you take it out,
But
I mean,
it
like,
is-
you start a fire. I mean, like, it's
it
crazy.
is pretty amazing that so many have survived that we're able to
Oh, yeah.
watch now. You know, like when they
There's
discuss.
so many, and I mean, 10 times the number of movies
Yeah.
that exist
I know.
are lost.
Oh, I know.
Like even Millet's, his movies were
Not all.
What's
of
or
them.
this
were
movie
not were
about,
not were
Ken?
kind of disposable. So they were
Yeah.
the elements were melted down and turned into shoes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Shoes.
You could be wearing a classic film. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I remember a few years ago when they discovered. Like this is fairly. It's like within the past 10 years, I think, when they discovered Edison's Frankenstein film from 1910.
Yeah.
It was thought to be a lost film, and then they found a printout, and it's like, holy shit! Like, this is so significant to the history of film and the history of horror. You know, it's
Special effects, too.
one of the
It's
special effects. Yeah,
You're watching a movie that Thomas Edison produced.
Yes,
Right.
I know,
Thomas
right?
fucking Edison.
I know. It's crazy. You can
Just
see
shut
that on
cash in,
YouTube, because needless to say, it's in the public
Yeah,
domain.
it
But
was.
it's really interesting to see. I think it runs about 10, 15 minutes. So, you know, huge length of production for back in 1910.
That's also on my
So
list.
Yeah.
the process of making film was copyrighted at the time. Like you had to like rent cameras from like Edison's company or whoever it was who had license to do so, right?
Toilet
And
paper
the
holders,
reason
no
why
gloves.
Hollywood exists is because the cheap filmmakers all went
Excellent.
all the way across the country, because back then it's real hard to get piracy on that end of the country, and they would pirate films. So Hollywood's found on piracy. So when
Yeah.
they're over here going like piracy harms, you started with piracy. You exist because of piracy.
Yeah, I know, right?
Hollywood would
Oh.
not exist without piracy. Period.
Hypocrisy in big business? Surely you jest.
Now they're established. You know, that's the
Yeah.
difference. But yeah.
But
But that's why they started with, because they could use film and cameras without having a license.
yeah.
You know, and no one can sue you because you're over here
Yeah.
doing your own thing. Yeah. Oh yeah, Edison was a very problematic person.
Yes,
Michael,
he
I
was.
agree.
Yes.
But that's, you know, go please read up about
Yeah.
that about him. That's it.
Yeah,
There you go.
because the thing is, in school and in elementary school, they really do feed us a lot of propaganda,
Hmm.
and
Yeah.
it's not necessarily always bad. Like it's not like really fucking evil kind of propaganda.
It's not always harmful.
Sometimes it's like Andrew Jackson was a great man, and you're like, well, actually,
It's actually, to get back to Red Dwarf for a second, there was a wonderful
Oh, you can't
line
help yourself.
that Rimmer said in one episode where they were talking about how you know, the reality of people isn't always the same as what you read in the history books, and he just said, history is written by the winners.
The victors.
And yeah,
It's true.
that's well, the line was the winners, but anyway.
It's,
it was-
usually
Well,
the
I mean, the
victors
original
are
quote is by the
assholes.
victors, but
well,
same.
okay,
yeah.
well, yeah, he was paraphrasing then, but anyway, it
Yeah,
was.
yeah, of course.
But that's very true. Is like the winners
Mm-hmm.
will write it and write themselves to look favorable, and all the various atrocities
Look at U.S. history
that
before
they
recent
also
time when they
perpetrated will be kind of glossed over or erased entirely. So
look at a
you know,
history book written before the year 2005, and you'll see a lot of that. In fact, especially in
Yeah.
more rural parts of the country where
Mhm.
they can, you know, because the school gets to pick their curriculum, and so they'll pick
Yeah.
the conservative
Still
curriculum.
do, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, but there's only one real history. That's the one we should be fucking teaching, you know.
Yeah, just
Anyway,
the events
Well, you learn about
as
it
they
in college
happened.
if you take those classes.
That's
Like
the problem.
everything else.
and that's why I find it so funny when like the college is turning our kids communist. Like, no, college is enlightening our kids to the bullshit of this country in the capitalist way, and they're choosing to be empathetic.
right.
I'm so
It's
sorry.
funny.
I can't understand that.
It's funny to me that like every time somebody becomes like educated, like becoming educated, more educated, the more educated you become, typically most people as they become educated also drift further to the left. Like
Or away from
politically
either, to be
speaking.
fair.
So like
yeah.
it's not always the case, but it happens quite
I mean,
frequently.
of course not. There are plenty of intelligent people who are right wingers
Yeah.
right now. So.
Absolutely.
But yeah, no, it's one of those things. It's like, yeah, we need to teach real history to everybody. Everyone needs to learn the same actual real history. You know.
There's good, and then there's evil, and the good will decide which is which.
Yeah, unfortunately, the living will decide who's right and who's wrong.
But like my favorite I think the best way really to learn about American history, if you don't feel like going and taking fucking history courses at a college, or even, you know, what do they call it? Going there without paying and just listening to it, you know, not getting a grade for it essentially. I forget what they call that, but there's something that you can actually do that in some community colleges. Anyways, the best way, if you don't feel like going through all that, is to watch Drunk History. Because Drunk History tells you pretty much a much more realistic version of what happened, of course, through the eyes of a drunk person. But the drunk person is usually
Entertaining.
very, very well informed about the actual person they're talking about.
And it's entertaining
like-
as fuck. Let me tell
So,
you.
like the one where Jack Black plays, what's he plays?
I gotta read this to you guys.
Fuck. What's his name? The guy on the fucking Quaker Oats thing.
Benjamin
Wilford
Franklin.
Brimley.
Benjamin Franklin, yes.
No.
Wilford Brimley. Oh my
Jack
god.
Black plays
Other
Benjamin
American
Franklin.
history, ladies and gentlemen.
to fight
Other something box.
like this?
The guy on the
Seriously?
Quaker Oats
Thank you,
box.
Jail.
But the one thing that they tell you the truth about in the drunken history of Benjamin Franklin is that this guy was a womanizing asshole.
Yep.
You'll never read that in the fucking history books, at least not the ones taught to kids. But he was a womanizing asshole.
Hey,
And they explained that in the drunk history
I
version.
was just gonna say, you know what history does explain that? Drunk history, but clearly I missed the conversation. So
Yeah, he's
Yes.
literally been
Oh
talking about
my
drunk history for
God,
like the last 5 minutes.
John.
I was looking. Okay, what I was distracted by was I got a comment earlier on my Joker review.
Excuses.
Top 5 reasons Joker 2019 is trash,
Oh,
which was
God.
a
Oh, no.
bullshit video of silliness.
no.
I hadn't even seen the movie yet, but it was a satire video, the same thing with the same character
We were
from my
in
Avengers
comic
video. But it's funny to me how many people don't get the joke, and then when I call them out on not getting the joke, they just get all butthurt and defensive. It's like we live in this age where people just can't simply admit to a simple mistake. It's like, oh, it was a joke. My bad. No worries. You
So
know.
we should just go, oh lol, and that's it.
Yes, like most normal, well-balanced, emotionally adjusted people would just realize their mistake, have a little snicker at their own expense, and get on with their
Oh,
day.
duh.
So this guy, who is now blocked because he just kept going and going and going,
Of course.
he leaves a comment and says, "You're trash." Oh, Y-O-U-R, by
Not
the way.
wrong, right?
You're trash. Unsub. I'm pretty sure he wasn't subbed to begin with.
Did he spell wrong too?
So-
Why are you talking about my trash?
Unsub as 2 words. So I just laughed. I just said, bah ha ha. And another one doesn't get the joke and judges solely by the title. Woohoo! And then he just, like, went off. He's just like, at least Joker is better than you, idiot. Idolot.
Idolot?
Okay, I think he meant idiot.
I know. What?
You look like a fatty in IRL. NGL, not gonna lie. Your logo sucks. Eddie, a trash name, lol. Yeah.
So you just can't accept that you're a fucking loser. Got it.
Yeah, so I just said, at least I get when a video is a joke and not a serious review. What, so you're resorting to petty insults now? Bah! You have no argument and can't just admit you missed the joke. Anywho, bye-bye. And that was it.
Yep.
So he's done now.
We live in a society.
We live in a society!
Yes, that's the answer.
We got a society here.
Idolot. Yeah, idolot's the new thing. I think that's the new thing.
Idolot.
You're an idolot, all right?
You're such an idolot.
Stop being such an idolot.
Idolot.
Is that when you were an idiot a lot?
I guess.
Idolot? You are
Idolot.
approximately a lot idiot.
You're an idolot. Is that like an ocelot? But a really dumb ocelot? That's not an ocelot. That's an idolot. Oh, good morning. What are you doing? At 8:41 p.m. I'm glad you got a good sleep. I think you needed it. She didn't sleep very much the night before, so
Oh, hi,
a
Ray.
little bit of catch up there. Didn't sleep at all. She didn't sleep at all. So it was like 2 days worth of sleep. So, yeah. I
Ugh.
think we passed out on the couch for a little bit. Incredibly high. So yeah, it's no wonder those 2 gummies destroyed me last week. We just had one yesterday, and it made us completely loopy and ridiculous, and it was wonderful. So much fun. There's a clip on Twitch of part of our Giggle Fest.
This shit is
I don't
crap.
think she remembers much.
It's absolute
I have it
crap.
set up for the PS3, by the way. Yeah, I thought you'd want to play more slides, so yeah.
Crack cocaine.
Did
The
you do
good
the
stuff.
fan thing? Yes. Okay. Thanks, Kurt. I don't
And
know.
then I got cheddar jacked.
Oh,
I want to try the
it's
cheddar
called
jacked.
cheddar jacked. just
Yeah.
jacked up on.
The extra cheddar version of this is straight crack. All right, it's crack cocaine legalized.
Straight crack. Huh?
This
What about the gay crack? I want gay crack.
this is it's the same flavor blasted kind, but it's cheddar jack. So I'm expecting good things. Expecting good things. Did he respond again? And you responding to it again?
No.
Okay.
No.
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 lot.
No, I blocked
Stop
him because
talking. You did a lot.
he was contributing nothing of any value whatsoever to the
He
mass.
was did a lot.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was like 12. So, just judging from the grammar or
flavor all over.
spelling
Did
and
a lot. I
shortened
can't get over
form.
him. Sorry.
You
gonna run to the
are
ground.
and yeah,
It's giving me endorphins.
it a lot. What an it
Did a
a lot.
lot. It's amazing. Amazing type. How do you do that? Oh, because the L's are into the O, I guess.
Can you clean it?
IDILO. How the fuck do you do that?
It
It's
did
a
a lot. I think it might have been
I'm-
another capital I, but it looked like a capital L.
Oh, whatever.
Or a lowercase
I'm
L.
staring at the
so-
keyboard going. They're all near each other. It's just like, how do you accidentally go down one, then up?
Maybe he thought Idiot had two eyes.
Or he hit O, but his finger was slightly on the L, and they both hit. And
I
the L
don't-
hit first.
Idiot does have two eyes.
Idiot.
Next to each other, you idiot.
Idiot.
There you go. See?
Or
Works
if
out
you're
great.
Ren, you idiot.
You
You
idiot.
idiot. Idiot.
You bloated sack of protoplasm.
You worm.
You filthy worm. I think later on he just calls him a bloated sack. He doesn't do the whole thing. You bloated sack.
Hey Severin, when am I gonna get my fucking shit in the mail? God damn it! You haven't even shipped it.
Dude, I got my vinegar
Patience.
syndrome order just shipped yesterday.
It's vinegar syndrome. Sorry.
I am also I am waiting for
Vinegar
my Severin order to ship.
Oh, he got a vinegar syndrome order. He just said Severin because he's a dork.
But it was
Because he ate a lot.
well, mine is Severin. But I'm
Yeah, I know.
so I'm waiting for that. But it was a pre-order,
Can't wait till you
even
get
though I ordered it after the pre-order date, so I don't know.
I
They'll
can't
come in.
believe I
They'll
can say-
finish it as soon as they can. Yeah, you're just in line with
I'm
the
not
rest.
worried about it. I just
You're in a
want the
queue,
set because it's a
bro.
cool set.
I can't believe I
Yeah,
can
I'm a little
actually
jealous,
say,
not gonna lie.
I'm waiting for a
Oh,
gun from China, and I'm not wrong.
I broke the bank on that one. Like I just did not want to miss that one. That was like everything else went on hold just to get that one thing.
Yep.
But
Meanwhile, I had to
That's a
cancel
cool
pre-order
gun
so I
you
can
got,
afford
too.
Dimation next month.
that what?
I had to cancel stuff this month so I can afford Dimation next month.
Yeah, it's okay. Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
I missed out on Dimation on Blu-ray the last time, and I'm not
Second
gonna miss out
time.
again.
Yeah, I'd actually really like to get that one too.
So at least I know with like the thing with Arrows, I really want that limited edition box set. But like, at least I know with Arrow, there's going to be a
There'll
standalone
be a
set,
regular one,
non-limited edition. It'll be a regular release that you can buy.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
It'll be
to
a little bit
have
cheaper. It'll be no box. It'll be no booklet. It'll just be a standard case of the discs, and that's fine too.
Mhm.
So you don't necessarily miss out on the movie and the on-disc content. You miss
Is
out on the
that-
book.
Is that set region B locked?
I bought it from Amazon.com, so I don't think so.
Well, they sell
I'll give you
region
a
B
link.
stuff too. Let me
Hey
see.
Skeleton Boner, how's it
I
going?
don't
I
see
just
it
did
on
a
Amazon
Skeleton Boner.
CA, so I'm just gonna take a look at it. Greetings, Skeleton Boner.
It may not be available in CA. That's
Yeah,
the
it's
thing.
possible. That's what happens with some.
How the Skeleton Boner are
Let's
you?
see. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
yeah,
that's
okay.
that's just a region A release.
72,
72.
US data.
That's not too bad.
20, 40, 60. It's $20 a movie.
It'd be about
Plus
100. Be
you're
about
paying
100
for the
bucks
book.
for me.
Kind of hard.
It'd be about
Yeah,
100
you
bucks.
gotta pay tax on it and shit.
Also, I could. I'm just gonna throw that in my cart just so I don't forget about it.
Because I had that. I got Vengeance Trails and Years of Lead, and they're all coming out in the next 2 months. Three
When-
box
when
sets,
does
all
this
about
one
70
come
bucks.
out? July. I might
Yeah,
be able to
and I've
pre-order
got,
that actually. Well,
And I've got
I'll save it in
Vengeance
the cart
Trail
for
that
now.
also comes out in July, and then I've got Years of Lead, which comes out this month. No, next month, the month after that.
See, that'll make a nice companion piece to the Gamera set. So I like that these
Yes.
high-end boutique labels are starting to do kaiju stuff, which
Yes,
is great.
I know. Where is my Godzilla? Heisei
Heisei.
series?
Nice to have a proper definitive Heisei collection.
I mean, I have them all, but
Yeah, so
like
do I.
I want them in one set.
Yes.
In a fancy box to set
Yes.
next to my other fancy box,
And then
preferably Criterion or Arrow, because I know they'll be handled with care for those
Yes.
people.
We shall see.
I'm very proud of two of the tweets of the many that I wrote this week.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
I signal boosted
two-
one of them, which was
Yes,
brilliant. I
and
thought.
the two tweets from that tweet bomb that I want to mention here are are these three here. Horror is like the skeletal structure that has supported, enriched, and made the advancement of film as art possible. Without it, film would just be some kind of disturbing glob of goo that looks like it came from a horror movie but had its bones forcefully ripped out. To claim that horror is of little importance to film is to commit violence against the very idea of film as art.
Yes.
Such claims should be treated as attacks and fought against, but us horror hounds are usually too busy watching horror movies to give two fucks about stupid opinions.
Yes. It was. I think that was the thread that I
Yeah.
posted.
It was
Yeah.
further down the thread, yeah.
Oh.
I mean, I'd like to tweet about where would we be without Mystery Science Theater, and would these movies even exist without Mystery Science Theater? And the answer is no.
Called attention to them. Yeah.
They literally help each other exist into the current millennium.
Yeah.
Because they wouldn't. They would have been forgotten probably. Because there were nothing
Well,
films otherwise.
I think a lot of the horror host things in general also helped with that because they called attention to a lot of obscure horror films. Like,
True.
like
The
there were
problem
some.
is-
There were some that I discovered watching Elvira's movie Macabre, like Brain of Blood, for example, was one that I had rented but would have forgotten about had I not seen it again on Elvira.
The problem is that by the 90s, horror hosts were rare.
Yeah.
Elvira is the most famous one, still
Yeah.
the most famous one.
Yeah.
And there's a
also
few other
Sven
ones on the East
Sven
Coast, but the
Gulli.
West Coast are completely gone.
There's also
you know what I mean?
Sven Gulli still kicking.
Yeah.
And
basically-
Gore Vidal and a few
It was
other.
basically Joe Bob, right? Like,
Joe Bob.
was there anybody else?
Elvira and Joe Bob Briggs are the two most famous.
Well, a lot of
I
the
mean, on the national.
a lot of the
scale, yeah.
horror hosts were regional, like they weren't
Yes,
national.
that's the
like-
problem. They were regional.
Yeah.
So by the 90s, most of them are done.
Yeah.
Because a lot of those places had consolidated, and that's why we have
Yeah.
the homogenous.
Elvira
stuff
is
we have
like
now.
one of the few international ones. Sven Gulli is pretty international as well.
Yes.
Joe Bob, of course, because it was.
I mean, Joe
on
Bob was on a network TV.
He was on. He was on
or
like
it
a
was
specialty network, so it had
it was on
national coverage.
TNT.
So, TNT,
Yeah.
that's what it was. Yeah.
Before that, he was on the movie channel with the Joe Bob's Drive-In. So he's
Yeah.
been Joe Bob's Drive-In. Then he went to Monster Vision and Saturday Night. Joe
Yeah.
Bob's Saturday Night, which
Monster
are two
Vision,
shows.
I
Who was
think
on
is what I know
USA?
from.
That'd be USA Up All Night with Gilbert Gottfried, Rhonda Shear, and there was 2 or 3 other hosts on that show. But Gilbert Gottfried was one of my favorites from that show. In fact, that's what introduced me to Gilbert Gottfried was
I love
USA Up All
Gilbert
Night in my youth.
Oh, really? Interesting.
I used to watch that, and there's also a
He's
show
so great.
Something Weird which apparently I found out later was by Something Weird Video.
Mhm.
So I have all these memories, and there was a show called Mondo Bellardo.
Mhm.
Not Mondo Bellardo, that's the movies. Mondo something or other. And then there was another show called The Film Crew, not The Film Crew, LA, something with the LA. Fuck, I can't remember. There's another one with LA in its title, where what they do, they would redub the entire movie. So they take
Okay.
the movie and they would dub funny videos. So they take a movie that's an hour and a half and condense it down to 30 minutes
Mhm.
of dubs, of the best dub stuff they can make up, basically.
That sounds like El Mundo Del Lundo.
Yes,
Very
that
similar.
is what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Oh, that is what you're talking about. Okay, yeah. They
Thank
kind
you.
of.
I
They,
couldn't remember
they
what it was
wouldn't
called.
they wouldn't actually condense a movie. They would serialize it. So they would
fair
chop
enough.
it up into like 4 or 5 episodes, and I love that.
I never saw that whole
I really
movie.
wish I've got a handful of episodes on tape. They did 65 episodes total, like a one syndicated season, and I thought it was hilarious because they would they would overdub all the dialogue. Like take these public domain movies and PSAs and stuff like that, and they would dub over the dialogue. A lot of it improv, and then they would they would do like new music and everything. Like I remember one that I always remembered was a Western, and it was what.
Same concept. The other one I'm thinking of is also Mad Movies at the LA Connection.
Okay, so the one I always remember was a Western where, you have your typical kind of Ennio Morricone inspired Western music and whatnot. Well, for this, instead of that, they replaced all the music with just ripping techno. It's like ripping
Very
techno.
nice.
And then, there's a conversation happening in a barn between two of the main characters, and they're next to a horse. And one character is standing a little close to the horse, and you hear a voice. It's like, "You are standing too close to the vehicle. Please move away from the vehicle." and then he walks away, and you hear, "Toot toot, thank you." It's just all kinds of things like that. There was another one was like a sword and sorcery type thing, but they replaced it as if it was sounds from a Western. So the guy would swing his sword and say, "Bang!"
I remember that one. Pa! 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 Pa!
Bang! 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 Bang!
Yeah, it'd be like bang, 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 bang. Like, what the hell? Like,
So
all right.
it was just absolutely ridiculous. I thought it was brilliant. Like I just laughed so much watching those, and they just
There's a regional
disappeared.
version of that called Mad Movies at the LA Connection.
Yeah.
Did the same thing.
Yeah.
So they cut a movie up and just present 30 minutes of dubbing. The same thing, same concept.
I wish it would appear on a streaming service or something, or just anything
Just
like it.
on YouTube.
Yeah,
or
anything.
archive.org, so I could
there's-
download it.
Yeah, exactly. I would love to just sit and I would binge
There-
all fucking 65
If you
episodes.
if you ever were curious about this, by the way, you can go to archive.org and search the video archive for horror hosts, and you'll get horror hosts. And I mean Elvira, you'll get Joe Bob, you'll get regional stuff like Commander USA, who's really fun to watch, by the way. You can find episodes of him on YouTube, but Commander USA is great. He's like a superhero gimmick.
Yeah.
But
That's cool.
and then he's like a rotund man, so it was just kind of played up for comedy.
Gotcha.
But yeah, so they're all up there. A whole bunch of them. There's also on YouTube. There's Kung Fu Theater, I think it's called,
Mm-hmm.
which does more than Kung Fu. I'm just trying to remember what it was called. So the Night Shadow Memorial. What was that? What is the name of that?
I don't know.
It's the longest running. Okay, Kung Fu Theater. So it's called Kung Fu Theater with the Night Shadow. Night Shadow recently passed away during the pandemic,
Oh,
but there's over 900 episodes on the show, and there's about 200 of them on their YouTube channel.
Oh, nice.
So
That's cool.
it's just one of those things. It's like that's a horror host, but he was started out regional, and at some point he moved to working on the internet as well as being regional, and then he's on a bunch of channels in regional areas all over the country, actually.
Mm-hmm.
But you can watch the episodes on YouTube, and they're also on archive.org.
Nice.
There's still some that are still working today that you could watch.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's good. That's cool.
yeah, Sven Gulli, that's a big one.
Yeah, Sven Gulli is
Sven Gulli.
Go by Sven Gulli. His national show is on METS Saturday nights.
Yep,
Alright.
he's still going. That's another one.
Yeah.
There's
I knew
a few
he
still
wasn't the
going,
original,
but it's
but,
like
yeah.
I feel like if it weren't for any of that stuff, that it's without everything would have died in the 90s if it weren't for what
Yeah.
we have. I mean,
Yeah.
I just feel like we carry it through, because without Mystery Science Theater and shows like that, like those classic movies would have completely been forgotten. Now you can find most of those movies on Blu-ray. You know,
true.
tons of
A
those
lot
movies
them
are on
have since
Blu-ray
been
without the
released.
Mystery Science Theater stuff. So
Yeah.
it's like that stuff probably would have never happened without Mystery Science Theater. So like they
And
need
perhaps some of it shouldn't have ever been put on Blu-ray. But you know what?
Yeah.
Well-
probably true, actually.
I mean, one of the
You're
things I
wrong.
learned this week is that a lot of these movies were literally designed from the bottom up to be throwaway.
Yes,
They were
that's why no one
fucking
thought they were going to save them.
they were made to be B movies because the movie studio had an idea for a good fucking movie, or
Yeah.
they had an idea for a fucking movie
Yeah.
that was going to be the A title.
Mm-hmm.
But if they were going to sell it to a fucking audience,
Yeah.
the whole thing was to do double bills with sci-fi at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So they had to have a second movie.
Yeah.
So what do? They take 5 to 10 days. They make a second movie
Well,
on a
also-
shoestring budget.
Yeah,
Reuse a bunch of shit.
but it
You
also it also made it a more attractive package for movie theaters because they could get this A-list movie and they could get a second movie cheap thrown in with it.
D-list.
So
Look,
that meant selling more tickets. You know.
Yeah, especially to teenagers who at the time
Yep.
in the 50s and 60s were starting to have a lot more disposable income
Yeah.
and who were horny as fuck and just wanted to
They
make out.
just wanted
they're
to make
entering
out,
the
yeah.
job
Girlfriends.
market for the first time, so
Yeah.
that's why it's like a whole exploitation of the youth market.
Like
Yeah.
that's if they weren't going on Lover's Lane, they were going into the fucking movie theaters or the drive-ins and making out there. It's like that was the thing. That was what you did.
And then from that, the grindhouse is picked up.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and then what you have is theaters that run in big cities that are
Mhm.
exhibiting movies 24/7, 7 days a week.
They would only
nonstop,
show
never
B
stop,
movies. They would only show B movies
because they're cheap,
Because they were cheap.
or
yeah.
B or worse
Yeah.
in some cases.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
so, like, literally, that market drove a film industry that was built on success that can't exist now because we don't allow those type theaters anymore.
Yes, that's very true, Kandelowski. Says the understanding in
Sadly.
drive-in theaters is that people paying attention were the exception.
Yes, exactly.
I always
You weren't
watch
there to
the
watch
movie.
the movie.
Like-
I'm
as
sorry,
much
babe.
as- yeah.
Movies, I love movies more than you.
Yeah.
I
You are the
thoroughly
exception, not the rule.
Yeah, I
Skinslip.
thoroughly believe
You're a unique
that Roger
and beautiful
Corman knew
snowflake.
exactly what he was doing when he made a lot
Yeah.
of his movies.
Yep.
That he knew that he was making movies for people who were never actually going to watch them, who just wanted
Yeah.
flickering lights on in the background that
Some
they could kiss to.
background noise.
His
Like-
strategy
yeah.
was to make a movie for the price that they would. So his thing was he would pitch the movie, they'd give him the money, he'd go and make the movie, come back in a couple weeks, and then the movie was always made for less money than he was pitched.
Yeah.
So any money made after that was all gravy.
You could, you could put towards the next movie.
But no, it was all
Almost
gravy because
never
he would keep
copyrighted
saving
this
that money,
concept.
and then
Almost
he would
never.
use bigger budget stuff for that.
Yeah.
But like this is we're talking about his real cheap stuff. It's
Yeah.
the same thing that Asylum was doing with Blockbuster. They exist because
True.
Blockbuster was paying a minimum per movie, and then they were making a movie for half that cost, and always making a profit.
Mhm.
And then there was profit on top of that they shared with Blockbuster. So it's like that's why Asylum is as big a machine as it is now.
Mhm.
Is the video stores
Yeah.
They
Last
still
night
get a
before
lot of money
bed,
from
I
Redbox
found
and
I
stuff like
found
that.
the YouTube channel where you can actually legally watch the Asylum movies. Not all of them, but there's some on
Oh.
there.
Well,
Oh,
shit,
really?
let me
Oh,
know.
that's cool. Mockbusters.
Oh yeah,
They literally licensed the movies from Asylum, so
nice.
Yeah. That's cool.
But yeah, that's why there's a book. Roger Corman said, "I made 100 movies and never lost a dime," and that's how he made Never Lost a Dime.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
he always got paid up front for the movies. Basically, there was a whole
but
movie.
we
Yeah.
know that he, after the 80s came around, he realized, oh, I probably should have kept the copyright on all that.
Yeah, especially the 50s and 60s stuff.
Oh, with
The 70s stuff and on, he had learned his lessons. So
Yeah.
like a lot of the 60s stuff,
Yeah.
most of the 70s, all the 80s and 90s stuff,
Mhm.
and like I said, so the profits he would then funnel to projects he really liked. So he
Yeah.
was funneling money to like Sergio Santiago in the Philippines, making all those post-apocalyptic movies.
Yeah.
Those are all because
Well,
Roger Corman liked Sergio Santiago.
Yeah.
That was it.
Well, that's why, the sort of strangely, why is this public domain era stretches all the way up to the 70s, because home video didn't exist a lot, and a lot of those B movies that just
Yeah.
didn't bother to keep the
Yeah.
copyright.
There
So-
was no such thing as a
Yeah.
secondary market. It
Yeah.
didn't
That's the thing.
exist.
That's right.
Well,
yeah.
it's the wildest thing is right. So I was going to say, I was going somewhere and we got sidetracked. But like the grindhouse theaters exist, so we had this already booming movie industry, and then home video hits
Yeah.
big,
See,
and
then
everyone wants to own every movie.
Yeah.
And now there's a direct-to-video market.
I was going to
And now
say, then the 80s,
and it's even bigger. You
And
So
know,
the-
copyright
then
laws
the-
changed around the same time, too.
Yep.
the 80s,
Oh.
you have movies being made specifically for that secondary market that didn't exist a decade earlier.
correct.
So it was like it changed home video changed everything.
I mean, it
What was the
exists
Bill
probably not
Finger
enough to
movie that I added to my
marketed
list? I added the Bill Finger movie to my
Bill
list.
Finger, co-creator of Batman.
Yes, that Bill Finger.
Wow.
The movie's not good. It's like it's
Okay.
got a 2.6 out of 10 on IMDb.
Excellent.
Oh fuck IMDb. What about
Yeah.
What about
What
Letterboxd?
about Rotten Tomatoes? That's the one that really matters.
Is it the green
Oh, is it?
slime?
Yeah.
No.
Or Snow
No,
Devils? Or
no,
Track of the
no.
Moonbeast?
No.
Is it not? He wrote
Yes,
those 3 movies.
yes.
Which movie are you talking about?
Did he?
Talking about when he's in?
Hold on, let me fucking find it.
He's working
Track
on
Track of
it.
the Moon Beast. Track of the Moon
It
Beast.
is Track of the
There you go.
Moonbeast.
Track of the
Okay,
Moonbeast.
there you go.
Okay. Green Slime is excellent, by the way. Great theme song, too. Green Slime.
Yes, I think Stoudman is sending me that one. I know I've wanted
Yeah.
that in once
Oh,
the
good.
Warner Archive Blu-ray came out.
It's in the package.
It's one of my
Excellent.
favorite
I look
Japanese
forward to it.
sci-fi movies. It's
I
just
found
so weird.
one of the 2 movies that I had lost that I need to put in the package.
Oh,
I
good.
still need to find the other one.
Hooray!
Almost there.
Ah,
And maybe someday I'll get my package too.
Somewhere in the abyss. By the way, I'd just like to mention tomorrow is Toon Man's birthday.
oh,
Yeah, Cass is turning
happy birthday.
something.
to me.
37? 37 in a
In a
row?
row?
In a row?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are the
All
same-
together now.
So I was
we are
hoping
essentially
I
the
was
same
hoping he
age,
would be
but-
here for today's SNI, but I guess he's got plans. So happy birthday, bro, wherever you be. He did a pre-birthday stream earlier. He was playing some Super Mario Brothers 3
Oh, yeah.
on Twitch. Good stuff. Childhood favorite.
Shapes.
I was just talking about Super Mario 3 last night, actually, working on some closer looks. How that was, to this day,
We
still one of the greatest video games ever. It's still just as playable today.
During movies tonight, we'll talk about how we watched the Morton and Janko Super
Oh,
Mario
the
Brothers.
extended cut. Yeah.
Yeah.
I downloaded that. I haven't watched it yet, but
You should. It's
I
awesome.
like.
There are some
Yeah.
really
It takes a 6 out of
Good
10 movie and
addition.
makes it a 7 out of 10. Really,
Wow.
with a little additions here and there.
Yeah. No.
it
that's
takes a
cool.
7 out of 10 movie and makes it 8 out of 10.
That's his.
Whoa.
You like it a little bit more
Big
than me. That's fine.
words.
Ah, I have
It's about
such-
that
such
range. It's pretty
nostalgia for
fucking
that
good,
movie.
honestly.
Cool.
Especially if you just, also if you divorce your brain from it being based on this video game, it's its own thing, and it's actually
That's really what you have to do.
Yeah.
And when you
really
do
cool
that,
world.
Take it as a
when you think of
cyberpunk
it,
kind of movie.
yes,
Dystopian
you have to
movie.
think in your
fungi
head
punk.
Yeah.
that the filmmakers here, they literally had a script written up, and then somebody came to them and said, "We want you to do Super Mario Brothers," and they're like, "Just use this fucking script."
Well, here
And-
now, hold on a second. I will give you a connection that may also shed some light on why it has the look and feel that it does. Rocky Morton and Annabelle Jankel were the creators of Max Headroom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There it
So-
is. Holy shit!
And here's
Yeah,
the thing,
that
apparently,
does-
Yeah.
they had
Yeah.
piss poor communication skills
Yeah.
on set, so one would approve without talking to the other
Mm-hmm.
all
They
the
were
time.
they're like a
and then we
husband
get
and wife
fucking
team, I
fight.
think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
They divorced shortly after this. I believe.
Yeah, and,
So.
and it wasn't going well, but
No.
yeah, at the time, like they, with Max Headroom, it was magic. Like they were hitting lightning in a bottle with that. Like there's obviously, but they just seemed to. It felt like when I learned that, I was like, oh, it's by them. I know they did Max Headroom. That explains it because they're just they do this dark dystopian sci-fi. That's kind of their thing.
It feels like it could be in the
So,
same universe.
Well,
almost.
exact. That's the thing. Is
Yeah.
like it really feels like that kind of world, just with monsters and shit in it. But
Yep, with fungus. That's why it's like fungus punk and not necessarily
fungus
cyberpunk.
punk.
Things can be powered by fungus stuff. And
So, if you watch it as this weird alternate Max Headroom world, then maybe instead of a Super Mario adaptation, then maybe you'll enjoy it a little more.
I'm so
Or in a
close to
different way.
100,000 channel points. Oh my god.
Nice.
You could have paid your rent already. Jesus.
Super Mario 2 Stratomaster
When
was
Croton
originally
finally shows back up, I'm gonna have more points.
was
than him.
originally not actually even a Mario game. It was a different game that
Yep.
they brought over here and shoehorned in the Mario characters. I don't think that game even exists as Super Mario in Japan.
No.
It's just an American
It does
thing.
now. It's actually called Super Mario
It
Bros.
does
2
now,
USA.
yeah. The Super
Michael,
Mario...
It was lost levels were apparently so hard that's why they did this.
Yeah, the Super Mario that they got in Japan was what we got as the Lost Levels, which is basically just...
Michael?
It's a retile of Super Mario Brothers.
Hard
with
balls.
harder levels, yeah.
Did you know, and this is something I learned from Skinslip, that originally Tom Hanks, they wanted Tom Hanks to play Mario.
Interesting.
Can you imagine how different that would have been?
It would have been.
Tom Hanks and John Leguizamo getting drunk on set.
But
We'll
I
find
do
out,
think,
yeah.
what Michael said, I think Bob Hoskins was a good choice as Mario, though.
Yeah.
Yes.
he's-
I couldn't see Tom Hanks as Mario.
I like
Too-
that they
I
make
could see
Luigi
Tom
the
Hanks as
adopted brother.
Luigi, maybe.
Yeah,
but-
he could do Luigi.
But like, I
Because-
like John Leguizamo, and I like him in being like.
Yeah.
the
I like
adopted
John
brother.
Leguizamo,
He has
too.
perfect
Not-
comic
look,
timing in that movie.
There are not enough films in the world yet that
Yeah.
feature positive portrayals of step siblings. You know what I mean?
That's true.
Yeah.
They're always shown as these contentious or cruel relationships,
Yeah.
but they don't. But they're not all like that. So
John
it's like,
Leguizamo.
there needs-
I
so it's like one of
mean,
the positive ones. I really like that. part of it.
love or hate the movie, I like the director's cut personally, but I really liked John Leguizamo as the Violator clown in Spawn. I thought he was hilarious in that.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I saw that movie twice in
Appropriately
I saw it once in
disgusting.
theaters.
Yeah. See the director's cut.
Now,
If you've never seen the director's
reason
cut,
I
it's
s-
definitely worth checking out. It's really
Yeah.
good. It's a
The reason
huge
I saw it
improvement.
twice in theaters because I saw it the first time,
Yeah.
paid for the ticket. The second time, there was a theater opening and they were showing it for free. So I was like, free.
Yeah.
During
I-
that theater opening, I saw Independence Day and Spawn for free.
I saw Spawn in the theater, and I think it was PG-13 in the theater. And I remember thinking it was okay. I liked some of the visuals, but I wasn't wowed by it. Then later, I got the Laserdisc of the director's cut, and what a
Way
difference! It's such a
Wow.
difference. It's the movie that they intended to make. The jokes are some of the humor from the clown is a little more dirty and racy and
It's an
off-color.
art cut, basically.
Yeah, it's basically an art cut. The violence, there's more violence in it in appropriate places. Like the death of Al is far more graphic than it is in the theatrical version, so you can burn to death. And just other little additions and tweaks and changes.
Yes, I've seen the director's cut, but it's been over 10 years now.
I like
so.
it. And I also listened to the commentary from it, and the reason is they called themselves Banned from the Ranch Productions. And the reason was they were invited to a party at the Lucasfilm Ranch, like George Lucas's ranch.
Oh my god.
And so they were just kind of wandering around, and they went into this room, and it was just this nice kind of den room, and they're sitting there, and they're having like whiskey and cigars and just having a good old time. And then security shows up, and it's like, you guys aren't supposed to be in here. It's like, what? So there's apparently a room that was supposed to be off limits to partygoers. It was like George's private den or something. And they just wandered in there like drinking and smoking and having a grand old time, and then they ended up getting kicked out.
Interesting.
So then they formed their own production company called Banned from the Ranch Productions.
So back 10 years
It's a
ago,
really
it was
entertaining
6
commentary.
out of 10.
It's a really
But-
good commentary.
I have a feeling I would probably like it a little bit more. What I love about Spawn is the soundtrack. It's one of my favorite soundtracks of all time because it's
Really
hip hop
good.
artists and electronic artists combining together
Nice.
to make tracks.
I don't remember the soundtrack. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I
The
remember.
90s was
Oh, no,
an
sorry,
interesting
sorry.
time for
Electronic
music.
artists and metal artists.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Blade 2 is the sequel soundtrack. That's the electronic artists and rap artists. excuse me.
Blade 2 is a
And there's
great
Judgment
soundtrack,
Night.
too, yeah.
Which is the album that comes before. It's a trilogy of soundtrack albums by the same producer.
Judgment Night, the Emilio Estevez, Dennis Leary film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They combine
That's a
like
great film too. Very
like
underrated.
electronic with some other genre. I don't know. I haven't listened in a long time, but I know it's part of the trilogy.
Yeah, just block him, Cantaloupe Skis. He's not supposed to be here. He's been blocked here many times. He just does not seem to be getting the message. But yeah, stop PMing my viewers, please. Thank
Lol.
you. You are not welcome here. You've been banned.
God.
Stop with the chat with the.
What
ban
a
evasion.
fucking loser. Jesus
know.
Christ.
I know,
I have
right?
nothing to do with my life, so I'm just going to fucking,
I've reported him. I
message
don't know how
people
many
in-
times on Twitch
in a
for
fucking chat
violating
room
the
because I don't like this
Yeah.
guy. What the
the ban.
Your life is so sad and pathetic. Please get some help.
Yeah.
Please. Go see
you
a
obsessed
therapist,
weirdo.
please.
To quote Michael Jordan, stop it.
Yeah.
Get some help.
Yeah.
Get some help.
I know.
We'll,
I've been-
smoke and
I
then
was
we'll,
being rude
start
there,
the
but
news, I think.
still, like,
Please. Find
please.
a group of
Actually, do
friends.
get help.
Go make friends and stop bothering us.
Yeah.
The internet makes it much easier to make friends, so go make some friends. Like that's what I did. I made some friends on the internet. Just toads my goats. Okay.
Keith David Spawn is Toads McGoats.
It's I think it's called Totes my goats, but okay.
Hey, if he wants it to be Toads McGoats, I'm okay with that.
It's Totes my goats because it's totally my goats. I guess I don't know.
I prefer Toads over Totes.
You know what? You're it a lot.
It'll.
This is true. This is true. Don't add him as a friend. Oh God.
I mean, you should talk him in logic circles. That might be fine. But do so at your own risk.
He won't listen. Just
Get him to divide by 0. See how that works.
I like toads.
I like
I
turtles.
like turtles.
I love that meme. I love that kid. I also like turtles. I've always liked turtles, so like so when I heard that, I was like, oh
Clearly,
yeah, that's one of my favorites now.
Clearly, the Autumn kitten loves tuna.
I like tuna. Tuna's pretty good, but I like it in things. I don't really like straight tuna.
It got heated.
I remember
Oh,
when I
fish
when I
on-
saw that meme, what ended up becoming a meme, something like that, for the first time. It was just this low quality video of just like a local news station doing a little expose on the local fair. And
Yeah.
she just walks up, it was like it was Halloween, so they were doing like a little
He's got face paint on.
face paint on, and he just walks up, and this kid's just like blank staring into nothingness.
Yeah. He's probably just really confused.
And he's in there, and he just goes, "I like turtles," and she goes, "Okay," and now we're moving.
I like turtles. And because his thick accent is what he's. I can't read off the accent. I like turtles, right?
This is very true, Catalan.
It's not like he has a speech impediment. He just has a thick accent, right?
Yeah.
And then she goes,
Her response.
"There's a pause," but she
pauses.
stares at him for a second.
Oh,
Okay.
hey.
Then it just continues on. What
Like, I
kills
don't
me
have-
is the
I
pause.
don't have-
Well, okay. Like,
I don't have a response to that.
yeah, like, well, all right. I mean, excellent. You like her turtles. Well, all right.
And it spawned the
I have a
The-
turtle
the-
question.
the Astif movie. I like trains, kid.
All right.
Yes, I like trains. And runs over by a train.
I like kaijus.
I love that the emoji we have for the I like kaijus is knife head.
No, that's it's Goyrun is his
Well,
name.
I call it
And it's one of my sub emotes.
Is it Goyron?
Yeah, it's one of my sub emotes. It's gonna get replaced by like custom art at some point. I'm just
Yeah.
poor. Cost me
I just
$50
know
each one. So.
that's one of the ones that fights. Isn't that's a Gamera monster, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So like
I think I have one of the movies that he's in.
It cost me like $25 to $50 per emote, and I want them all by the same artist so they match. So it's like,
Okay.
it's like one of those things. Like I want the same artist. I love this artist. My favorite people on this planet, and so it's like, just gotta make sure I have the money. So by the end of this year, I should have the rest of my emotes filled out.
Nice.
I'll tell you about another movie, interesting movie that's it's not technically public domain, but it is Creative Commons. Like you can watch it for free, you just can't like use it for anything else. And that is Star Wreck in the Perkinning. This is the first movie made by Timo Voronsola, who, of course, directed Iron Sky and Iron Sky: The Coming Race. You can watch it for free online. It is a parody of Star Trek, yes.
I was just
Coming.
gonna say,
Oh yeah.
Not good, but
And Iron Sky is amazing, by the way.
yes.
Coming
Iron
Race is
Sky
okay. It's pretty good.
great.
And Coming Race is pretty good, but like, the first movie is chef's kiss.
Like, if you're going to watch Iron Sky and then you get to the end and you're like, I love this, then go watch Coming Race.
Yeah,
too.
it was good. It was more of a good thing. It just wasn't as plainly funny.
Just be aware that you're going to see some Tom Green and it's going to be a little uncomfortable.
Yeah! Understatement.
Well, Duncan, we have a
just
command for that.
And you can also just look under the video on Twitch on your
can,
website.
yes.
You know, tells you on the right side under the video.
Correct.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Unless you're in the
yes.
mod video and then some left side pillar.
Yes,
there.
Garbage Gamer, I do have EGA on my list.
I want Ega on Blu-ray.
I think I have that on VHS, hosted by Elvira.
Nice. I have a DVD rip of that
Is it EGA?
because they put a bunch of those out on
No.
DVD, but it's the same master. So it's like
It's not EGA. It's I Eat Your Skin. I always get those two mixed up for some reason.
Is it I Eat Your
Why?
Skin and I Eat Your Flesh.
don't
Those are
know.
the two movies that are usually actually sold together.
Yeah. No, it's
Oh.
it's definitely I Eat Your Skin.
It's I Eat Your Skin and then there's another one.
No, it is only
There's-
I Eat Your Skin. What? What is the problem? I'm telling you the edition I
He's
have.
trying to figure out, like,
I'm talking
is it
about
like,
generally speaking, but okay.
Well, this
I know what
was-
you're talking about.
Yes.
Talking about the movie being paired. It's I Drink Your Blood, I Eat Your Flesh. Those are the two movies that get paired
typically,
together.
It's not
she's saying
even I
it's
Eat Your
typically
Skin.
paired
It's an I
together.
Eat Your.
She's
another
not-
thing.
She's
I Eat Your
not
Skin or
saying
whatever.
that the
It's sorry, it's
version
I Eat Your
that
Skin,
you
I just say it
own.
wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, she's
I
not
Drink
saying
Your
the
Blood, I Eat
version.
Your Skin. There's
She's not
a
saying the
poster.
version you own
Right.
is like that.
There's
She's
a fucking
saying-
poster because originally, when they were theatrically exhibited,
Yeah.
they were together as a
Yes.
pair.
But it
And
wasn't I Eat Your
oftentimes
Skin. It
on
was I Eat Your
DVD,
Flesh.
they were released together. Is all
Yes.
I'm saying. I Drink Your Blood, I Eat Your Skin. Those are the two.
I Eat Your Flesh.
But no, those are the two movies that are paired together. I'm thinking about. I
Yes.
Drink Your Blood and I Eat Your Skin are the two movies I'm talking about.
Yes.
And that's what you reminded me of those. That's all I'm saying.
Yes. I
Yes.
understand.
So,
I
All right.
misunderstood.
Explaining
I thought you
how
were
the
saying
things
no.
happen.
The one you
No, no,
have,
no.
Sean,
No, it
should
doesn't
also
have
be
those
paired
movies.
with this.
no. I was thinking, I said, is that the one that's paired with
It's
I
like,
Drink?
no.
A different movie. I caught the name completely wrong when I said
Yes.
that, but
Right.
now we're down here because I went on Grindhouse Releasing's website. It's the ones
Cool.
that put it out.
I
Mass confusion.
sometimes they do that, like the ones that were double features in the theater. They'll pair up for the home video releases.
Yeah.
I know with Scream Factory they put out what was it? Scars of Dracula and Horror of Frankenstein were originally a double bill. They did not release them as a double bill. They released them individually, but they used the poster art from the double bill. So if you actually put them side by side, it looks similar to the double bill poster.
That's cool.
Yeah. The only thing is one of them is flipped, like the face is flipped, so it's looking the other way, I noticed. But
Why would you
because
do
I looked
that?
up the poster and it's like, wait a minute, they flipped
Why
Frankenstein or one
change
of them.
such
but,
a thing? It's
yeah.
so
Right.
weird.
I don't know. But if you put them side by side, they have like this gaudy yellow title bar at the bottom that goes across, and
That's
Yeah,
pretty
and
neat,
it's-
I gotta say. Hey, look,
Oh, yeah.
Scream Factory, I know I bitch about them all the time, but they do good stuff too.
it was nice
It's
that
just-
they did that. So.
I get frustrated when they don't do good stuff and they're
Yeah.
trying to they promise good stuff. Anyway,
Sure.
Yeah. One good release, or at least looks like it's a good release, is one of the movies we watched, Curse of the Werewolf.
yes, Curse of the Werewolf. Yes,
It at least has a 4K transfer on.
yeah, it's got
Steelbook.
also new special features.
Can confirm, fucking excellent movie. Get it if you.
Oliver Reed
enjoy
is
werewolves.
awesome.
Yeah.
Have you seen Curse of the Werewolf yet, Sean?
I have not seen it yet. It's been.
I told him about it
yeah.
last night.
It's
Okay.
one I've been wanting to check out literally since I was a kid, and I saw a picture of it in one of my monster books, and I was like, "Wow, that looks cool. There's blood in it."
Oliver Reed is
And,
awesome.
that's what I've
gotta
heard.
say.
Yeah. I've seen
If
Oliver
you
Reed in
have
other
this, you
stuff. He's a
also
great
have
actor.
that movie.
Yeah,
Yes, it's in the Hammer set as well.
But there's a standalone with a new master and new
Yeah.
special
Yes.
features
That's what I
that
have.
we were talking about
Yeah.
here.
The transfer on this
Yeah.
is not very. It's
Acceptable.
okay, right? Yeah, but
have
I'm probably
the,
upgrading that
obviously
one.
a 4K transfer
Yeah.
is going to be
The,
light years ahead.
Like I said, I'm not gonna buy all the Hammer ones, but I am gonna buy the ones that I like upgraded.
Yeah.
'Cause I want the new. Like this is
I
where
am-
I'm upgrading.
Buying all of them. It is the.
I know you are.
It is the collection. In
I
fact,
can't afford all of them.
in
Unfortunately.
fact, of course, I got that 20 film set from Mill Creek, and then recently found out in recent months that a lot of Indicator Films titles are region free, and further to that, I found out they have released or are in the process of releasing 16 of those 20 films in Criterion level special editions,
Because the other 4 will probably come later this year. I
and
bet.
they're all region free. So
Yep.
yeah,
Indicator is another one of those companies that you really love. They just do
yeah.
such good work.
So
They did those Harryhausen sets I have.
yes,
I love them.
all the Harryhausen ones are region free as well. But the
Jesus.
yeah, because like
Goddamn.
actually the Harryhausen ones, they've got the 3 Sinbad ones available.
I have that too.
Individually. Well, yeah, but I'm just saying they have them
Yeah.
individually. And the individual releases are region free. I'm not sure if the box sets were region free. They might have been region locked, but
No idea. It doesn't matter.
I don't know.
I got it.
But yes, but for those of us who don't have a region free player, that's
I
my point.
know.
Just let me
know.
tell the thing I'm trying to tell. And
Oh,
thank
here,
you,
I got you
Duncan.
from here.
Thank you so much. Stream boss sniping. Oh, you did too. You got it. There you go. Yeah.
I got one here. Actually.
Crackerjack was lamenting about that because he had apparently forgotten to sign in when he took over as stream boss. He just did the donation on its own, and he wasn't signed in on Twitch. Yes, I know. We've shown that before. I'm aware. I know.
So this is
Yeah,
what
well,
we're
I
talking
want to
about.
see it again because it's sexy
So-
as fuck.
So anyway, what I was gonna say is I got the Twilight Time releases of the Sinbad films because they were the only way to get them here at the time, and then
That's fine, yep.
and then I found out that the 3 that Indicator
Love
put
the
out are region free. So and they have
And they
quite-
have the
quite-
classic art, so I love this piece
Well,
of
so
art. by the
so
way. It's my
does
favorite.
so do the Twilight Time ones. They've all got the classic.
Yeah.
art, But the
Gold.
thing is that the Indicator ones is they've got a lot of additional material, like a lot of extras, and they come with little booklets for
Love
each
this
movie
piece
and
of art.
stuff like that. So,
They also
I
have a
haven't seen these
list.
movies.
yeah,
They also have a list of movies that that are like always on sale that they'll add titles to the always on sale list
yeah,
where they're like 3 for £30. So
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
even when they're not having a sale, you can still
Yeah.
get a good deal on it.
Oh,
so,
yeah. I love
so
them a
those
lot.
Hammer ones, 8 of the 16 that they're putting out are available individually now. Got them in my cart, just waiting to have the money to get them. Basically, Rare Waves carries them here in North America.
Donos.
But,
Donos.
So yeah, so
Yeah,
those are
that's
ones I'm
okay.
definitely trying to double dip on because I think some of them are just the same transfers, but a lot of them are new transfers. And the main thing is they have a lot of extras.
really remember correctly, they're splitting costs and making those transfers. So yeah, they're the
Yeah,
same.
they have a lot of extras on there. Like a lot of them they'll have the movie in multiple aspect ratios, which the Mill Creek version does not. It's also the original UK versions. The Mill Creek version is the US versions.
Right.
Not always a huge difference. Sometimes it's just a difference in title, but sometimes it's a difference in edit. There's some that actually have 2 different cuts of the film. So like a longer UK version and the censored US version. There's one, I forget which film it was. One of the films, the US version, is actually longer by like a significant amount, by like several minutes, which I thought was interesting. Must have been one that they did because they were doing films with Columbia at the time. I think it's part of their Columbia distribution that Hammer had in the 60s. So maybe they did a slightly longer edit for the U.S. market in that case because it was being distributed through Columbia. I don't know. I don't know what the story is there, but anyway, long and the short of it is the Indicator ones are fantastic, and those of you who were worried about, wanting to organize your collection, kind of like I do, where you have like all the Frankenstein movies together, all the Mummy movies together, and stuff like that. Now you can, because they'll have individual releases of the Mummy, Frankenstein, and some of the other standalone monster movies like the Gorgon and the Two Faces of Dr. Jekyll and stuff like that. So
Which is called something. There's another title for that in the UK. Something Jekyll. Fucking.
which
I'm gonna
one
go look it up. I gotta go look it up because my brain's gonna.
for that
Two
one?
Faces.
I don't think there's an alternate title for that one. There's Dr. Jekyll and Sister Hyde, which is a completely different movie.
That's a different movie, yeah.
Those are the only 2 they did. There are some other
That's
ones
why I
like
can't spell fucking. Dr.
like for
Jekyll.
example, Never Take Candy from a Stranger is the original title is actually Never Take Sweets from a Stranger in the UK. So
It's
it has
called
both.
Jekyll's Inferno in some areas. That's
Jekyll's
the title.
Inferno. Okay.
That's the poster that they use on Letterboxd, and I was like, "That's a cool movie. What's that? Oh, Two Faces. I have that movie."
Interesting.
You know.
So
But yeah.
So anyway,
I'm looking forward to watching that one actually.
looking to double dip on all of those because they're vastly superior editions in terms of content and extras and stuff, and also allow me to have the movies because I have them organized by release date, and then have the franchises together, like Dracula's together, Frankenstein's together, Mummies together, so I can put them all together without having that one movie over in the box set because it isn't available individually here. But yeah, so anyway, looking to double dip on all those. Want to get the Sinbad movies, and there's a few others I was eyeballing as well, which are also region free. So yeah, Indicator. Expect some Indicator updates in the coming months.
Oh yeah,
Good stuff. Good stuff.
I have a
But,
few of their individual releases, and then
mhm.
I think me and Justin we did the order for the Indicator, right?
Was it the with the Hammer films? They've all been previously released in the box sets. They've got 6 volumes of box sets, but those box sets are
There's
limited.
another box set volume, probably the last 4 movies.
Yeah,
too.
there's box set. The box sets are limited edition, and from what I could tell, they seem to be region locked as well. So, but the individual releases are region free. So,
Well, a lot of times they're listed as region locked, not
yeah.
actually region locked.
Well,
Same deal.
it lists on their site, like specifically if it's region free or not. But the other thing is the box sets sell out almost instantly. So good luck getting them if you haven't got any of them.
I got those back when nobody knew who they
But,
were. Now I couldn't even bother getting them because they'd go out of sale.
Well,
In like a day or two.
those ones, but I'm talking about the Hammer ones they put out specifically. Like those were fairly high profile compared to some of the other ones, I think. But so they sold out fast, but they're releasing all of the movies from them individually. So I kind of prefer them individually anyway, just because I like how I like to organize them. Would be nice to have the Sinbad movies in a box set though, but oh well. Anyway,
Yeah, of course.
Good
The second
stuff.
printing doesn't have the booklet. We expect those to only be available in limited edition. That's what you get with limited editions usually.
Yeah.
It's books and boxes.
well, it'd be the book in the box, but if the individual movies have a booklet with them, those will likely be included. So
well, Cantaloupe says they tend to not have their booklets on the standalone releases. So,
oh well, I don't know what to tell you.
and I have found that to be true actually, but I don't know.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. I'm just gonna get them, and what they have is what they have.
Yep.
So
I mean, it won't matter. You'll have a better release.
I'll
Regardless,
have the better release, and
Yep.
yes, okay, cool, Cantaloupe. Don't care. Can't get the box set. It is neither here nor there. It is a non-issue. Can't get it
Alright.
because A, region locked, B, out of print. So great. So, so far all the
One
indicator
indicator
titles I
release.
have a booklet with them, but I mean, I don't know that they were part of a box set to begin with. I think they were all just individual releases, but whatever.
One indicator release I highly
getting
recommend.
The one option that is available to me, which is to get them individually. So if they don't have a book, great. If they do, great.
Is the Big Heat. Jesus Christ.
Main thing for me is the disc contents anyway. Books are a nice bonus, but they're not necessities. Hey, Michael, why don't you let us worry about the show? Thanks.
No.
Well, we'll do the show, thanks. We got it. We're good.
No.
We might never do the news again. It's up to us. It's our
News.
decision.
It's your decision.
Yeah. So, there we go.
So there you go.
So, did a lot of filming yesterday, working on a new batch of closer looks that are going to be going up over the course of the next few months. So look forward to those. Lots of cool stuff. Some cartoon sets that I realize I've never done closer looks of. I should probably do that because they would be of interest to many of my viewers, I'm sure. So, yeah, look forward to those coming up. And, yeah. Great band stayed up till 4 a.m. just tuning in. Yes, we had some good conversations about cartoons, about the cartoons I was doing videos about. It was a good time. Until I was too high to continue.
That was pretty funny.
I took an edible, and was like, okay, we'll go as long as I can until the edible kicks in. The last one I did,
You
it
just
was
started laughing incoherently.
the last
for
one
like
I did.
an
It was
hour.
just starting to hit, so there was a couple of slurred lines in there, but they'll stay in. And then I just lost it, and it was just like, yeah, giggle fest for like 20 minutes. And I was like, yep, I think the productivity's done because I can no longer function.
Functioning is over now.
Yeah.
It's over.
Yeah, it was an edible washed down with some rum and coke, so that went well.
Crossfade.
It's good stuff.
Anyway.
Anyway. All right, so we should probably get to the news. Because I say so, not because Michael wanted me to.
You always got to be in control of everything.
Yes, what a
Jeez.
concept. Being in control of my own show. Wow, who would have thought? Alrighty, so courtesy of our New York news hound, Raptor Rivera, we got lots of news this week because we didn't get to it last week. So a bunch of this carries over from last week and is from this week. So here we go. Trailers. We got the official teaser trailer for the Netflix animated series Masters of the Universe, Revelation. This series is set after the final battle between He-Man and Skeletor and also tells the tale of Teela, a former captain of the guard of Castle Grayskull who, after the destruction of Eternia, seeks out the missing Sword of Power to prevent the end of the universe. Co-written and developed by Kevin Smith, part 1 of the series, consisting of 5 episodes, as well as an after show hosted by Smith, will premiere on July 23rd. Excellent. Yeah, I watched the trailer for that. It's awesome. It's got a nice retro flavor to it. Looks great. Can't wait to check that out.
Looks pretty cool, yeah.
Yeah. Official trailer for the documentary Roadrunner, a film about Anthony Bourdain. The doc follows the late, great Anthony Bourdain and his career as a chef, writer, and host, revered and renowned for his authentic approach to food, culture, and travel. Directed by Morgan Neville, who previously directed the critically acclaimed 2018 biographical documentary, Won't You Be My Neighbor? Which was really good. I watched that one. Official trailer, excuse me, for the Netflix original adult animated film America, the Motion Picture, premiering June 30th. A chainsaw-wielding George Washington teams with beer-loving bros Sam Adams to take down the Brits in a tongue-in-cheek riff on the American Revolution, featuring the vocal talents of Olivia Munn, Simon Pegg, Will Forte, and Channing Tatum as the voice of George Washington. Christopher Miller, Phil Lord, and Tatum are on board as producers. Well, that sounds ridiculous and fun.
Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter.
Yeah, basically. Official teaser trailer for the next Neil Blomkamp film, Demonic. A young woman unleashes terrifying demons when supernatural forces at the root of a decades-old rift between mother and daughter are ruthlessly revealed. Cool. Official trailer for the period drama, The Eyes of Tammy Faye. An intimate look at the extraordinary rise, fall, and redemption of televangelist Tammy Faye Baker. Oh, yeah, Jim Baker's wife. I remember her. In the 1970s and 80s, Tammy Faye and her husband Jim Baker rose from humble beginnings to create the world's largest religious broadcasting network and theme park, and were revered for their message of love, acceptance, and prosperity. However, it wasn't long before financial improprieties, scheming rivals, and scandal toppled their carefully constructed empire. Starring Jessica Chastain and Andrew Garfield in the leading roles and directed by Michael Showalter, co-creator of the Wet Hot American Summer franchise and director of the critically acclaimed 2017 film, The Big Sick. First sneak peek for one of the next DC films, the DC League of Super Pets. Joining the cast are John Krasinski, Kate McKinnon, Diego Luna, Keanu Reeves, and Kevin Hart as the voice of Ace the Bat Hound. That sounds like fun. Official teaser trailer for the Apple TV Plus original series Invasion, premiering October 22nd. Inspired by the classic H.G. Wells story, The War of the Worlds, the program is set across multiple continents, following an alien invasion through different perspectives around the world. Starring Sam Neill in one of the leading roles and co-created by Simon Kinberg, who was a producer on many of the Fox X-Men films, as well as directing 2019's X-Men Dark Phoenix and co-writing 2009's Sherlock Holmes. I watched the trailer for this. Official trailer for the Netflix film event Fear Street, Part 1, 1994, premiering July 2nd. A circle of teenage friends accidentally encounter the ancient evil responsible for a series of brutal murders that have plagued the town for over 300 years. Welcome to Shadyside, based on the book series by established author R.L. Stine. Some of the comments on this were just so bafflingly stupid. People are saying, oh, I can't wait for this miniseries. And then people will be like, it's a movie. It's 3 movies. It's like, yeah, 3 movie-length episodes in the miniseries. It is 3 parts of a story, each one feature length. It's not a movie. It's not 3 unrelated movies. It's a 3-part miniseries
It's
of
a
movie-length
movie.
episodes. What? But people, there were so many comments of people like, actually, it's just a movie. No, it's 3 movies. It's a movie, not a series. It's not a series. It's a movie. There's so many people making that comment. I was like, what is wrong with you? How do you not know what a miniseries is? Like, fuck's sake. People are dumb. Anyway, each episode of that takes place in a different time period, with the final episode taking place in 1666, which is where the horror began. So it kind of starts in, close to modern day, and then each one goes back several generations until we get to the beginning of how it all happened. So
If it's an hour and a half, it's a movie.
kind of cool. So, and based on an R.L. Stine series of books, which was for young readers, but this is very R-rated from what we saw in the trailer. It's very dark and
Nice.
spooky. So it looks good. I definitely want to check that one out. Official trailer for the Disney Plus original series Monsters at Work, premiering July 7th. Set after the events of Monsters, Inc., the city of Monstropolis is making the transition to be fueled by the sound of laughter. Tyler Tuskman, a recent Scare Major graduate from Monsters University working as a mechanic in the facilities team, dreams of working alongside his idols, Mike Wazowski and James P. Sullivan. Featuring the return of Billy Crystal and John Goodman as the voices of Mike and Sully, respectively. Nice. It's great. I'm glad they keep getting them back to do the voices for those characters. One day I will see them all. I've never seen any of the Monsters, Inc. movies. I need to get on that one of these days.
I've only ever seen the first one.
Yeah, I've heard it's good fun. I've heard the second one's a lot of fun, too. Official trailer for the science fiction thriller Reminisce. A scientist discovers a way to relive your past and uses the technology to search for his long-lost love, whilst a private investigator uncovers a conspiracy while helping his clients recover lost memories. Starring Hugh Jackman, huge action, excellent, and Rebecca Ferguson in the leading roles, and directed by Lisa Joy, the co-creator of HBO's Westworld series. Very cool. Official trailer for the animated film Ron's Gone Wrong. The story of Barney, an awkward middle schooler, and Ron, his new walking, talking, digitally connected device. Ron's malfunctions, set against the backdrop of the social media age, launch them on a journey to learn about true friendship. Starring the vocal talents of Zach Galifianakis, Olivia Colman, Ed Helms, and co-written and co-directed by Sarah Smith, who previously co-directed the fantastic 2011 film Arthur Christmas. Cool.
It is really good, yeah.
Official trailer for the Vice TV documentary China, airing now. The definitive account of the late, great Joni Laurer, best known as the ninth wonder of the world, China, a phenom in the wrestling world. The 2-hour documentary shares an in-depth look at what it is to be famous in America, weaving a narrative of betrayal and addiction untreated while revealing an intimate portrait of a complicated woman. I remember she was doing like video blogs and stuff like that. I remember seeing her last one before she unexpectedly passed away. But amazing, amazing lady. Official trailer for the next Steven Soderbergh film, No Sudden Move. Set in 1955 in Detroit, the film centers on a group of small-time criminals who are hired to steal what they think is a simple document. When their plan goes horribly wrong, their search for who hired them and for what ultimate purpose weaves them through all echelons of the race-torn, rapidly changing city. Featuring an ensemble cast of Don Cheadle, Benicio del Toro, David Harbour, John Hamm, and more. The film will premiere on HBO Max on July 1st. Cool. That's it for trailer news. In movie and TV news, the J.R.R. Tolkien franchise is heading back to the big screen in a fresh new line in Warner Animation anime title, The Lord of the Rings, The War of Rohirrim. The film focuses on a character from the book's appendix, the mighty King of Rohan, Helm Hammerhand, and a legendary battle which helped shape Middle-earth heading into Lord of the Rings. The anime pick will expand the untold story behind the Fortress of Helm's Deep, delving into the life and blood-soaked times of Hammerhand. Overall, the movie is a companion piece to Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings trilogy and is set roughly 250 years before that movie during the Third Age. Kenji Kamiyama, whose previous works include Blade Runner Black Lotus and the TV series Ghost in the Shell standalone complex, will helm the project. Excellent. Well, yeah, I definitely want to check that out.
Oh, yeah.
The cast of Spider-Man... The cast of Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse 2 just got a little bigger, as actress Issa Rae has been cast as Jessica Drew, a.k.a. Spider-Woman. Hey, yes, nice. Used to watch the cartoon of that all the time. In the comics, in the vaguely Eastern European location, in the fictional country of Transia, is where Jessica grew up as a child, while her parents used the rich veins of uranium found in Wundagore for their various scientific experiments. The radiation, however, poisons poor Jessica, who leads her parents to radically intervene to save her life by, among other things, injecting her with a serum made from, arachnid blood. The film is slated for an October 2022 release. During Netflix's Geek Week, a number of projects were either confirmed or announced. Netflix and Ubisoft Film and Television are expanding their relationship, with the streamer ordering a Far Cry adult anime series, nice, as well as ordering the adult anime series Captain Laserhawk, a Blood Dragon remix, nice. The latter has been given a 6-episode order. The series, itself based on Far Cry 3 expansion Blood Dragon, is an original anime featuring alter egos of Ubisoft characters in a highly referenced homage to the early 90s. Interesting, because the original game was a highly referenced homage to the 80s. But, very cool. Which, I guess some 90s stuff thrown in there, too. It's kind of a mix. Just retro, gushy goodness.
Every single 80s and 90s cartoon you've ever watched, ever.
Pretty much just smushed in there. I got to get back to playing that. I should probably start it over. It's been so long. But an anime based off the Splinter Cell game series is still back on track, with Derek Kolstad, co-creator of the John Wick franchise, set to helm and executive produce. The story follows former U.S. Navy SEAL Sam Fisher after he is recruited by the NSA to work for the mysterious Third Echelon Division within the agency. The game sees Fisher engage in a number of Black Ops missions employing stealth and military tactics. The first season is set to run for 8 episodes. Cool. Maybe around that time I'll try my hand at the games again and fail some more.
Yes. Because, you're so good at being stealthy.
Yes. Very good. I can good stealthing.
I can good stealthing.
A spin-off of the recently finished Castlevania series has officially been given the green light. Set in 1792 during the French Revolution, the show will focus on Richter Belmont, a vampire hunter and descendant of Simon Belmont and Justy Belmont. Or just Belmont. Just Belmont.
Just Belmont.
The Resident Evil live-action series at Netflix has set its main cast, with Lance Reddick set to star as Albert Wesker. In the series, nearly 3 decades after the discovery of the T-virus, an outbreak reveals the Umbrella Corporation's dark secrets. Reddick will be the first actor of color to portray Albert Wesker in the long history of the franchise. Cool. As long as we got those cool shades. Mike Myers' new Netflix comedy series has been officially titled The Pentaverate. Yes, we were talking about this.
Pentaveret.
The Pentaveret, is that it? Okay.
Yeah.
So I married an axe murderer. I know. We were talking about that.
Yeah.
In the half-hour series, 5 men have been working to influence world events for the greater good since the Black Plague of 1347. As the show begins, one unlikely Canadian journalist finds himself embroiled in a mission to uncover the truth and just possibly save the world himself. Ken Jeong and Keegan-Michael Key has joined the cast, with Myers himself playing 7 characters. Oh, wow. Although the title is a reference to the Myers comedy So I Married an Axe Murderer from 1993, the two aren't connected. Okay, there we go.
Well, it's a well-known fact, Sonny Jim.
Mm-hmm. Via a post on Instagram, the filmmakers behind the popular In Search of Darkness documentary series announced that beginning next year, the team will begin filming a documentary on horror from the 1990s. Currently, they are at work on a third In Search of Darkness and a sci-fi doc entitled In Search of Tomorrow, both of which I want. I still need the second In Search of Darkness. So annoyed that I missed that. Filmmaker Darren Lynn Bousman will helm the first of a proposed new horror franchise, the LaLaurie Mansion. Twin brothers Chad and Carrie Hayes, writers on the first Conjuring film, have penned the script. Bousman is no stranger to horror franchises, having directed Saw 2, Saw 3, and Saw 4, and the recently released Spiral. The LaLaurie house was made infamous by its resident Madame LaLaurie, a New Orleans socialite and serial killer who tortured and murdered numerous slaves there in the early 1800s. After her crimes were exposed following a house fire in 1834, she fled the city and was never arrested. The stories in the proposed franchise will unfold in multiple installments covering the history of the house from recent events back to the origins of the house's history and its sinister owner. Comic book creator Todd McFarlane is developing a live-action TV series based on Sam and Twitch. Nice. I love those characters. Two detectives that first appeared in the pages of Spawn #1 in 1992 and then became stars of their own book. They were also featured quite prominently in the HBO animated series of Spawn. Really like those characters.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. No studio or streamer is attached to Sam and Twitch, but it comes as McFarlane is mulling shopping a Spawn shared universe around Hollywood. It's very early days, and he's only begun conversations with his agents. Cool, that'd be cool. I'd be down for some interconnected Spawn shows and movies.
I mean, if anything, there's a bunch of that stuff there's a bunch of shows that could spin out of that.
Oh, absolutely.
There's a whole like Demon Hunters with the like Angela and oh wait, no, Angela's not. It's part of Marvel now. I forgot. Because here's what happened.
What the fuck?
I just remember correctly. Neil Gaiman wrote that, and then he wasn't properly paid like rights for it, so he sued over it. And part of the deal was it Neil Gaiman, was it? It was someone notable teamed up with Marvel to buy the rights, and now that character's in the Thor universe is the 10th layer of the Asgardian.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck?
I know that there was some kerfuffle between Neil McFarlane and Todd.
Neil
Gaiman and Todd McFarlane.
Marvel man, or whatever,
Todd
right?
Gaiman. No, it was Neil Gaiman had written basically a medieval era Spawn story.
Oh right, that's what it was. Because I believe that takes place that's the same stuff. That was the reason why they.
Yeah, but what it was the whole idea that there could only be one Hellspawn per era. And then later, Todd McFarlane did Medieval Spawn, which was not the same character. It was a different character.
Right.
And so Neil Gaiman felt a little slighted by that. It's like, well, you said there could only be one per era. I did one for that era, and now you're just basically
retconning out of
retconning, like just going against your own established mythology. So there was some creative differences there, to say the least. Which is why that issue, the Neil Gaiman issue, does not appear in all of the reprint editions. I think I have it in mind because it was before the kerfuffle. It's an older reprint, but the later reprints actually exclude that issue. It was like issue 9 or something of the original comics.
Let's hear. It is over Neil Gaiman. They had the argument, or they had the creator-owned series. Okay, so yeah, so Angel the fictional superhero created by Neil Gaiman.
It's probably part of that medieval storyline he did.
She was used in issue number 9.
It was issue 9. Wow, what a memory. Holy
number
shit.
9 is the one that keeps getting not reprinted for that very reason. So now I think it's like a licensing thing and
that was the one.
Reprint 9, but
yeah.
So I guess in the story Age of Ultron, she was introduced.
Because I know I have that issue in the trades that I have, but I have older ones from like the 90s. So it's probably before
She's
that.
the lost sister of Thor, apparently.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
And she's part of the Guardians now. It's kind of weird. Like, Marvel Universe got weird there for a while.
We just want good stories. That's it. Just you guys sort out the differences.
Some of those stories are really highly guarded. So, I mean, it's just
great.
I read them.
That was a good issue of Spawn. But, you know. Cool. Anyway, totally down for an interconnected Spawn universe of shows and movies.
Absolutely.
Hope that happens. And I like the idea of a live-action Sam and Twitch series because I love those characters.
They do have a whole like. I was gonna say that they have a whole like organization of angelic demon slayers
Yeah.
that Angela was originally a part of in that universe. They have other characters now.
Yeah, they
Take
could do
that
others.
spot,
Yeah.
That's a whole series you can go with. I would love.
So Sony Pictures and Blumhouse are revving back up Christine, a new adaptation of the Stephen King novel that Brian Fuller is writing and directing. Fuller has previously developed popular programs such as American Gods and Hannibal. Nice. Speaking of Neil Gaiman, again, American Gods.
I don't know if Christine really needs a reboot. The original movie is fucking perfect.
I don't know.
Perfection.
There's money to be made. But Disney's Cruella has been greenlit for a sequel that is in early development. Director Craig Gillespie and writer Tony McNamara will be returning to the project, as well as Emma Stone in the lead. Very cool. Filmmaker has confirmed that his next film will be a new take on the classic series The Munsters. No word yet on writers or casting. And
Rob Zombies and Monsters, I can't fucking wait.
yeah. And of course the
Be
internet
interesting,
is
sure.
being typically cancerous about the concept, thinking it's just going to be full of
I know,
F-bombs
they're all
and
like-
violence and stuff. Like, do you not understand the absolute
The
love and
reverence he
affection that
has?
Rob Zombie has for classic
Yeah.
horror and those classic characters? You don't think he's going to do, like, you know, an honorable job of it? Like, come on.
Like, come on,
How about actually wait and see?
judgmental. It's always like these judgy people.
Oh, it is. I mean, I think it's a perfect
They're
match.
just doing it for attention too.
Because
but fuck 'em.
he's, you know, because of his love for those characters and just classic horror. I mean, look
I
at his
think
music
it's a good
videos.
choice.
Look at his music videos. They're full of like classic horror references. Like,
They're the same people who
ass,
still
you know?
condemn the Rob Zombie remakes of Halloween, even though they're like amazing movies.
I know, it's just ridiculous. Silly people. Anyway, I'm looking forward
Also,
to it.
there's
'Cause I love Rob
there's money
Zombie
to
and I
be
love
made
the
as-
monsters.
as Sean said, there's money to be made, so they're going to make Christine whether I want it or not.
Yep.
hmm Hey, it might be good. Blumhouse has been doing pretty good with their
I
reboots,
hope it's good.
You know.
You know, I don't want it to fail because I love that property. You know.
Yeah.
I
Acor-
expect another 6 out of 10.
According to showrunner Mindy Kaling, the upcoming animated Velma series will be different in a number of ways. The title character will be of East Asian descent. Fred, Daphne, and Shaggy will appear. However, the Mystery Machine and Scooby-Doo will not.
Interesting
So-
choices.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying, like, well, why are you doing it as Velma then? Why not just have it another group of mystery-solving teenagers? Like,
Gotta sell them tickets.
yeah, I know, but it's just...
And
Established
how can
product.
you have Shaggy with no
Yeah.
Scooby-Doo, too? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you have Shaggy but no Scooby? Like, what? So it's just
They're a
poor,
team. They go together.
Maybe
lonely
before they get
pothead
Scooby,
Shaggy.
and maybe Scooby will get picked up in the middle of the season or something.
Well, it's... I don't know. I don't think so. It's from what I've
I
heard,
don't
it's
think
not
Scooby
going to
this way,
have
don't get me
anything to do
wrong.
with Mystery Machine or Scooby-Doo. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. I don't know how I feel about that. It's just it's straying. There is such a thing as straying too far from the core subject, and I feel like that's kind of
I don't
straying a
disagree.
little too far. To the point where it's like, why are you even associating it with with this other franchise? You know, it's like, might as well just do
because
something different. now.
Marketability.
Well, that's
That's
exactly it, and it's blatant marketability, and it's
It's
just
shameless.
it's annoying. I don't like that.
Insists on itself.
Hey, Ted. I love Ted. Ted, the feature film franchise written and directed by Seth MacFarlane, is coming back as a live-action TV series for Peacock.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. The NBC Universal backed streamer has handed out a 10-episode straight-to-series order for what sources say will be a prequel about the foul-mouthed teddy bear that was voiced by MacFarlane, who is near a deal to return in the same capacity, as well as write the script and serve as executive producer. Awesome. I'm so down for that. I loved both
Okay.
of those movies. I thought they were hilarious. Very, very fun. And thank you, Mad TV and Wolf Den, for the bits there, guys. Really appreciate that.
No roll bits and Killbot.
Bits. And
Killbot
Killbot.
does nothing.
Yay.
Yeah.
Celebrated composer Yoko Kanno, who composed the score for the original Cowboy Bebop series and lots of other stuff too, announced she would be returning to score the upcoming live-action adaptation for Netflix. Oh, sweet!
Nice.
The live-action series is due out this fall. Oh, that's awesome. That's
I
gonna really
am
help.
excited because
Yeah.
I just
I bet that's
Yeah.
going to be fucking amazing.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
I
it's
think
either
fantastic.
gonna
that's
be
like-
amazing or terrible. It's the only really options it has.
There
right?
have been very few, because there's so many fucking TV series that come out all the fucking time.
Mhm.
I wasn't even like drawn to watch Bad Batch, even though I do want to see it at some
Yeah.
point. It's just like
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really drawn to watch it right away. But there are two that I think I'm going to watch right away, and one of them is the Cowboy Bebop, and the other one is actually the series from what's his face, the guy who did Thor, the last Thor movie, and Jojo Rabbit.
Taika Waititi.
Taika Waititi, thank you.
Yeah.
He's doing a new series called Reservation Dogs, based on Reservoir Dogs.
Oh, okay.
But it's a native story, like natives.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I'm sold on it already.
I'm gonna watch that like fucking the second it comes out. It's coming out this summer.
Yeah.
Where's it coming out to?
I can't remember. I think it's actually Hulu, but
Hey, I actually have Hulu. Wow.
Yeah, we don't get Hulu in Canada, so that'll
Well,
appear
I
on one of
got-
the other services. Probably Crave, my luck.
My parents
let
wanted
me see here.
me, and so I was like, "Well, can I just hop in on the Hulu and
It's on FX and Hulu. Yeah,
So I just
FX
pay a
and
part.
Hulu. Okay.
I say a part of
international
Hulu and I
markets.
access that. So.
Okay.
International markets. It'll be on Star and Disney Plus.
Cool.
Oh, well, I have that too for the same reason.
So the Jonathan Majors is in final negotiations to join the cast of Creed 3 as Adonis Creed's next ring adversary. Majors has previously shown up in the popular HBO series Lovecraft Country, Spike Lee's Da 5 Bloods for Netflix, and was recently cast as Kang the Conqueror in Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantum Mania. As previously reported, the film marks the directorial debut of the franchise's main lead, Michael B. Jordan. Very cool. Raptor's reaction, $5 says the new antagonist is related in some way to Clubber Lang. Wouldn't that be nice? And especially if we got a repeat appearance from Clubber Lang. The long-awaited series adaptation of Why, The Last Man finally has a premiere date. September
Holy shit.
13th on FX and Hulu. Based on the acclaimed graphic novel co-created by Brian K. Vaughan, the series traverses a post-apocalyptic world in which a cataclysmic event decimates every mammal with a Y chromosome, but for one man and his pet monkey. The series follows the survivor in this new world as they struggle with their efforts to restore what was lost and the opportunity to build something better. The property has been in and out of a multitude of productions since 2007.
So, this is one of my favorite series of all time. I had every volume of the trade paperback
Oh,
because
good.
I read it twice through. This is such a great piece of work. I mean, like, it's so fucking well written. I'm so excited for the series. I'm like,
Yeah.
just please. 'Cause FX has done good with Walking Dead, so I have faith. You know.
Also,
Those AMC.
Netflix.
Oh, sorry. God damn it, you're right. I
Also,
don't have any faith anymore.
Faith removed.
Also, Netflix has done really well with Lock and Key, which is another excellent adaptation of a very well-written series.
But this is FX and Hulu.
Yeah, so I don't know. It'll probably suck then.
Please don't suck. No.
It's a
See.
good damn comic.
Industry legend Kevin Bacon has joined the cast of The Toxic Avenger, Legendary's reboot of the 1984 film from schlock movie house Troma Entertainment. While Peter Dinklage will be the film's hero, Bacon has been cast as its villain. Oh my god, Toxic Avenger with Peter Dinklage and Kevin Bacon. I just need to see that for just how ridiculous that sounds. The script tells the story of a struggling everyman who, pushed into a vat of toxic waste, is transformed into a mutant freak who must go from shunned outcast to underdog hero as he races to save his son, his friends, and his community from the forces of corruption and greed. Wow, sounds like a very different take. But I'm down. I'm down for that. Solely based on when you said, has Kevin Bacon in it and Peter Dinklage is Toxie, I'm like, okay. Sold. Bless you.
Must be this high to watch.
We'll always be that high when watching.
After a single season, Netflix has decided to let the cast out of their contracts and not renew the series Jupiter's Legacy for a second season. Instead,
which is a bummer.
Yeah. Instead, the streamer plans to go forward with a spin-off series titled Super Crooks. Based off the comics by Mark Miller, the program is described as a return to the world of Jupiter's Legacy with a ragtag gang of supervillains, con artists, petty thieves, and leg breakers who band together for the heist of the century and the most outrageous crime story you'll ever see in your life. Crime pays, and they're going to prove it. Some people just want to
Another great comic series, by the way. So I'm looking forward to this adaptation. And the thing is, we were a little bit bummed that Jupiter's Legacy didn't get renewed they got renewed and then they pulled the renewal like a week later. And if Super Crooks does well, they may re-renew with a series. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Some people,
we will bring the series back.
Some people just want to have the time of their lives and make a little dirty money while they're doing it. If the superheroes get in the way, they're going to be splitting teeth. As previously reported, Super Crooks will also be made into an anime series for Netflix.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
No.
Thanks for all the beds, guys.
Thanks.
Clearly, I thought you were done.
Yes. And thank you for all the bits, guys. Appreciate that.
The bits.
Hitting the booms, the refills and the booms is good. The big booms of the refills. Actress Christina Ricci has quietly joined the cast of The Matrix 4 in an undisclosed role. The film is slated for a theatrical and HBO Max premiere simultaneously on December 22nd. Excellent. Peter and Bobby Farrelly are set to produce a sequel to their 1996 bowling comedy Kingpin. I actually really liked that one. It was a fun one. I used to have it on Laserdisc. And the project is currently in active development at Village Roadshow Pictures. The plot, setting, and time period of the Kingpin sequel are being kept under wraps, and additional creative elements are still being determined both in front of and behind the camera. Well, I mean, they could get Woody Harrelson back, but probably not going to be any Randy Quaid in that one.
Yeah, that's
probably
the thing,
not.
like,
He's a
I
bit
don't think
lost.
so,
Yeah, which is
He's gone
unfortunate because
somewhere.
he was freaking hilarious in that
maybe
movie.
the Farrelly brothers can save him.
Maybe.
If anybody can
You
do
never
it,
know.
except just
Maybe he'll
bring
clean
him
up for
down
the
to the
show.
bar and just fucking
Maybe
talk it out.
his return will be his meteoric rise to return to stardom, or his redemption arc.
He'll have
Hollywood
a
loves redemption arc.
he'll have a Robert
So-
Downey
It'll
Jr.
be the same
level redemption arc.
Independence Day where he's going, "Hello, boys, I'm back."
Hell yeah.
Let's see here. The plot for the live-action series for the Powerpuff Girls was rejected and will now be reworked and repiloted. According to a statement from
That
the
thing is never coming.
I know. According to a statement from the CW, the reason we do pilots is sometimes things miss. This was just a miss. We believe in the cast completely. We believe in Diablo and Heather, the writers. In this case, the pilot just didn't work. So
Yeah, because live action Powerpuff Girls just doesn't work. Why did you even try it? Stop.
Well, they're trying again, though. They're going to try again.
Yes.
They're
And
getting
that's why I
another
said
pilot.
Stop. Correct. Yes.
They won't stop. They will never stop. There will be 50
Never
pilots.
stops. Never stops.
They'll just keep trying again
Stop.
and again.
Never stop. Never stopping.
What gets me though is the last attempt they made to revitalize Powerpuff Girls failed miserably failed. I don't even know if it was good or not. I think it probably might have been good, but audiences didn't like it.
Yeah.
They didn't watch it.
Hi.
They didn't want to watch it. So why do you think that audiences are suddenly going to go for a live action
Just
version?
checking.
Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, let it rest for a little bit, maybe. I don't know.
Thank you.
Killjoy. You fucking Killjoy.
Um.
Someone's excited about that show, you bitch.
I thought it sounded like a cool idea. I wanted to check it out. I wasn't even particularly a fan of the original, so there you go.
I love the original.
After decades of waiting, 2 established franchises started production on their newest entries this week. Evil Dead Rise and Indiana Jones 5 both started filming. Fun fact, today, June 12th, is the 40th anniversary of Raiders of the Lost Ark. There you go. Very apropos.
I
Let's
cannot
see.
wait for Evil Dead Rise. I have no idea how excited I am for yet another Evil Dead to be into my fucking eyeballs.
Yes.
Yes.
The Paramount Presents line have added 3 new titles to their catalog. This is great. After how many years are we talking shit about Paramount? Paramount is finally starting to dig into their catalog and put out some nice new releases of things. A Place in the Sun from 1951, Nashville from 1975, and Bugsy Malone from 1976. All 3 titles will be available in the summer.
I gotta say, Bugsy Malone is kind of a random title.
Yes.
It didn't do exactly well in the
Scott
theaters.
Baio.
You know?
Just out
But
of
hey, that's
around
cool.
the same time he was doing Happy Days, I think. So he was kind of like it was in his teen heartthrob years.
Yep.
But Vestron Video will be releasing an edition of the 1986 film The Wraith, starring Charlie Sheen. The one I always get mixed up with Nomads, starring Pierce Brosnan. But
Which is a completely different movie, but similar color tone
but
on the cover. I
similar
believe, so
poster we were talking about, yeah. The street date for this title is July 20th. Very cool.
And it's already, the pre-order is already up for $12.99. So
Oh
There you
shit!
go.
Excuse me, I gotta go get that.
Might have to grab
The
that.
Wraith is one of those titles I've always wanted to get on home
Yeah,
video, 'cause I've
Vestron-
seen this all the time on TV back in the day.
Yeah, Vestron has been, like their newer titles have been really affordable. So I might also grab that because cheap.
Their older titles can go down in price, please.
Yeah, right?
I actually want some of those older titles
Same
still.
here. Yeah, there's still a few that I need too.
Some are still $30.
I'm
Like,
happy
bruh,
that I
it's
at least
like
got
8
Chopping
years.
Mall after waiting forever, so I finally have that one. But
Like 5 years, dude. Bring the price down, you know? Like, fuck.
Scream Factory will be releasing 1987's A Return to Salem's Lot. Really excited about this. I've never seen it. The sequel to the classic 1979 miniseries. This will be the first Blu-ray release that it's had, so very, very cool. The Burrower from 1991 will also see a release. The street dates for these 2 titles are August 24th and August 17th, respectively. So I'll definitely be getting that Salem's Lot one.
Speaking of Vestron, if you go through Sean's link here, you can get Shivers for $7.50 and Little Monsters for $7.50.
Oh, wow. What a deal.
Yeah.
Those just keep going down in price, I swear.
Yeah.
Right?
It's crazy.
Hey, the Unholy's finally $15, but guess what? Maximum Overdrive still $25.
Yeah, all the older ones are. They're
Gothic
like,
still $27. Lair of the White Worm 3000 watts still $27.
I want Lair of the White Worm. I have Gothic. I
Gothic.
grabbed that as soon as it
4
came out. But
They got 4 titles I want. And Beyond Reanimator is still $25. 5
I
titles
have Beyond
I
Reanimator because I wanted the whole
want.
trilogy.
I want most of their titles. It's just
They got Return of the Living Dead 3 as well, I think.
Slaughter
Some of
High.
them.
They have that in Blu-ray.
Slaughter
also.
High,
It's like,
that's one I'd like to
and
get.
Chud
Yeah.
2. It's like
Chud
I
2.
want all these, but I can't get these.
The
They're
Gates.
expensive.
They have the Gates.
The Gate is down to $15.99.
Really?
That at least.
I might
Yeah.
finally get the Gate then. Anyway, Shout Factory will be releasing the Oh God collection through their Shout Select line. I watched all of those when I was a kid. I just loved it. John Denver is in the first one, but it's basically George Burns as
John
God
Denver.
and the
Did I have
devil.
a
The collection, which starred George Burns, I should just kept reading, has a street date of August 24th. So that's one I actually might pick up because I remember I really loved those as a kid. They were fun. And you gotta
I just remember seeing the fucking box art on the shelves all the time at Blockbuster and other video stores.
It was a popular franchise. I remember when it came out. It was quite just one of those fun, family fun franchises. With a legend of yesteryear, George Burns as God, and then a legend of the time, John Denver as the main character who kind of gets mixed up with him. So it's good stuff. Shout Factory will be re-releasing a number of films from Leica Studios. Coraline, Paranorman, The Box Trolls, and Kubo and the Two Strings. The films will not only be remastered, but they will see brand new extras added as well. The street dates for these titles are between August and September. Excellent.
I'll tell you right now that if they do some legit awesome extras, new extras for Paranorman, I'm going to get double dip. Paranorman's so good.
Paranorman's
Paranorman
great.
is very good.
I saw it in a second run $5 theater showing, and I thought it was fantastic. It was so much fun. I was like, why don't I have this movie? This is like totally my kind of thing.
Such kinship with Norman, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, and it's
like
like
the character's written for me,
It's a character who's like one of us, basically. Just has this
he's like
incredible
written
passion
for me.
for
For some reason,
horror
they
movies.
read my mind.
Classic horror
made
movies.
This character for me.
But yeah, the whole thing is just such a love letter to classic horror. And I've been meaning to pick it up on Blu-ray for ages. I have the other 3 of theirs. I've got Coraline, Box Trolls, and Kubo and the Two Strings. But
I don't have any of the others.
for whatever reason, I just never picked up Paranorman, and it's usually
I might
pretty
have
cheap.
Kubo. That's a look.
But I think I have. I'm pretty sure I have Kubo. Oh no, I don't have Kubo. I have I was
Who was
mixing it up. No, I was mixing it up with the Book of Life. That was the one, which is a different studio. But yeah. But yeah, I need to pick up Kubo as well. Let's see. In streaming news, the following either premiered in theaters or on their respective streaming services over the past 2 weeks, because, of course, we didn't do the news last week. The first episode of Marvel's Loki series hit Disney+. The Conjuring, The Devil Made Me Do It, the 8th film in the Conjuring universe, premiered in theaters and HBO Max, streaming for a 30-day period. Sweet Tooth, the series based off the Vertigo comic, hit Netflix. In the Heights, the feature film adaptation of the award-winning Broadway play, hit theaters and HBO Max, streaming for a 30-day period. The Amusement Park, this is pretty good. I really want to see this one.
I was looking at that to watch tomorrow.
The Amusement Park, one of the earliest films of legendary filmmaker George A. Romero, hit Shudder, fully restored. Yeah, it was kind of an unfinished lost film that was filmed, just had never been finished. So they finished it. So it kind of reminds me of what they did with that Orson Welles film a while back, The Other Side of the Wind.
Yeah. I want them to do more of that.
Yeah, I know, right? It's great stuff. So definitely one I want to check out, and we'll absolutely be picking up the Blu-ray when it comes out, because Shudder releases things on Blu-ray. Thank you, Shudder. Rugrats, the CGI revival series, hit Paramount Plus. Lacey's Story, the series written by Stephen King and based off King's own novel, hit Apple TV Plus. Raya and the Last Dragon is now available for all Disney Plus subscribers without an additional fee.
Nice.
Treese, the
Find the
paranormal
Blu-ray. Fuck that. I didn't want to pay it. So.
Treese, the paranormal anime series based off a Filipino comic, hit Netflix. The 7th episode of Dark Side of the Ring Season 3 premiered on Vice, centered on one of the greatest and most controversial wrestlers to come out of the United Kingdom, the Dynamite Kid.
Oh, I need to see it. I mean, one of my favorite wrestlers.
And
jeez, what an amazing worker.
The 8th and last of the WWE biographies premiered on A&E, centered on Hall of Famer and Canada's favorite son, Bret the Hitman Hart. So there you go.
Interesting.
And
because Bret Hart's interesting that those coming out the same week, because Bret Hart's brother-in-law was Davey Boy Smith, the one of the tag team partners of Dynamite Kid.
Okay.
That's just an interesting connection. Anyway.
Yeah.
So in memoriam, a few people we lost this week. We lost Clarence Williams III. That's one I definitely remember. It says actor with a near 60-year career between 1960 and 2018. Williams' breakout television role was as undercover cop Link Hayes on the popular ABC counterculture police television series The Mod Squad from 1968. His film career includes the role of Prince's tormented father, who was also a musician, in Purple Rain from 1984, a recurring role in the surreal TV series Twin Peaks from 1990, a good cop in Deep Cover from 1992, and Wesley Snipes' chemically dependent father in Sugar Hill from 1993. Clarence was 81, sadly passing due to cancer. We also lost John Sacrat Young, author, producer, director, and screenwriter with a 5-decade-long career between 1971 and 2021. Primarily writing for television, he is perhaps best known for his work on the show China Beach from 1988. I remember that one. It's a Vietnam series. He also wrote for the miniseries A Rumor of War from 1980 and The West Wing. Young was nominated for 7 Emmys and 7 Writers Guild of America awards, winning 2 WGA awards. John was 75, sadly passing due to cancer.
Boo, also, fuck you, cancer. We fucking
cancer.
Hate you.
Yeah. Also lost Jim Fassel, college and professional football player and coach. As a player, he played quarterback for teams like the Chicago Bears and the Houston Oilers between 1972 and 1975. He was the head coach of the New York Giants of the National Football League from 1997 to 2003. He was offensive coordinator of other NFL teams and as head coach, general manager, and president of the Las Vegas Locomotives of the United Football League. Jim was 71, sadly passing due to complications from a heart attack.
Yeah.
We also lost Erin O'Brien, actress and singer with a 10-year-long career between 1957 and 1967. She was active during the mid-20th century and best known as the leading lady of arguably the first made-for-TV movie, Girl on the Run, from 1958. which also served as a pilot for the television series 77 Sunset Strip, also from 1958. O'Brien was a singer and performed on such programs as The Frank Sinatra Show and The Eddie Fisher Show. Her films included Onion Head with Andy Griffith from 1958 and John Paul Jones with Robert Stack from 1959. Erin made it to the ripe old age of 87. We also lost Ernie Lively, actor of film, television, and acting coach with a 46-year career between 1975 and 2021. His film roles include Passenger 57 from 1992, Wes Craven's Shocker from 1987, and The Sisterhood of Traveling Pants duology. A father of 5, he influenced all of his children as they pursued acting careers, including Blake Lively. Ernie was 74. We also lost Claudia Barrett, television and film actress with a 15-year career between 1949 and 1964. Her first movie appearance was in the 1949 classic film noir White Heat, starring James Cagney and Virginia Mayo. The next year, she had the part of Miss Dolly Travers in MGM's The Happy Years from 1950. Her other film credits include The Story of Seabiscuit from 1949 and Chain Lightning from 1950, as well as one of the leads of A Life at Stake from 1954, a murder drama starring Angela Lansbury. In 1953, she played one of the lead roles, Alice, in the low-budget science fiction film Robot Monster, generally regarded as one of the worst films of all time. Claudia made it to the ripe old age of 91. And there was a few last week as well, which I'd actually like to do just because, you know, I don't like to miss any of the obits. So last week we lost Romy Walthall, actress with a nearly 3-decade-long career between 1984 and 2011. She landed her first major role in Jerry Bruckheimer's 1984 thriller Thief of Hearts. Walthall also starred in the cult horror films Howling 4, The Original Nightmare in 1988, and The House of Usher in 1989 alongside Oliver Reed. We were just talking about Oliver Reed. Now he's in Curse of the Werewolf. In 1997's Face Off, Walthall played Kimberly, the neurotic secretary of John Travolta's Sean Archer. After retiring in 2011, Walthall became an acting teacher in San Fernando Valley. Romy was 57, sadly passing due to sudden cardiac arrest. Oh, that's too bad. Also lost Joe Lara, actor, martial artist, and musician with a 30-year career between 1988 and 2018. Although he appeared in small-budget features like American Cyborg Steel Warrior from 1993 and Steel Frontier from 1995, he is widely known for the role of Tarzan in the American TV series Tarzan: The Epic Adventures between 1996 and 1997. Joe was only 58, tragically dying in a plane crash. Oh, that's terrible. We also lost Mark Eaton, a professional basketball player who spent his entire career from 1982 to 1993 with the Utah Jazz of the National Basketball Association. He was named an NBA All-Star in 1989 and was twice voted the NBA Defensive Player of the Year in 1985 and 1989. Though limited offensively, the 7'4" Eaton became one of the best defensive centers in NBA history. He led the league in blocks 4 times and holds the NBA record for single-season blocks, 456, in case you were wondering, and career blocked shots per game average of 3.5. Mark was 64, sadly passing in a bicycle accident. Wow, a lot of vehicle accidents in this. It's crazy. We also lost David Anthony Kraft, comic book writer, publisher, and critic. He was primarily known for his long-running journal of interviews and criticism, the Comics Interview. I used to read that back in the 80s, as well as work for Marvel Comics in the late 70s and early 1980s. In 1983, Kraft founded David Anthony Kraft's Comics Interview, which ran for 150 issues between 1983 and 1995 and garnered Eisner and Eagle Award nominations. As suggested by the title, each issue of Comics Interview was filled entirely with in-depth creative interviews. Yeah, there's some really, really interesting reading in those. David was 68, sadly passing due to complications from COVID-19.
Ah.
Yeah, fuck COVID. Fuck cancer.
Really? Fuck vehicle accidents.
We also lost Lois Ehlert, author and illustrator of children's books with a 34-year career between 1987 and 2021. Most of her works had to do with nature. Ellert won the Caldecott honor for Color Zoo in 1990, and some of her other popular works included Chicka Chicka Boom Boom and Leaf Man. Lois made it to the ripe old age of 86. We also lost Robert Hogan, actor with a 58-year career between 1961 and 2019. While he had never been a member of the main cast of a critically successful television series, he portrayed numerous recurring characters on programs such as Alice, Another World, As the World Turns, Days of Our Lives, Deadline, General Hospital, Law & Order, Murder, She Wrote, One Life to Live, Operation Petticoat, Peyton Place, and The Wire. The character of U.S. Army Forces Colonel Robert Hogan on Hogan's Heroes, portrayed by Bob Crane, was named after him by friend and series creator Bernard Fine. Robert made it to the ripe old age of 87. And finally, we lost Buddy Van Horn, stunt coordinator and film director with an over 6-decade-long career between 1950 and 2011. He directed the Clint Eastwood films Any Which Way You Can from 1990, The Deadpool from 1988, and Pink Cadillac from 1989. A longtime stunt double for Eastwood, he was credited as the stunt coordinator on Eastwood's films from 1972 to 2011, and as second unit director on Magnum Force from 1973, and The Rookie from 1990. Van Horn's most prominent on-screen appearance is the role of Marshal Jim Duncan in the Eastwood film High Plains Drifter from 1973. Buddy made it to the ripe old age of 92. And that is it for the obits of the past 2 weeks. And what's on the screen this week, Eric?
I just want to one last thing.
Let
One
him
last.
finish
Yeah,
the thing
what?
that was written.
What?
Never mind. It's your thing. No, it's fine.
No,
Go ahead.
what? Just say what you're going to say.
No, it's fine. You're just going. You're right. Go. My brain.
Oh, okay.
Right.
What's on the screen this week, Eric? And tell me we're going to talk about Jurassic World Evolution 2.
I can't wait to get that. That's gonna be amazing. Okay, so does anyone else think that Clint Eastwood's like looked old since like the 1970s?
Yes. Well, at least from the 1990s.
I don't know. It feels like he's been old forever.
Someone opened this? Oh,
Is he like 106 or something now? I mean, he's still directing
There
movies.
is a point, like,
confused.
Fucking awesome for him.
I've
like,
noticed
whatever.
as I was looking up all these movies in the public domain that, like, in the 1930s and the 1940s and all that era of westerns, you got the pretty face cowboy. You know, you got the fucking John Wayne when he's younger. You've got Roy Rogers. You've got the singing cowboy. You know, you got all these really young,
fucking
pretty
Presley.
face cowboys. Right?
Also, and one western, I believe.
And then when you get to the spaghetti westerns and all that in the 60s and 70s, suddenly the grizzled face becomes more the older grizzled face.
The old
That's
angry
true,
dude.
yeah.
The face of the western. So
They want a western as fucked
Yeah.
up as the world they live in, you know?
Yes.
I mean, Lee Van Cleef became a staple in that universe in the twilight of his career. I mean,
I know. That's
he
true,
played
yeah.
like 50 fucking cowboy roles in those movies. Like, I swear.
And he's so good. Like, he just never disappoints. He's always such a badass.
I keep finding movies with like Jesus.
I know, right? It just goes on and on.
Mhm.
He did a lot of movies. And thanks, Starkiller Strega. Appreciate the sub.
14 months, nice.
14 months.
So anyway, gaming news.
So yeah, on the screen this week is a little Aliens Extermination.
Oh.
And this is a
Demonstration mode.
demonstration mode.
I love demonstration mode, the game.
Yeah, but it's this is one of the pedestal cabinet games that I'm planning on running with my new pedestal gun that's coming in the mail, hopefully from the wonderful world of China.
The
I
wonderful
just
world
saw
of
your-
communism.
I saw you taking the selfie earlier, Skinslip. I was wondering what's going on there, and I just saw the tweet. Perfect facial expression there. That's,
You know,
like,
But,
can't be mad. Like, whatever.
yeah, so there's
hilarious.
that. And actually, ironically, no, I won't be talking about the new Jurassic Park Evolution 2 game.
Okay.
I will.
Because I didn't play the first one, and
I did.
I really don't know anything about it.
I'm so excited for the new one. It looks so cool. Like
Peach
what
rings.
little bit we've seen, that looks like we've got all the things we're asking for in the first game are now this new one. Plus, I mean, everything looks better already, just from the teased imagery,
No, it's
you
okay.
know.
It's okay. I didn't want it that badly. I'm okay.
Well, I'm excited for
Yeah.
that because as a fan, I need to get back to playing that. I was playing that on stream, and
The only thing I
like every
remember
game
from
I've
the
tried,
first
never
Jurassic World Evolution game is that it actually has some voice actors from
finished.
the original movies.
Mm-hmm. A close approximation of John Hammond.
Yes.
Not bad, but it's definitely not the original voice.
But, so yeah. I do have some gaming news. I'm kind of not totally straying away from, the E3 news and stuff, but...
Do you talk about Lost Ark at all?
No.
No. Lost Ark is coming. It's a Korean MMO. It took 5 years, but they're finally in North American version. Yay for me. I'm excited. There you go. Continue.
There you go.
And that's all the news I
I'll
had.
mute all the crunching. Don't worry. This is just while Eric's doing the news.
Chips. Cross
Ripple.
Repel.
Chips Crustales. Is that what it's
I was trying to read the French on that.
Crustales.
Is it
Crustales.
Crustales?
Crustales. I don't know.
Steals.
I still like. My favorite is still grenades. you're just having your bottle of grenades, which is what is it? Pomegranate.
Pomegranate. That's what I was. Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
I love grenades.
I love grenades.
Delicious
Nada.
grenades.
But, so yeah, I mean, some of these are probably going to be E3. I didn't actually check to see what was announced at the first session of E3, but I'm kind of just waiting. I am off on Tuesday, so that's going to be the culmination of all that information. It's going to
I
happen.
have some
Tuesday.
news regarding that. You might be able to do a live viewing of it, but from what I've heard, at least, unless you watch the Twitch version of it, everything is like copyrighted.
That's what I was thinking. Is a lot of it.
Hold on.
So-
I actually got a letter from Twitch about it.
Okay, good.
If you watch the Twitch version, there's one thing that might have copyrighted music. Everything else has been swapped out for streaming safe music. So there's
Yeah.
one thing. They recommend
But
disabling
that's the
VODs.
only version you can watch is the
Yeah.
Twitch
Yeah.
version.
They recommended disabling
It'll be all right.
VODs, but you can stream it.
I'm excited about one other game, but I think he's going to talk about it as well.
But yeah, and I think I know which one it is, and I think it's the first one I'm going to mention here.
Go.
The first one, we got a reveal trailer for Metal Slug Tactics.
That's not it, but I
Nice.
also want
Not
that
it.
one.
But it's kind of ironic that out of nowhere,
Fucking awesome.
out of nowhere, I decided to play a bunch of Metal Slug games on my Twitch stream, and then like we're getting a new
Fair
Metal
enough.
Slug. Like a couple of my favorite music streamers or music people on YouTube do heavy metal covers of Metal Slug songs. I'm like, what is happening?
I mean, I'm going to definitely buy that and play that.
So anyway,
An awesome
I'm
It
not
looks cool.
again. The tactical RPGs aren't exactly my thing, but this is more like strategy tactic, like almost like Tactics Ogre, Advance Wars, that
That
kind
is
of
a good one too, Michael. Forgot about that one too.
and that kind of stuff. And plus, it's fucking Metal Slug. It's one of the greatest Neo Geo games ever made. It pushed the hardware so ridiculously hard. It's astonishing that they actually pulled that off on literally that hardware. I mean, it's just, you look at it and you're like, wait, that was from 1994. Holy shit. And it's just, it was a benchmark title. It's a groundbreaking series, and I'm so glad we've actually gotten tactic games from Metal Slug before.
It's exactly.
Yeah,
I'm
it's not
probably gonna
such a
get it on the
new
Switch,
concept.
Just,
I think
just,
I
I need to play my Switch more.
think there's some actually already on Steam.
Yeah, I think so.
So let's see. Metal Slug X is my favorite one in the series. Metal Slug X, ironically, is a remake of Metal Slug 2. Or it's a reimagining, I guess.
Yeah.
They did Metal Slug, then they did Metal Slug 2 and realized it ran like dog shit.
It's still really cool, but yeah, it runs
And then
really sluggy.
Yeah, because I did. That was one of the
A lot
first.
of flickering, if I remember correctly. It's like
Not a lot of flickering, just a lot of slowdown. Like
I
90%
guess that's
of
what
that
more is.
game,
Yeah.
90% of that game runs at less than 12 frames per
Like when we
second.
played on the moon.
Yeah, it's played in slow motion.
The slow motion feels like it feels floaty.
And then they went back and they did Metal Slug 3, Metal Slug 4, then they did Metal Slug X, and
I remember
X was 2.
a lot of bullet hell shooters were like that
There's a bunch of other new
on
stuff,
like the
of course,
Super Nintendo and
enhanced.
stuff. You'd get to those really frantic levels and it just all slow down to a crawl, and you were almost grateful for that because it made
Yes.
it almost manageable.
I'm so thankful for that in bullet hell games. Like, oh, thank you, Christ.
You go from like
okay.
barely surviving to doing this boss battle that's running at like 8 frames a second,
Yes,
and you're like bullet timing between.
you're like fucking Neo. You're like, now I can
you turn into fucking Neo from the Matrix. You're just like, oh
you're
god.
doing 8 frames a goddamn second. Like.
And during my playthrough, I did that a couple times during the final boss, where I was dodging my Metal Slug between bullets. I was going so slow.
Yeah.
My reaction time was borderline godlike.
So there's a mention that this might be multiplayer. So that would be kind of cool.
I mean, it's
So you can definitely expect me and Jocelyn to play against each other on Thursdays. So
it looks more like
who watch my channel.
XCOM, actually.
Yes, it does look like XCOM, but it's 2D style.
Yeah, but it's all the classic Metal Slug sprites.
It's like SNES style graphics, but high def, and then with that style of teamwork.
Fucking fantastic.
Mm-hmm. It looks really good. I mean, it's like a 1-minute trailer, and it's worth your time.
Mm-hmm.
And stuff.
Did you polish off that whole bag? Holy shit!
I think it was already started before he came, didn't it?
Oh, definitely was. Yeah.
Okay, then he's whatever.
He's living with two girls right now, of course.
Anyways, does yours have a bat and end with a number?
What?
You mentioned the game that starts with a B and ends with a number. That's a year. That's in the future.
No.
Oh, Battlefield 2046 is coming out.
I wasn't
excited.
Purposefully going to mention it because I looked at the trailer. It looks like any other Battlefield game.
There's like a step between now and Battlefield 2142. And
that's what I was hoping it was 2142. I'm like, all I want to do is play 2142.
I'm waiting for them. I think next will be 2143. You know what I mean? They'll do it like that. Like they did the Battlefield
2142, then. Wouldn't that be cool?
So that's what it would be. Battlefield 2143 is the remaster.
The one thing that steers me away from it 100% was everything that we wanted in a remake of 2142 or this new 2042 was stuff like, I don't know, a single player campaign, more stuff like that.
I want multiplayer.
They came out. Well, I mean, like the original one did. The original one had
I never played it. I just played 47 hours
a full
week
story-driven campaign. They introduced all the levels, all the mechanics. And
Granada.
Granada.
That's where Granada comes from me. I don't know where it comes from you guys, but it's from 2142.
Oh, for me, it's from 1942, the original.
Yeah, I didn't play that as much. I actually didn't start playing Battlefield to Battlefield 2, and that's when I got hooked. I got everything. I was semi-pro with that.
Battlefield 1942 was the reason I upgraded from a Voodoo to a NVIDIA graphics card, because the demo of Battlefield 1942 would not boot on any computer unless it ran a NVIDIA graphics card.
Oh, God.
And needed to see the NVIDIA drivers, and I actually downloaded a modified Voodoo driver that had the NVIDIA tag on it that tricked the game into booting anyway.
Nice.
So yeah, and I was sending that through a composite signal out of my computer to a giant CRT tube TV, and playing that shit.
I haven't been excited about a Battlefield in forever. So
I used to play Battlefield 2 a lot. I used to play Battlefield 1942 a lot. I had a friend of mine who was big into military stuff, and he had a squad of people that he played with, and I joined him for a while. We were also big Unreal Tournament UT2K4 players.
I was on a low level like semi-pro team for Battlefield 2, and I burnt out. And then Battlefield 2142 came out, and I literally just spent that whole game piloting people from the spawn zone to the battlefield, dodging bullets from the VTOLs, and hardly dying, by the way. So I'm really excited.
Did you ever play the Conquest mode on that?
Mm-hmm. The Titans, you mean?
Yeah, where you had to.
Yeah, I hope they bring Titans back.
Oh my god, and something like that. But yeah, for me, it's just like I'm like all the other Battlefields. I'm gonna stay away from this one. It looks fine, but it just looks like a mix between Call of Duty and Battlefield, which is
I'm never gonna be impressed with these mainstream games because PlanetSide 2 fucking 10 years ago had fucking 3,000 player limit.
yeah.
Okay, and you can't even get close to that.
And I will say this though, they have already shot themselves in the foot by announcing that one, like I said before, there's going to be any kind of single player at all.
They're only
And also no battle royale mode of any kind. I'm like, there's your kiss of death right there.
They might introduce a
No
battle
one's gonna
royale
give
mode.
people are gonna give a shit about this game for maybe a couple weeks. It might.
I bet you they'll introduce a battle royale mode. I bet
stuff like that. But if you don't have a battle royale mode, which seems to be the thing, you know, your multiplayer shooter is not going to survive in the modern multiplayer area.
Yeah, it's just kind of what people want these days.
That's what people want to play right now. And if you come out with a tweet and just flat out say, "No, we're not doing single player," and "No, we don't care about battle royale," no one's going to care about your
you
game
just
either.
killed your game.
Sorry, you know. I mean, if Call of Duty does Warzone, yeah. So anyway, so the next one I am going to talk about.
Wait, doesn't the new Black Ops fucking game actually have its own separate battle royale too? I mean, like,
Yeah,
I mean, like literally,
every new release of Call of Duty has either a separate battle royale mode or some kind of battle royale thing built into it.
So weird. Anyway,
but next thing here, we got a first look trailer at a Avatar game, Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora.
Interesting.
It seems to either take place before or during the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Does it look good?
It looks fucking phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
all right.
Oh, wow, okay.
Like, it looks like there are shots that look straight out of the film. And, like, that level of detail on it.
Wow.
And where you play as, they were there, Navi?
Yeah, Navi.
I couldn't remember. It's been so long since I've seen the movie. You play as a Navi. And, you know, it doesn't really show much gameplay-wise. I don't think it shows any gameplay, really. It's a lot of, like, cutscenes and motion and things going around. But it shows them kind of just, like, living in the world and all this different stuff. And then one of the helicopters comes out and starts trying to blast the crap out of them. So it's just like, I think it's during the initial invasion that happens. So, and you're trying to survive as a Navi, you know, in the world, I guess.
Yeah.
Like I said, no real story has been announced, not much of anything, just this really pretty trailer.
It's pretty.
Oh, I put
2022 is when it's slated, so.
I put thousands of hours in PlanetSide 2, Duncan, and I can't play it now. It won't even load up my computer. My computer's too powerful, I guess. It just kind of crashes.
Yeah,
It goes to full screen, blinks, and crashes. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do about that?
This next official trailer is it's really cool looking, and then it's goofy at the same time. It's a medieval, full of dragons and fantasy and magic, set in the Borderlands universe.
Actually, it's not in the universe. It's separate, but using
using
style of humor is what they talked about this during the event. It's not set in the Borderlands universe. It's called.
I know if you let me finish.
Let him finish the story.
You said it was set. The answer is was not set.
He's not finished.
Not finished. I was going to say it's set in the world as in the mind of Tiny Tina.
Okay.
As in, it's Tiny Tina's Wonderlands is what it's called. And it's pretty much if Tiny Tina's imagination would and barfed all over your screen, and it's full of it just
first person Diablo.
Literally.
What did you say?
First person
Giallo?
Diablo.
Yeah.
Oh, Diablo. I was going to say first person Giallo. I'm all over that.
The thing about I like about Diablo is it gives you random loot, so there's always a reason to go down if you find something better.
Fair
right?
enough, yeah.
That's why I like Borderlands. That's a feature I'm gonna love about Wonderland. I'm not usually a big fan of fantasy settings.
But it's just like it's taken completely seriously. Like throughout 98% of that trailer,
Yes.
And it comes out like it's all dark and serious. There's epic music, there's dragons and magic and all
okay.
this stuff happening. You're like, dude, this is badass. But you start looking at the art style and you're like, that's kind of cel shaded looking. That's kind of
That's
cool.
kind of cool. I like
And
that
then on the
style, right?
very end, you hear Tiny Tina, like a lady in a robe walks up, and it has like the title. It says Wonderlands, and it's just she goes, "Hey, wait a minute!" She comes in and she writes Tiny Tina on it. She flips off
Okay.
the robe, and it's like it's her, and you're just like, "Oh yeah."
Well, probably gonna play it anyway because I love all the Borderlands games. So.
Yeah, and next to what's her name? The lady who owns the bar from Borderlands 2.
I don't remember her name, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, the one that she's always cosplayed. But yeah, I was gonna say Tiny Tina is the second most popular character in all of Borderlands.
Mad Moxie, there it is.
Mad Moxie. There's Tiny Tina and Mad Moxie. Those are the two.
Yep.
Characters. So maybe like in the future, if this does really well, we might get a standalone Mad Moxie game. I don't know what sure, maybe like a
Borderlands spin-offs. I'm all for that.
Maybe.
You know what-
you know what I want? Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Okay, I want Mad Moxie's cyberpunk setting.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna say, you know what would make perfect sense if we brought back what was the game called? It was that poker game, the Night at the whatever.
The Armory.
Night at the Armory.
I swear it's Night at the Inventory.
Inventory.
Night at the Inventory.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah.
Something like that. If we got like another style Night at the Inventory game, but it's Mad Moxie.
Ah, there you go.
And something like that, and it's her hosting
Borderlands
it
characters.
with Borderlands characters at her
And
bar.
Wonderlands characters and whatever
Yeah.
else they had by then. Yeah.
And stuff like that. Yeah, Night at the Museum. No.
There's a moment. I'm watching that trailer and like, okay, this looks cool. It's cool. And there's a moment where like this guy flies at the camera and goes like below like this. And I'm like, hey, that's cell shaded. Wait
Yeah.
a minute.
Oh,
And then
yeah,
I started
mhm.
clicking. And I was like, oh, wait a minute. And then they reveal. And I was like, is this? And it says Wonderlands. Like, hey, you know.
So yeah, Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. It looks really cool.
Sounds fun. Like just kind of crazy, goofy, silly, crazy, goofy, silly.
Yeah. Surprisingly, I got some news about the. I'm not sure how popular this game is anymore. Brawlhalla.
Mm-hmm.
If people play it, it's the
I've
PC,
heard of that. Yeah.
PC Smash Brothers spinoff title.
Mm.
They actually got a crossover happening with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Mhm.
Interesting.
Be able to play as
Interesting.
all
I'm
four
playing some now
turtles,
that game.
including Shredder. So,
Nice.
not sure about Master Splinter, but I didn't see him in the trailer.
They
I
have a
can't wait
free
for
to
that
play.
arcade game coming though.
So they have a free to play mode on Brawlhalla, and it's like gives you like 8 or 10 characters at random every week.
Mhm.
Changes every week.
Yeah,
So that is a cool thing where you don't get to choose your character because it's always rotating, but you can play it for free. And eventually you'll play all the characters, and you can still unlock skins. So you can unlock the skins that are Ninja Turtles and still play those characters, even though you have the free.
What's kind of cool though is like obviously they're like miniature versions of them, but it looks like they use the old 80s cartoon art style for the characters.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So if you watch the trailer, obviously it cuts by to that kind of like 80s cartoon look, like it's kind of fuzzy, looks like you're watching on an old TV. But then it actually cuts over to the design that they're using for the game, and you're like, wow, yeah, that's almost not a dead ringer for the 80s cartoon, but definitely heavily inspired by just that simplistic, 80s cartoon, children awesome action look to it. And when they're in the game, they have that same look, except they have little bodies and big heads.
So when's
Chibi.
that supposed to be available?
I don't think it gave a date yet. If it did, I missed it. I didn't see what the date was. I would guess probably sometime this year. It looks like it's already done. They're just waiting to release it. So next bit of here, obviously every E3, Arcade 1-Up does some announcements and some reveals and of more stuff that people can buy, but hardly anyone can afford. The first one here, they announced 3, and there's a fourth one that I think got announced a little too early, and they did like a whoops kind of thing, and they pulled all the information for it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's too late. It's
Wow.
info's out there. So I'm still going to throw it in the rumor mill territory, but I will mention it.
Okay.
So the first one they announced is a Miss Pac-Man / Galaga Class of 81 cabinet.
Interesting.
That was the Class of 81 cabinet is a design of a more modern machine.
Mm-hmm.
It's the one if you've ever been to like a Dave & Buster's or any kind of larger event place recently in the last like 4 or 5 years, you may have seen one of these like stashed away in the corner that has like a big coin bank in the front of it.
Mm-hmm.
They use these machines a lot for like donations to like the St. Jude Hospital
Thanks,
and
Bad
that,
TV.
and that kind of stuff. You know, where you could throw in like $5 and you know it'll give you for your donation they'll give you like you could pick a game and you can play a round of Galaga or Pac-Man
Yeah.
or something. So they're taking that, so it's a split cabinet design. One side's going to have the artwork designed for Pac-Man, the other one's Galaga.
Mm-hmm.
Has 12 games, classic games on it. The same range of titles has been on other ones, so it's got, you know, Galaga, Pac-Man, Miss Pac-Man, Galaxian, Galaga 88, actually, the newer one. It's got just a bunch of other ones. Games mostly from 1981.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
The next one is another Street Fighter 2, but it's what's called the Street Fighter 2's Big Blue. And the Big Blue was a short run cabinet design, and it's going to be their tallest cabinet yet. Which is the whole style of the Big Blue is that it was really tall.
Mm-hmm.
And it has, so this one's going to be probably, since the cabinets on a riser are already almost 5 feet tall.
No hole.
This one's going to be pushing 6 foot. You know, it's going to be a high cabinet.
Interesting. They name it Big Blue.
Yeah, that was the original name for it.
The big name, the Big Blue I remember was the IBM supercomputer that was apparently really good at playing chess.
Yes,
It was called Big Blue.
Your mom's good at playing chess.
so
No, she's not.
No,
so
she really
just to show it off, that's the Class of 81 cabinet.
Oh, that's nice.
Like I said, these cabinets are cool looking.
I like
that.
this Pac-Man.
And
I like
that's
both
the
those games quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Galaga.
I mean, everyone knows Miss Pac-Man is the superior version of Pac-Man.
I
It is.
agree.
It just
It
plays
def-
better, has
and
better
funny
AI. You
enough,
know.
Miss Pac-Man
Well,
was
it's not just that. There's other things that
faster
the maze changes, which it doesn't really change in
Yep.
Pac-Man. The fruit
Mhm.
moves, so you got to chase it.
Right?
It's just a lot of different little gameplay tweaks that make it a better game.
Did you know Miss Pac-Man was originally programmed as not an actual licensed Pac-Man game?
Really?
It was
It was an
it
unlicensed
was
bootleg.
it was an unlicensed bootleg that Namco picked up and said, "Yeah, that's a really good version." And so they licensed it.
second
We
game
want
for
it.
us.
And they produced it as an upgrade kit for the original Pac-Man. So the original Pac-Man machines are harder to find because a lot of them were converted to Miss Pac-Man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's the Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition Big Blue.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So the first one, this is going to be the first cabinet
that's like right out of my arcade from the 90s.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
that's introducing a angled playfield. All the other ones have been fully flat playfields.
Okay.
It's introducing an angled one for the first time.
So,
Oh.
does this have multiple editions of Street Fighter 2?
Yes, it does.
Okay, that's what I thought.
It has.
Which ones we got?
We have Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition, Hyper Fighting, Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, Puzzle Fighter 2.
Yes.
Okay.
It has all 3 Darkstalkers games.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Darkstalkers, Night Warriors, Darkstalkers Revenge, and Darkstalkers 3.
Holy shit.
Saturday Night Slam Masters, Knights of the Round,
Oh,
Echo
I love that
Fighter,
one.
Mm-hmm.
Capcom Sports Club, and Muscle Bomber Duo.
Holy
bunch of
shit.
everybody
Yeah.
That's
using
way
that
more. I
engine
just thought
back
we'd have
then.
like 4 different versions of Street
Yeah.
Fighter 2, but wow.
Damn, dude.
Yeah. This is if you're a fighting game fan, this is your cabinet.
Mm-hmm.
Big Blue. And then last but
I wish
certainly
I
not
could get
least,
that.
it's actually a redesign of an already existing cabinet.
Oh, I want that.
This is
Oh,
the
it's
Ninja
beautiful.
Turtles. This is the Turtles in Time cabinet.
Nice.
I want
beautiful.
it just so I can have it on in the background playing delicious Turtles in Time music.
Now, if you already we already have a Ninja Turtles cabinet, the original Ninja Turtles. We already got a 4-player
it
one
has a riser too, a Turtles in Time riser.
Mhm.
Yeah.
with
Oh.
the same. Oh, let me pull up the large picture here. with the same cheesy as hell,
Beautiful.
like weird big-headed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Straight from the 90s, dude. Look at that.
Excellent.
Oh yeah, and a lit deck protector.
That's cool.
Oh my
It
God.
glows green around the
That's
bottom.
Jesus.
cool. That's
Wow.
really
Shut up! I can only get so hard.
nice.
Sploosh.
But
My
yeah,
nerd boner. It's too
that
big.
face.
Yeah. Looks
Gotta
just
love that
like the
face.
comics and cartoons.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna buy that.
I
you
would
know it.
expect your nightmares.
Okay, if
But,
you're gonna buy that, we're gonna store it right
That's
now.
pretty good.
See, this is
We're really not gonna set
I
it up
tell
right now.
people it's the whole, you buy now and you find a spot for it later.
Yeah,
Yep.
basically.
I would just find a spot and it would stay in the box. I'd have to open it when I move.
Yeah, Strega says
So-
she has space. So
So the one that is
Like,
still
I
in
have
rumor
space.
mill, but it has technically been officially announced. I'm kind of like holding my camera away from it right now.
Okay.
Don't
Look away. It's
Look
hideous.
away. Look
Look
at
away.
the beam.
Yeah.
Look at
Don't
the
look
beam.
at my shame.
Don't look at the man
So-
behind the curtain.
Turn around.
Pull up.
Right eyes.
Look at the thing of
There we go.
berries.
This
Berries.
is chocolate covered coffee beans.
Oh, okay.
Coffee
There you
beans. That's interesting.
Or
go.
sorry,
I've had those
espresso beans,
before. I've had those
which is
before.
just
Oh my god.
espresso.
Yeah. So
fully
it's just
cooked
like
coffee beans.
a little container of
prepare your-
uppers.
Prepare your anuses.
Okay,
We got
my
the new
anus is
turtle
ready.
We
clenched,
got
fully clenched.
Arcade One Up released the
I
TMNT.
can only
We got the
clench so
announce.
long.
Okay, just let him talk, Stat. Let him talk.
We got the TMNT. We got the other TMNT.
Uh-huh.
We got the X-Men cabinet.
Yeah.
What's the one that's missing?
Dragon Slayer? Oh, we knew about that
No.
one.
No, we knew
Slayer.
about that one.
Yeah, okay, something else.
Was accidentally officially
Ron?
announced.
Gauntlet?
Tron.
Tron
No,
would be
that was
good.
one that was rumored.
Tron would be great.
So that might actually be coming soon.
I'll be all over a Tron cabinet. Holy shit.
Paperboy.
Prepare yourselves. Doing a
Tetris?
dramatic reveal.
What is it? What is it?
What?
Oh my God. Yes.
It froze. I can't
Yes,
see
yes,
what it
yes,
is. It
yes,
froze. Unfreeze.
Yes.
It froze. I can't see what it is.
Unfreeze.
Yes.
Unfreeze.
Yes.
There it is. The Simpsons.
Curse
Holy
you.
shit.
Yes.
I'm watching the stream. I'm waiting for it.
There. Finally. Jesus. Of all the times to freeze.
And
I know.
of course, we
One
weren't
time
actually
it
mentioning what it was. We're just saying, "Oh my God!"
I know.
Nintendo
What are you
64 must
freaking
be
out
like
about? I can't see.
me streaming
So
Nintendo
finally
64
getting the
probably very
Simpsons
exclusive.
arcade game. That's awesome.
So yes, Arcade One Up is releasing a Simpsons 4-player arcade machine.
Nice.
Man, that's
And-
amazing.
But do you notice something? Look on the playfield. What's on the playfield?
Oh, it's a 4-player.
It is 4-player, but what's in the middle?
A trackball.
Oh, a trackball.
Trackball.
Yeah.
What the
Yeah.
fuck?
What other Simpsons arcade game runs a
don't even know.
trackball?
There was another
I don't
fucking
know,
old
actually.
game.
I
I've
don't
only ever
know.
seen that one.
Simpsons bowling.
Oh
Oh
my
my
god.
God.
I didn't even know that existed. That's crazy.
So,
Well, I found the other one I was probably going to buy.
now, like I said, this has been something ever since Arcade One Up started doing releases of any kind.
Mhm.
Everyone's just like, yeah, could we get X-Men, Ninja Turtles, and Simpsons? Thank you.
Yes. Pretty
So
much.
that has been
You
the
all
thing
know-
for
Yeah.
years.
Mhm.
If you grew up during the fucking 90s, or
Yeah.
if you were visiting arcades at any time in the 90s,
Oh, I was a lot.
you know exactly what you gravitated towards,
Yeah.
motherfucker. Those are the 3 fucking games
Yeah.
that you gravitated
Simpsons,
towards.
Ninja Turtles.
Whatever version, the 2,
Star
4,
Wars.
or
Somebody's
even-
playing Simpsons. I gotta go play TMNT. That's okay with me,
Oh,
though.
oh,
Yeah.
It's okay.
TNT. Oh, look, there's another spot open on the 6-player X-Men cabinet that's like
Yeah.
the size of
Yeah,
a
right.
house.
Oh, I wish I had one of those. Oh my god.
That's
My
great.
favorite
You know,
game.
I'll go hop over there and and
I have it downloaded on my
Gambit.
PlayStation 3
So-
and
something like that.
install it.
All right.
Beautiful. I love that.
So again, I'm still throwing that
That's
one
pretty
in the
cool.
rumor mill because apparently that was up on Arcade One Up's website, then it was quickly taken down.
Okay.
So I don't think it was supposed to be
Could be that they
revealed
weren't
yet.
supposed to be revealed, or maybe they're still
probably have-
negotiating.
There are pictures of it. I mean,
They could still
There's
be
pictures
these
negotiating
look
or
like a
something.
mock-up that looked like,
Yeah.
No, these are the type of pictures that Arcade One Up uses. And
Yeah.
plus,
Yeah.
on top
They
of that,
probably
we even
an
have
announcement they actually revealed.
we already have one of these,
Yeah.
which is the fake person in front of there playing the game.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying, they probably have an E3 reveal, and they probably have more than one cabinet reveal, but this is probably when
Mhm.
they accidentally leaked.
Yeah, they probably accidentally leaked that one.
Yep.
Yeah, because some of the other ones that they're talking about leaking, and Stoud mentioned one, and I've seen some like pictures. I'm not sure how legitimate they are,
Mm-hmm.
but there was a track and field
Oh yeah.
and a Tron
I remember that.
Oh.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would be all over a Tron.
full on
cabinet.
with the lit joystick,
Yeah.
the blue lit joystick.
Well, I remember with
Wow.
Tron, it was like a flight stick, but you'd use
Yes.
it like a joystick to control your characters. They had Tron, and they had the discs of Tron, and I think those. Were
But
the
yeah.
arcade
This was
ones.
someone had like
Right.
apparently they had pictures of a store product catalog,
Mm-hmm.
and this was what was in the product catalog.
Ah, okay.
Oh, look at
Let's
that.
see. Oh my God.
So-
yes. Please.
Yeah, and apparently there's the riser, and
Yeah.
it says Tron and discs of Tron.
So it's both of them. Yeah, that makes
Okay.
sense.
Yeah, it'd be
That makes
both.
sense.
Very nice.
If you want Sean to be able to get nice things like this, you gotta donate. You gotta donate. But
We're at 18% on the current donation goal. A lot of that's going toward it's going towards bills because it always does, but also going towards Halloween stuff. So
internet.
in the process of doing Halloween things right now, because I got a lot planned this year, but how much stuff I can do is entirely dependent on you guys. So
Yep.
keep those donos a coming.
So last but certainly not least in the video game news,
Mhm.
this one was added at the last moment because I saw the trailer and I'm like, ooh, that looks good.
Sexy. Okay.
It's a new, it looks more like an open world space travel game
Mm-hmm.
called Haunted Space.
Oh.
Ooh.
And
Okay.
pretty much the tagline is, "Will you survive what's in the void?"
Will you
Is that
survive what
everyone?
is in the space?
There's some horror. Okay, so I don't know what game it is. There's some horror sci-fi 4-player game, co-op game, where you go explore space hulks, which are hulks that have been spaceships that have been left abandoned,
Yeah, like
Yeah.
abandoned.
and it looks so fucking cool. We gotta play that.
Well, we gotta
That
find
is
out what it is first.
1000%. I know. I can figure it out. But like, it's
But that'd be
1000%
fun.
powerful
I'd be down with
alley.
that. So it's basically
Like,
like you said, Space Hulks. It's kind of like Space Hulk, but
Right.
4-player.
But
So
it's
we
like
all
you're
go
on a
in.
haunted house type ship. It's not
Yeah,
like
yeah.
an alien.
So it's
type
not
ship,
aliens.
So
it's
different.
like a ghost ship in space.
Yeah.
I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Ghost ship in space.
be like-
exactly. And then I guess they mentioned like the layouts to be randomized, so it's like
Okay.
every time it's different. So like
Nice. That sounds
that's a
it sounds like
big
a
thing for me.
sci-fi phasmophobia. That sounds great.
exactly what I was thinking.
We definitely need to find out what that is and get it and play it.
Yes.
So yeah, Haunted Space.
Haunted space.
You
Yeah.
reminded me of
Haunted
another
Space.
game.
Okay,
Sorry.
take your concept, or take the game that you're thinking of,
Mhm.
and except translate it to like Star Citizen,
Yeah.
Okay.
to where like you're flying around. And there's even a scene that shows like you're in the cockpit and you're flying around, and there's just all you see is like a flashlight
Mhm.
out, and you're just flashlighting and you're looking around, you're panning, and it's just like a rock wall, and it's just like this thing just like goes and appears in front of you.
Oh, lovely. Sounds
But
good.
it's just like you're fighting this one. It looks like a giant like ship made out of an old dead creature. Then
Interesting.
it's just like you're shooting at it, and your missiles are locking on. Then out of nowhere, the monster's mouth just starts to close, and you're like, oh shit.
Shit. That sounds cool.
But it's like it looks
Haunted
also
Space.
a bit
I'll
like
check that
a flight simulator, like a space flight simulator
Cool,
as well.
but like
it's like
sci-fi
that level
horror.
of detail.
I like. I
good
mean, I'm down
stuff.
for pretty much anything sci-fi horror. That's like one of my favorite subgenres, and I feel like we don't get nearly enough stuff in that genre these days. So when there is things, it makes me happy.
Yeah, I just thought that tagline. It was something like, yeah, can you survive the void, or what's in the void?
Did you
Or
talk
something
about
like
Is Evil Dead on your list?
that. No, like I said, I'm kind of flying away a bit from stuff that was announced at E3 so
Oh,
far.
okay. Okay.
I know, but there is a new Evil Dead coming out. Coming out. It's a little bit like Dead by Daylight and a little bit like the Friday 13th game.
Yeah.
It looks
It's-
really close to Friday 13th game and like
That's-
feel.
We were talking about it a bit yesterday on my stream, I think, and yeah, that sounds
Five
kind of the
versus
vibe.
one.
The vibe they're going for, where it's
One person controls the Deadites and there's 4 survivors or whatever.
something like that, and also there's different environments based on different aspects of the Evil Dead game. So we'll probably get like a medieval world. We'll get like the cabin.
God, I
get-
really want to play it.
Get like the cabin. Get like the. I think they're getting the post-apocalyptic world from the
Ooh.
alternate ending and the Ash versus Evil Dead. So they're taking
another one
environments
we
from
were
all
probably
across the franchise apparently. So yeah, Michael was talking about it. So it sounds pretty cool. So it sounds like it'd be quite a variety of types of game you can play and game environments you can play in that. And yeah, so it sounds very like Friday the 13th. Michael says you can play pretty much as every character from the films and show. So very cool.
I'm gonna play so many different versions of Ted Raimi.
You can play every version of Ted Raimi. Yeah.
He's a different character in every rendition of the fucking movie.
He is.
Like,
Yeah, he is. He plays a lot
I
of
need
different...
medieval Ted Raimi because
Yeah.
he's my favorite.
Yeah.
He just goes, yeah, in the background a lot. That's it.
So you'll be playing Evil Ted.
Yes, exactly. Medieval Ted.
Medieval Ted, yeah. That's great. I love Ted Raimi.
I do.
Excellent. Well, I guess we'll wait for Stoud to get back, and we'll do pickups. I'll just go quickly take a short break myself.
Oh, that's right.
I actually have pickups this week because I skipped them last week because I couldn't function mentally. Oh, thank you.
Haunted Space. Okay, but that's not the game I'm thinking of.
No, but watch that
Gridman.
trailer though.
I saw this trailer. I want to know what the fucking other game was, where you're like, it's a group of
Okay.
people going into a space
I'll
hulk.
put the rest of my action on.
That's what I want, man. That's the one. Henrietta for the win. That's right. It's the best Ted Raimi.
Put it there now. I'll eat it.
He plays the old lady in the cellar for anybody who wants number 2. Basically on a jib arm for like 20 hours a day, which is
Yeah.
the thing that was like turning him around and stuff. Ferris Bueller's Steelbook, huh? Nice. I think I have Ferris Bueller on like a Blu-ray somewhere. Might still be DVD. I gotta check. When I move, I'll be able to actually assess like what I have. I haven't been really buying a lot of studio release Blu-rays because I have a lot of DVDs also, and I haven't watched those DVDs yet. And I was like, some of them I want to upgrade, and some of them I'm just gonna watch the DVD and either probably toss it or put it away or whatever. But I'm pretty sure I have a Ferris Bueller Blu-ray. I've been meaning to rewatch it, but good luck finding it. I've got like 10 boxes here. Not gonna dig through it all.
No.
I think it is a new strength for Gridman. They did a bunch of new releases for those. There's also like a John Holmes, wrong one. John. What's his face from fucking Pretty in Pink? Christ. Who's got? I'm blanking on his last name.
56%. Look at you go. You're like
John. Okay, Pretty in Pink, produced by John, written by John Hughes, right?
Give up in the beginning.
John Hughes, thank you. There's another John Hughes collection. I have the one that's Breakfast Club and like 2 other ones. And then there's another collection that came out from another studio with the other 4 movies he did. The other 4 notable teen comedies he did. And teen films he did. So I'm going to grab that set.
Did you know John Hughes wrote National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation?
Yeah, he wrote a lot of movies. He's a writer before he's a director, too.
He also wrote Drillbit Taylor.
He did. You know what? Drillbit Taylor takes place in Simi Valley. Drillbit Taylor lives in a trailer park in Simi Valley, which, by the way, is making fun of the fucking place I grew up in. I'm not even kidding. That movie, literally, they go to this dingy-ass trailer park, and it's a really exaggerated, poor location, right? And that's where I fucking grew up, in that trailer park in Simi Valley.
Yep.
Perfect.
So imagine
Hello,
my
Rosie.
fucking... You have no idea how weird it was watching this movie in a theater and just feeling like, what? What? Like, Jesus. Hi, Rose.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
That's good. I like the turtleneck. Looks nice.
Thank you.
And the haircut.
Thank you.
Hair. There we go.
Are you okay, Stoud?
Yes, you know how like when you have longer hair and you're laying down or not, you got your head back against something, and you pull your head forward, and it's like yoink,
It's like
Ow.
stuck on something.
Yeah.
and you're just like, okay, I'm pulling you out from there.
Mm.
I didn't feel roasted, Michael. I just felt really weirdly meta lost. Like, what?
Roasted.
Robot Taylor
Hi,
lives in a
Duncan.
mobile
Hi,
home park in
JL.
Simi
Hi,
Valley.
Crimson Cross. Worm Disease, Gridman, and Striga.
Hello to all of you.
My hair's finally growing back.
Yeah.
On
Are you happy
the
about that?
left. Yeah.
Do you prefer Rose or Rosie?
Either's fine. Stop it!
What?
So what,
Oh.
what did I
Doing
do?
realistic
Real
knocks.
not controlling you?
Oh.
The window's open too. They're outside, and that still got me.
That's great. So what have you been up to?
Not much. Writing. Finished all my school stuff a few days ago. So summer
Nice.
breaks finally started.
Very nice.
Fortnite, I guess.
I love the new season.
Yeah, it's fun.
I can't get that friggin' ska song out of my head though.
Which?
Na 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 na.
What are you doing, Stan?
Singing the song, the ska song.
Oh, I wasn't even paying attention. I just hear na 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 na. I'm like, what the fuck?
Ska song that's in the new season of Fortnite.
know this.
There's even an emote for it.
Oh, the
It's kinda weird.
terrestrial one?
Like this post just says, "I
The
miss high
ska-
school."
Yeah.
terrestrial one?
Yes,
I have it, and yes, I know what you mean.
it's an
You're trying to
earworm.
scratch my neck or massage it?
I'm like trying
Both.
to go squish.
You're trying to squish my neck?
No, or you go,
Nyeh.
yeah, like that.
Nyeh.
Okay, it says I miss high school. I still talk to the people I graduated with. Best 4 years of my life, and it's a picture of a kid going.
No.
It says can't. It says can't relate.
The only photos I have left
And
my
it's okay,
childhood
Duncan.
are my high
Hi,
school, my
Rosie.
senior photo.
Or novel.
I have my 6th grade photo with me in my Raiders
Excellent.
jersey and like my bald ass head because I used to shave my head. And then
Shower.
I have my senior photo with me in a nice suit and I have my prom photo, and that's about it.
Before bed.
My mom probably has a bunch more photos, but like good luck getting them from her.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm not really fond of how I looked at that age anyway.
I have a funny picture from when I was like 4 years old.
Uh huh.
Let me get all the fucking.
I only have one photo of my
Just
cat.
hide all the porn before you show
No,
us. Their
it's the dust on it from
Oh.
having not touched it
Dust.
for years.
Oh.
There I
Look at
am
that.
eating cake.
Toys R Us
Cake
kids
face.
shirt. That's awesome.
Hold on.
Yep.
Let's take a look.
That's why I
here.
kept this photo. I was like, I'm not letting this get lost in
that.
obscurity.
No, that should be your fucking
Baby
profile
dad.
photo on Twitter.
I'm a Toys R Us kid.
Like shit, dude.
That's how you look when you don't have a beard.
Pretty much.
Dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like
Yeah.
a
I
kid
wanna
from
grow
school,
up.
actually.
I'm a Toys R Us kid. There's so many toys in here that I can play with. It is things. There are so many things in here that I can play with.
Alright.
Toys and chains and video games.
Yes. So pick up.
Best toy store there is. Sorry,
Shut up, Stout.
Stout
made
the
your
Bard.
point.
I had to finish that one point. There.
You made your point.
Stout the Bard.
I love you, but you need to stop for the good of the
Bard
show.
Stout.
Baby, if I did.
So, wow. Is that how you sang it when you
I
were
was gonna
4?
come in real close to the mic and say something. You do that, I'm just like,
So, God. Oh boy.
Oh my god.
Anyway,
So pickups.
moving on.
I got 2.
You got 2. Garbage Gamer, you got anything?
I have a few. Some things.
Okay.
I ain't got shit.
I have
Let's-
like
Wait on
Let's
stuff.
We ain't
do
found
you.
shit.
We'll
Doom
do
you.
Garbage Gamer.
So you've been kind of staring at it this whole time,
Uh-huh.
as per usual. I love hiding my pickups in plain
In
sight.
plain sight, yeah.
Yeah. Let me pull out that one. That's not.
That's right.
So I needed to, because of said arcade reasons. Old monitor died, so I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna put an HD TV in there, but I'm gonna need some more oomph
Mm-hmm.
to drive the
Oomph.
HD
Ooh.
screen. So I picked up, I even did a small live stream where I rebuilt this computer,
Mm-hmm.
put a new processor and more RAM, and I had to replace the motherboard because I was an idiot.
Uh-huh. Excellent.
And-
To the
Always
best of
good.
us.
And I tried to put in a processor, it did not support.
Oh,
Mind
great.
you, the only
doesn't it fit?
now, mind you, it's the only processor in the Ryzen 5 range that my old motherboard did not support. The only one.
Of course.
It supported the 3700X, the 3700,
37?
36, 3500X, the 3500, 3400X. It even does the 3600, but not the 3600X.
Oh.
Guess which one I bought?
Yeah, great.
I've done stuff like that before. I
Oops.
feel that in my bones.
So I turned around and went,
Back when
"What
there's
is
only
the
one shape
is
of
the
slot for
cheapest-
CPUs.
cheapest fucking motherboard I can get off of Amazon that supports the 3600X?"
Uh-huh.
So I picked up from good old ASRock the B450M
ASRock,
HDV.
yeah.
Ass rock, huh?
The one at first glance you think is a division of Asus because of the AS, but it isn't.
You know, it's-
Ass rock.
Ass
this
rock.
motherboard was really
I
like
have my
$65,
It was what?
but it was $65.
Yeah.
Nice. There you go.
But it didn't need to do much. It needed a
Hey.
PCI Express slot.
That's all you
It
need.
needed 2 slots for RAM and the processor.
Perfect.
So yeah, so the processor in it is the Ryzen 5 3600X.
Very nice.
It's a 3.8. It runs at 3.8 gigahertz with a
Mhm.
boost to 4.4.
Nice.
And I got a
Thank you.
GeForce GTX 1050 Ti
Cool.
that's running in it. That's what's displaying all the pretty graphics.
Floppy because it's still warm and soft.
And mostly
fresh.
because I could, not because I needed to. And also there wasn't really much of a price difference between the different modules.
Mhm.
I got not 8, not 16, not 24, but 32 gigs of RAM in this damn thing.
Holy shit.
Fuck yeah.
Ah,
So,
Nice.
why?
just caught it.
Because it was like $180 for a 16 gig module
Hmm.
and like $220 for 32.
Oh,
I've got 32 gigs also.
might as well then, yeah.
So I'm like, and they had it in
I
a
feel like
in a
it's the
dual-
minimum at this point.
in a dual
No.
16
16.
gig set. I'm like, yeah, sure.
I feel like it's the minimum, like
Goddamn
minimum
right
to
it
use in your
is.
system because of the requirements of the things I do, like editing and.
Right.
This is for a
and having
fucking,
8,000
this
tabs
is
This
for
is
an
for an
arcade.
arcade machine.
I do have exactly 237 tabs.
Now,
at
a
all
lot of
Lord.
RAM like this does come in handy for an arcade machine because a lot of arcade emulators are not only CPU but also a bit RAM intensive.
Mm-hmm.
So just literally having like a no roof
Yeah.
for
it's
RAM,
definitely better to have
That is
too much than not enough. So
you know,
more
like
than you need than
Jesus Christ.
not. Less.
Hold on, wait. I've got more pinned over here to conserve space.
Can't see them
Same-
because Eric is full screen, so.
I know.
But.
Same over here. Oh, look, more pinned tabs.
Mm.
Compress. There's tab groups now, so you can actually compress
Mad-
down your
oh my
tabs,
God.
so I don't have to see so many.
But as you can see now, sadly my cabinet is now vacant a monitor.
Uh-huh. That's
But-
so sad. And
Said new monitors right there,
excellent.
Nice.
which is my
good.
other pickup, which is
Oh.
right down there.
There you go.
And
Very
it's-
good.
It is a LG. I got it for like $150.
Mhm.
It's an LG LED TV. It's 28 inches. because I had to do math. I had to do math.
Now, how do you mount that? Do you mount it lengthwise or
No, I'm gonna mount it horizontally.
horizontally? Okay. Wasn't sure. Depends on the
I could do
games,
it
I guess.
lengthwise. Yeah.
I was just thinking it's like some like vertical scrolling games I know, like the
What I
longer
could do. Ooh, that's an idea,
screen.
actually.
Yeah.
Idea.
See.
I could put a rotatable mount
Ooh, that'd be neat.
on it, so I could rotate the mount.
So then
Or rotate
you
the
could
screen.
play like what is it, like the Raiden games? I think some of them
Play Raiden or
use,
any
like a really
of
long vertical screen.
any arcade game from the 80s.
Pac-Man, actually, yeah, Pac-Man,
Pac-Man,
uses
Galaga, Donkey
vertical.
Kong.
Yeah, all of those.
Dig Dug,
Yeah,
all those.
that's true.
I like it, the packing man.
I like the packing that. But yeah, I had to do math, and I went with a 28-inch because I have the gap, the hole that I have to fill is 26 inches wide.
Okay.
And funny enough, when you look at your monitor, it'll say like it's a 32-inch monitor. That's obviously diagonal width. That's diagonal width, from corner to corner. But if you actually measure your 32-inch monitor from side to side, it's about 29 and a half inches or so. So I had to do the math and figure out, okay, what's the biggest TV I could get that'll fit in a 26-inch hole?
Mm-hmm.
Turned out it was,
Dead.
and both of you at the same time, love it. So, figuring out, just doing a bit of research, I found out that either a 28 or a 29-inch monitor. And sure enough, they don't really make 29-inch monitors or TVs. So 28 it was, and I only ever found one. This is the one 28-inch TV that's still in production. All the other ones are old and discontinued.
Wow.
It's about being in production. Like they used to do 29, but like
but now it's like everything's 32, and then it jumps to like 42 and 46 plus.
Right.
Yeah.
I feel like monitors are always like 27, then it's 32. And like what? There's like a big inch difference. Like, can I get something in between?
Yeah. It is quite a difference, like that few inches.
Yeah. So this one is 28 inches, and it's 25 inches wide. So there's a little bit of stuff I have to add to the side to make sure it doesn't fall into the hole.
I mean, I got a 32, a 27, and a 22. And it's literally the sizes they come in now.
Yeah, mine's 32 and 24.
Okay, I guess you can find 24s also.
No, 24 is everywhere. That is the
is
de
it?
facto
Okay.
standard for starter.
This might be a 24, not a 22.
That's the de facto of I just need a screen to display something.
I know it's
You
20
get a
something
24
inches.
inch.
I was guessing that it was 22, so you're right. It probably is a 24 actually.
Yeah, I've had this BenQ.
This is a 27. That's a
The one
32.
back here is 24. So, but that was it.
Going to bed.
It was all just
Sitting
arcade pickup.
watching Ray play video games now. Get to bed. It's 20 after 11.
it's bedtime.
Hee hee.
Alrighty. Well, that's pretty cool.
Just kid things.
Stoudman.
What?
What did you get?
Well, I got one thing.
Okay.
I got a brush. So because
Wow.
I got a long mane
The
of
best
hair
brush
now.
ever. I've got one too.
Excellent.
Yeah, Skinslip recommended this to me ages ago, and I finally fucking bought it.
Nice.
Isn't it the best brush you've ever owned?
Probably, yeah.
It doesn't get knots in your hair anymore, does it?
Nice.
It still gets stuck from time to time.
Well,
but
with
it's
that
not
amount of
so much
nearly
more
as
rare.
bad
It's gonna
as
happen.
I
any
get
of
it
the
once
other
in a blue moon too,
Yeah,
but
that's pretty good. Good.
ones.
Yeah.
Good, yeah.
All right. Skinslip. What'd you get this week?
so I finally completed a man thing collection.
Hey, finally. Excellent.
I didn't know that the evolutionary Spider-Man annual was in this. I didn't think I didn't know Man Thing was even in that.
I guess,
But that appearance is in this volume.
I think it's just they wanted the definitive compendium of every Man-Thing story Steve Gerber ever wrote. So
Yeah, I don't know. Did Gerber write that? Let's find out.
It was one of them.
That's the episode with Howard the Duck.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, god damn it. Yeah, Steve Gerber did write it. Well, goddamn.
Yeah, goddamn.
The issue in question, by the way.
It's a really cool compendium. I like that it includes all the Marvel Comics Presents stuff as well.
with covers, even though Man-Thing wasn't on the cover,
covers,
he's still
yeah.
there.
Yeah, great artwork in that miniseries.
Mhm.
It's very good.
And it's glossy image too.
Yeah.
Which is something that, as much as I love DC doesn't do.
No.
They're mostly they're way less glossy.
Yeah, they're more
Case in
matte
point.
or yeah.
This is the size of an old school epic collection.
Yeah.
This is the size of a not modern epic collection.
Yes, pretty much. Yeah, different thickness.
Yeah.
It's funny. The DC ones got thicker. The Marvel ones got thinner. The DC ones tend to be a little cheaper too.
So after this, Volume 3.
Nice.
I'm already having an order with my comic guy, so I hopefully we'll get him that next month.
Excellent. Yeah, that's the one I know you're probably looking forward to because it has the Challenges of the Unknown revival in it, which is a great mini-series, and it actually acts as a sequel to one of the early Swamp Thing issues as well. It ties directly into it. It's pretty cool. It's good times.
I mean, I love Challenges of the Unknown.
Oh, I know.
They were one of the essential volumes I bought was the Challenges of the Unknown Volume 1.
Oh, neat. Okay.
I had that one, the Uncanny X-Men Volume 1, and then I had all the black and white stuff. That was the Essentials line, but
yeah,
I had the War That Time Forgot, which I still have.
Okay.
Because none of that stuff's ever been reprinted. So that's the only reprint of that stuff. That comics are a bit expensive. Anyway, that's all I got. Those two things.
A couple comics. That's good. Those are both excellent.
I'm poor.
I
That
can
was
say
a lot of money.
because I have both of those and I love them. Okay, well, hi, other me. So no comics for me this week, but I did get a stack of Blu-rays. Well, actually, most of these came in last week. Actually, I think all of them came in. I don't know. All but one of them came in last week. Anyway. So I picked up Monster High, Great Scarier Reef. This was the only Monster High movie I didn't have. So this is actually the last movie in the original version of the franchise before they did a soft reboot. So this is the last...
The new design characters, right?
Redesigned characters and retooled origin story, which everybody hated. So that one only had 2 movies, and then it died as a franchise. So it's basically done now. But I wanted to get this one because this is the only one I didn't have. Sadly, no slipcover because I waited way too long. A little bummed about that because the Monster High Blu-rays have gorgeous slipcovers, all bumpy and shiny and nice. But anyway, it's nice to finally have that gap filled in the collection. Look forward to a closer look at the entire movie franchise coming this Halloween sometime. And another one, I missed the slipcover because I waited too long, but I've been wanting to see this. Picked up The Addams Family, the new CG animated one.
That's really nice.
Forward to that. Yeah, I've seen.
I have the slipcover for that, and eventually I will send that to you.
Okay,
I gotta get it on deck.
I appreciate.
I don't need it. I thought that movie was good, but I'm not attached to the slipcover.
I love The Addams Family, as you guys know, so I'm definitely looking forward to checking this one out. I've seen some clips, and there was a music video, a Christina Aguilera song, I think.
Hopefully I remember to send it to you when me and Stout move on.
I'm a genie in a bottle.
No.
I'll be shipping things out when I move in with Stout. And
it's more kind of like almost a sultry lounge singer kind of old school tune. It's quite good. And we watched the music video for it when I did my Halloween stream last year with all the Halloween specials.
But that Addams Family was really good.
Yeah, it looked good from what I saw in the clips and the
You'll love it.
Music video.
I'm sure
I will. I'm sure I will. Next up, another one for the Hammer collection, because this one just seemed to be disappearing and only being available through third-party sellers, and I think I know why. It's a Fox title. From Scream Factory, we have The Lost Continent, a living hell that time forgot.
That. And I'm bummed, because that's one of the dinosaur ones I wanted.
This one sounds like an absolute blast from the description on the back here. Where is it here? Yeah. From the Telltale Mind, says, there is hardly another Hammer picture that features the sheer madness within, like a psychedelic dream come to life. The sheer unpredictability keeps you glued to your seat. So this sounds like a blast. I'm looking forward to checking that out. So
all that's going to happen is they're going to find out real quick that physical media lives and that bootlegging is going to turn into a real thing.
Yeah,
they don't start really keeping things in print.
You punched me in the shoulder.
Sorry.
Night.
Have a good night, kiddo.
Night, everybody.
So So anyway, obviously wanted that for the Hammer collection, so didn't want to miss out on that. Next up, a couple of 3D movies that I got because they were cheap, and I enjoy this franchise. Got Resident Evil Retribution in 3D. This was $10. So it's like $10 for the 3D version. Yeah, I'll take that. So I've got a one of my viewers is sending me a PSVR helmet, so I'm going to finally be able to watch 3D movies. So I thought I would like to see these in 3D the next time I watch them, and I'll get them so they're cheap. And Resident Evil Afterlife, also in 3D, so very cool. Sadly, the last one did get a 3D release, but only overseas. I have not seen it anywhere here, and the few times I was able to find it, it was prohibitively expensive, and I don't want it that badly. But
Right, that's how I feel about a lot of things. Like, meh.
yeah, so I figure I got these two. They were cheap, and they'll be fun. So anyway, next up, got the next Doctor Who Classic Series Blu-ray collection with Jon Pertwee, complete Season 2. This is Season 8 overall of the series. This is the series that introduced the Master. So we have, what is it, 5 stories? Yeah, 5 stories here. We've got the Terror of the Autons, Autons, still mispronouncing that. The Mind of Evil, The Claws of Axos, Colony in Space, and The Demons. Now, a lot of these are ones where they only had black and white film prints, but did color restoration through a wide variety of means based on what materials were available. So the quality is a little variable across this set, but honestly, I think it's the best these are ever going to look. Terror of the Autons looks amazing. It's actually the best I've ever seen it look, so... yeah, looking forward.
Can't wait to watch some of those
I
again.
took a little skim through the set, in case you're wondering, just to see what the quality was like. Some great stories in that season. It's a really terrific, really solid season. And then finally, since Yang sent me the second one, and I found out it was indeed region-free, even though it said Region B on the box, and it was the lovely limited edition box set, I thought, well, I should get the lovely limited edition box set of the first one. So... wasn't too sure what my chances would be to find it, but I looked around and found it for a decent price, going about regular price from a third-party seller. Picked up The Hills Have Eyes from Arrow Video. So this is
such a great release.
the lovely... Oh, yeah, and a huge upgrade from... I used to have just the old Studio MGM Blu-ray, which was garbage. Absolute garbage. Has some cool extras on it, which I think are all ported over here. But the transfer was just ass. So this is a whole new transfer. 4K restoration. Yeah, so basically this is the way you want to see it. There is a regular edition as well if you can't find the limited edition. But I wanted this to go with the limited edition I have of the second one. So now I've got both of them. So there will be a closer look at those this Halloween season as well. And I'll probably throw in my 2 Blu-rays of the remake and its sequel as well. Just a full franchise overview kind of thing. And that's it. That's all I got. So, but some pretty good additions to the collection.
Great set of stuff there.
Most of those carried over from last week. I think just the Doctor Who set arrived since. It arrived like the next day after SNI. So, yeah, there you go. Good stuff. So that's it for pickups. We did the news. We babbled about random stuff at the beginning. Movies. Did we watch any movies this week?
Of course.
Why, yes.
Of course.
Dowd and I watched the Martin Jankel release of Super Mario Brothers, the extended cut.
Oh, yeah. Super Mario Brothers. Yeah, that got
I'm
a
gonna go
fan
to bed.
release.
Good night.
All right. Have a good night, Eric.
Good night, Eric.
Take it easy, dude.
Thanks for coming
out.
I stayed up a lot longer than I thought I would.
Hey, no worries.
Like, oh
Thanks
shit.
for joining us. Some awesome gaming news this week, and you got some pretty cool stuff too for your gaming world of gaming.
Good night, everybody.
Nighty
Good
night.
night. So
Okay.
Mario Brothers.
It kept my camera in the same position, so I didn't have to change anything.
That
So anyway,
never happened before.
I
With
know.
Mario Brothers.
Hey,
Wait, I don't remember
hey,
the rest.
paisanos.
So the first, for the most part, it's little edits that
Yeah.
add not
Oh,
much,
yeah.
but like just little bits, just like
Mhm,
an
mhm.
extra look or like
Yeah.
an extra world building moment. Like
Mhm.
after they go into the new world, all those little bits become like world building and cool and interesting.
Yeah.
Nice.
Beforehand, it's like I can see why they cut a lot of this.
Just kind
There's
of
like an extended,
extraneous, yeah.
extended pacing to the argument in the apartment.
Yeah.
They run into the what are those brothers called?
Scapelli.
The Scapelli brothers.
Hmm.
and they
Okay.
actually have interaction. You get to actually see who the Scapelli brothers are and how sleazy they are.
I have seen some of those because I remember Super Mario Brothers Archive posted when they discovered that footage or got the work print or whatever it was. They posted clips of it, so I think I've seen that Scapelli Brothers clip.
So what they did was they took
Independent of the movie.
a really high quality VHS rip,
Yeah.
and then they made a hybrid cut with the work print.
So
And they are working on a Blu-ray quality one,
consistent quality.
hybrid print.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
But they try to color match it and stuff. It looks pretty good. You'll notice the footage comes up. It sometimes the thing is sometimes the footage comes up with a time code and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah.
So it's obvious when it's extra footage there's a time code, but there's a lot of parts that are extra that you can only notice because there's a slight difference in quality.
Yeah.
There's also an issue where, like, a lot of the stuff that has the time code isn't actually new.
It's
the
different.
time
really?
code. I mean, it might be slightly different, but
It looks like a
swear to
different
fucking
take.
God, a
Might be a
lot of
different
it. Like,
take, yeah,
I
yeah.
remember the movie better than you do.
Yeah.
A lot of it is stuff that was in the original cut, but it has the time.
They
code
might have
there,
done that just to
indicating
have it
was a
like
new thing.
consistency across a single shot. Like if there was elements in that shot
Yeah,
that
probably.
were new, they just chose to use all of the time code version.
But like
some
of the
hold on. I was just gonna say I saw something similar in Scream Factory's release of the Abominable Snowman from Hammer.
Abominable.
There's the original cut, the U.S. cut, had a lot of stuff missing, and then they had a lower quality print of the uncut version to do, but there weren't better elements available that they could find. So they put together a hybrid cut, which reincorporated all that additional footage. However, a lot of those were scene extensions, like just bits of a scene that was longer in the uncut version, but the earlier part of the scene existed on the higher quality print. So I don't know why, but whenever it was an instance like that, they would just use the entire shot from the lower quality version to include the thing. Now, I know why they did it. It was for consistency of quality in that shot, so it wouldn't be so jarring. But there's an easy way to do that, and I've done this with my own videos when I've had to pull things together from multiple sources. You do like a 5-frame crossfade right in the middle for the extension. It's so fast that the human eye doesn't really pick up on it, but it's enough of a transition that it's not a jarring, like, slam into the different quality. So it actually, that 5 frames gives your brain time to adjust so that it's not so jarring, and that way you can still use as much of the high quality stuff as you can and incorporate the lower quality stuff for the extensions. But I don't know why they did that, because there were so many shots. So it's like, most of this shot exists in the other one. Why'd they go with this garbage version?
Some of it, there's a different take.
Yeah.
I've noticed that some of it there's slightly
Well,
different.
that's different. In that case, it's a whole other take.
But there were occasionally stuff where it was like stuff from the work print, but you're like, pretty sure this is in the movie originally.
Yeah.
And I think it's because that scene is like probably slightly long.
That's probably what it
I'm
is.
so late on this. Like, I'm trying to catch in before you start talking. And
Sorry.
Okay, so what were you saying, Stoud, before I went off?
So what I was saying is, like, to give people an idea of what to expect from this. When Skinslip says that there are a lot of scenes that just, like, are filler, that aren't, like, really adding anything of value, a good example of that would be early in the movie, John Leguizamo's Luigi is watching a television show on TV, like,
hey, thanks,
kind of like an
Lutron.
Unsolved Mysteries kind of television show, right? And as he's watching it, they chose to cut in the original take. They cut a lot earlier, right? But in this version, they have him literally just staring at a TV screen. Just see John Leguizamo staring at you for much longer, for an uncomfortable length of time. Really, and it's just like
length of time.
Another example.
It's stuff like that that's like, okay, maybe you don't need to add.
Another
that
example is there's a scene where they're like the next scene over, they're in the van and like literally there's a 2-second clip of the van driving down the road.
Yeah.
That's totally unnecessary.
Yeah.
And that's probably why it was shot from the theatrical.
So they just added literally everything they got their hands on.
Yes, which is fine because fans would probably want that, but we're just noting that there are pacing issues now. But there is, like I said, the Scapelli brothers scene and a lot of little bits, including an additional transformation sequence
Oh
gone
yeah.
awry. So
Oh
they
my
show
God.
they show you what happens when you go through the transformations the machine wrong. Also, that's a wholly cut from the movie.
Oh, okay.
The
That's
de-evolution
good to
machine?
know. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So it's kinda cool.
That's useful. Yeah.
Yeah.
Add something.
And stuff like that. There's little things like that that are definitely 1,000% worth putting into this movie.
So thinking about what you were saying, Stout, I think it would probably be better if they took that scene of John Leguizamo staring uncomfortably long at you and see if there's a way to extend it further. So it's just like a full 5 minutes of him staring at you, unblinking.
Not only that, not only that, but it'd be John Leguizamo staring at the TV. It shows the TV. It cuts back to the same shot as John Leguizamo staring at the screen. I mean, they show me the same footage again, but now there's time code.
Yeah. Oh,
that
I
stuff
see.
is a little weird
That's,
in the decision.
Yeah, see, that's
literally what happens in the scene.
That's unnecessary.
One of those is the work print thing, but it's the same shot. There's nothing different here.
Yeah. See, I think it's
This
probably...
Joker thinks he's funny.
Yeah. He's it's being assembled by people who don't really have that sense of, how to put these things together. They're just kind of putting everything together that they can find from the thing.
Yep.
And that's fine, whatever. I mean, I'm just glad that somebody put in the effort to incorporate all that material. So, I mean,
Yes.
so there's some strange editing decisions, but also a lot of new material. I mean, what does it run, like
It's a
20
much
minutes
darker
longer,
film.
something like that? Like,
Yeah, 20 minutes.
it's a pretty significantly longer cut. So, yeah, I definitely plan to check that out at some point, and I'm sure I will enjoy it.
Good.
I'd also
It's a
be
very-
scratching my head at some of the strange decisions.
But there are like that. Like there's lots of actual good footage here that you're gonna like. If you're a fan of this movie and you like it like we do, and think it's actually just a really underrated sci-fi film,
Sci-fi.
Yeah. I
check
can
it out.
understand. I can understand why people didn't necessarily like it. If you are like
Well, if
a
you're
gamer
looking, if you're
and
looking
you're
at
looking for
yeah,
a Super Mario Brothers movie
Yeah.
based on the games,
yeah,
even at the time, there was enough material for them to not
Yeah.
fuck it up as badly as they did.
I'll be right
Exactly.
back.
It's clearly
In terms
just
of
slapped
recreating
onto
the
a,
actual game.
it's clearly slapped onto an already existing script. As we made a
But-
joke earlier, I think. About.
Yeah, but even so, although it doesn't do a good job of being a Super Mario Brothers movie, the movie itself, the story itself, the concept itself is actually good. It's actually fun. It's a version of Super Mario Brothers, like the concept behind Super Mario Brothers, that I think is very interesting and very cool. And it has this feel to it, like of a Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. Is the way I was comparing it to. I was comparing it to Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. Not everybody's favorite Mad Max movie, but it has that feeling to it. Of a, as I was saying, Shadow, it feels like a Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome kind of movie.
yeah. One kind of cyberpunk kind of thing. What I was saying, I think we were talking about this before the show, was it's directed by the husband and wife team of Rocky Morton and Annabelle Jankel. And I said, well, this might shed some light on why it kind of has the look and feel that it does. Annabelle Jankel and Rocky Morton were the creators of Max Headroom. So they kind of just, their thing is dystopian sci-fi. So they just kind of took that and
they were
applied
pegged
it.
for Mario Brothers.
And
Like,
they
what did you expect?
I don't know, but yeah, that's okay.
And then we
This
watched.
isn't Mario Brothers.
I think the only thing really, like we were talking about, maybe You Cannot Kill David Arquette,
Oh yeah.
which is a documentary about David Arquette's doing, going back into wrestling. So he did
Okay.
Ready to Rumble in like 2001 during the death of
Interesting.
WCW. Vince Russo, the worst booker in all of wrestling, booked him to win, and even he at the time was like, "That doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem respectful to wrestling." And of course, it wasn't. So he's been getting shit for 25 years now, and so
Yeah.
now he wants to be a wrestler to
Yeah.
earn some respect from wrestling fans. And he has my respect because I saw him wrestle Nick Gage live, like on a GCW event, in Game Changer Wrestling. And then we see that moment in this movie, and like David Arquette gets stabbed in the neck and starts bleeding.
Like,
Out of his
full-on
neck.
bleeding, yeah.
Yeah, but he's like
Crazy.
he's standing on the other side of the ring, and he's standing there, and you see, look, he's got to walk away, and you realize that he's not gonna get the respect he wants once he rolls back in and finishes the match. So he gets back in, and he says, "I need to go," and he's just like, take it home, or whatever. Like he does one move, pins him, and David Arquette rolls out and like he quickly goes back and made it to the hospital, but like
Yeah.
he pulls the thing away and the camera just watches glug glug glug, like blood comes
God.
glugging out of his fucking neck.
Wow.
This man almost died for wrestling, so
That's crazy.
earned my fucking respect.
Yeah.
But it's a really good documentary about someone's obsession for respect.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay. Interesting.
it's really good.
And listen, I love David Arquette in a weird way. I feel almost a strange kinship to him.
Hey, we're finally getting eight-legged
I,
freaks
I
on
relate
Blu-ray.
to him in a lot of ways.
We are.
I know.
But
Very happy.
Hope he does a commentary.
I
that'd be
remember back in the days that like fucking Brady the Rumble came out, and then there was Eight-Legged Freaks and all that, and I was just like, this guy's awesome. He's doing all these cool things.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought with Ready the Rumble that like he was depicting a side of wrestling that most people don't see in that film, which is to say like the fan
The
aspect.
awful side. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
No, the fans aren't. Well, some of the fans are awful, but the fan.
Well, it's any fandom.
Storyline was.
I think
bad.
the point of the movie is that the fans aren't like bad people. They're just, weird, freaky, and whatever the fuck.
Have the
Doesn't
worst
matter.
opinions about the things they watch. Yes.
Yes.
But
indeed.
I did like that it showed that side of things that, like, at the time nobody was talking about. So I felt like that movie to me showed that he did have a respect for wrestling that was really not like the movie itself was not shown a lot of respect
Yeah.
for that. So I don't know. I liked it as a movie, and I thought like, well, this guy at least understands wrestling a little bit. But as I'm watching the documentary, I'm like, oh, maybe he didn't understand much about wrestling. Maybe it was just the fucking writers and the director behind it that knew what that was all about, at least to a certain extent. But yeah, like watching this documentary and seeing him like literally just earn his stripes from the goddamn bottom up was very entertaining and interesting to see how somebody has to go through all this shit just to, get to a point where they can be moderately respected. And I'd say he's more than moderately respected at this point. But
I mean, as an actor, yes. In wrestling, he's still very much vilified, and it's not like he ever deserved it. And I think he doesn't deserve it. And I think the documentary does a good job of like showing his like he's at peace with the idea like the fans are gonna have this opinion about him, but he wants to earn the respect of people who are willing to listen, basically.
Yeah, for sure.
And he's obsessed with that idea, though, to the point where he almost died. And then, of course, the pandemic happened, and so wrestling went on hold for a year, unless you were in one of the big four companies, Anyway, it's a worthwhile documentary, even if you have no interest in wrestling, because it's about David Arquette, not just wrestling. So
Yeah. Cool.
it's good shit. That's it.
Anything else?
That's all.
I'll say that I watched the new Conjuring movie, The Devil Made Me Do It.
Oh, the new one.
Oh,
Okay,
right.
And
yeah.
I feel like it's getting a lot of hate because I don't know why.
Okay.
Because it's
I
actually
don't know why.
a pretty damn good movie.
Yeah.
It's not great, but like it's on par in terms of quality with all the other Conjuring movies. There's nothing terrible about it.
All right.
And as somebody who desperately fucking tried to sit through the later Hellraiser movies, I appreciate that a fucking horror franchise can have a consistently decent track of films. And nobody gives that enough respect. Nobody realizes.
I agree.
It's just like this is a huge fucking track of movies now. There are like a dozen fucking movies in the entire goddamn franchise.
I know. Like you look at older franchises that would kind of start off strong and then go off the rails, like Nightmare on Elm Street, Halloween, even Friday the 13th.
Exactly.
But a lot of the recent franchises we've been getting, like The Conjuring, Saw, Paranormal Activity, they actually hold together pretty well as being continuing stories.
And you don't get respect for that. It's like, what the fuck,
I
dude?
agree. So,
you get a little bit of respect for being better than the fucking in terms of that ability to keep the consistency. Better than the movies that inspired it, so to speak.
Yeah.
I don't know. Now, is it
Cool.
consistently excellent? No. But is it consistently good and fun and enjoyable? Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, it is.
it's a good
Stop hating
series.
on this franchise.
I don't know.
20
It's like,
years from now, you're all going to be like, I love The Conjuring. Fuck you.
yeah, I know, right? Yep, can confirm. Thank you for all the bit drops there, JL and Lutron, really, and Mad TV. Really appreciate that, guys. All right. So, well, by coincidence, Ray and I watched The Conjuring 2 this week.
I also did.
Yeah, which I had not seen yet. It was after SNI last week. We basically went and had a nap to recover our sanity, and then got up. Just a couple hours just to take the edge off. Got up, both still high as hell. We watched some Rick and Morty, and then Ray said she wanted to watch something scary, so she said, "Well, why don't we watch the next Conjuring movie?" I'm like, "Sure, I haven't seen that one." And I kept falling
really?
asleep. I was like, so like just
Aw.
my brain was dying, but I saw all the significant things, and
Oh, Lord.
I was conscious enough that I followed the plot. But I liked all the stuff, how it's kind of tying into the Amityville story. That's pretty cool. I did see all the bits with the nun, of course, or rather the demon that was using the vision of the nun to torment Lorraine. And then, of course, the Crooked Man. I love, as soon as you saw that kinescope, you knew that, oh, they're gonna do something with that Crooked Man character. Like it's, and
Well,
sure
and-
enough, yeah,
The Crooked Man's got a movie that's at least in development hell right now.
excellent.
It got announced
There
after
is-
that movie came out.
Yeah,
Yeah, there was a movie in the 70s called There Was a Crooked Man or something.
yeah.
like that.
I liked the.
And- I want to see that.
I just liked that sort of demon character that they made out of the Crooked Man. I thought it was really, really scary and effective, and good stuff. And yeah, so anyway, enjoying that. I'm probably gonna rewatch that. I'd like to review all of them at some point. I don't
Yes,
know if it's
there was
gonna,
a Crooked Man from
I don't know if it's gonna-
1970.
I don't know if it's gonna be this time around or not, but yeah, it was. I've been enjoying watching them. And then we watched Poltergeist, the original Poltergeist, which
Fuck yeah.
which I
Hey.
don't think I've watched since I bought the Blu-ray. So it's probably been a good 15, maybe even 20 years since I last saw the movie. So of course, Poltergeist is one of the all-time greats. It's another one of the many wonderful genre films that came out of 1982, and I mean, I vividly remember so many aspects of it. It had been a long time since I'd seen it. It holds up quite well. Ray was quite impressed by a lot of the effects work in it, because, I mean, this is obviously pre-CG era and such. She liked some of the creature effects and stuff. And for me, I remember, the scene where the guy is ripping all the flesh off of his face. I remember that as a child being much longer than it actually
really-
was. And then I was
Yeah.
just think, wow, that's actually not anywhere near as long as I remembered. But I think it just kind of stuck in my brain
Different,
forever.
Yeah.
And also just sort
I
of,
mean, it's a PG movie. With
and I
this
remember
gore. It's
thinking
kinda cool.
at the time, even as a kid, the casting,
a
the
lot
guy
more.
they got to play that character has like scars on his cheek, so it's like it's almost like his face is already falling apart before they even get to
Right.
that part. But I just thought that, I wonder if that was an intentional bit of casting. It's like, oh, we'll have the guy with like the the old acne scars be the one ripping his face apart in the mirror. But
Probably.
but I thought that was just a nice little kind of touch there. But yeah, I really enjoyed it, having seen it, having seen it again. And it was the first time Ray'd ever seen it as well, so we'll probably watch the sequels at some point in the near future. I haven't seen those in a long time either. I think I've only seen the third one once, a million years ago. I did see the second one a few times, so I always really liked the second one, especially the creepy old man. But and all the creature designs by H.R. Giger in that one. But yeah, the first one, it was great to revisit and to see again, and just remember all those wonderful scary bits from when I was a kid. And I like how a lot of the story of that, Spielberg co-wrote the screenplay, and I remember seeing an interview with him. He said that basically kind of what his idea for Poltergeist was to take a lot of those fears that a lot of us have as kids, the monster in the closet, the monster under the bed, the scary tree outside the window, ghosts in the TV, all these different things, and just kind of put them all into one movie. So it was like the childhood fears brought to life movie, and it's great.
And
It's
it
great.
works out that way,
It
too.
works. Oh, the creepy clown doll, of course, is another one. But
Oh, yeah.
but yeah, no,
That's
it
one
was,
that people frequently bring up, too.
that what?
I said that was one that people frequently bring up, too, is the creepy clown in the movie.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, oh, that's... And it's the thing that they fucking show on the fucking cover of the
Oh,
remake
yeah.
of
Yeah.
Poltergeist.
Like as if it's the centerpiece of the whole thing. Like, no.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a memorable
Well,
few
it's clear
scenes,
to me,
but,
though, that the filmmakers were clearly inspired by that aspect of the film.
yeah.
But,
So I have not seen the remake. I do not own the remake.
it's not terrible, but
It just seems
as
so.
as a diehard fan of the original,
Yeah.
it's not what I want.
It's just one that just seemed so unnecessary. You know,
Yeah.
one of the things I forgot actually, and I think probably because I was a lot younger when I last saw it, but one that I appreciate now is the realistic characterizations of the characters in it, in particular the parents. And I forget who I was talking to. Someone was saying when you're a kid, you relate more to the kids. When you're an adult, you relate more to the parents in it.
That was me talking.
That was you. That was you we were talking about. Yeah. Yeah, because I think I mentioned it on one of my streams and you were in the chat. But it was very true. Like one thing I really enjoyed was there's a scene towards the beginning of the film where, the kids have gone to bed and the parents are just kind of chilling in bed before going to sleep, watching some TV. Dad's reading a magazine. Mom's smoking a joint, and they're just kind of chilling at the end of the day and chatting. And it's just the rapport between them and some of the little ways they make each other laugh, like the characters make each other laugh and stuff. I thought was just really charming and endearing, and it just makes the characters more real, believable. So just kind of like they're just regular average people. And I think that was something that I remember as a kid. I always felt like. With Spielberg movies in particular, was like with a Spielberg movie, there was a magic about them that was different from other movies, and it wasn't just the the cinematographer and the eye for cool shots and whatnot, and there's all that aspect of it, and just the love of film coming through in his directorial style, but also just the fact that there's an aspect to the magic of a Spielberg film where, as a kid, I described it as, I don't feel like I'm watching a movie. I just feel like I'm watching people and, the things that happen to them. It was the same with E.T. and just all of those movies. I just felt like they were kind of a few steps removed from a typical movie in that I felt like I was just watching.
That's the
people,
magic of Spielberg. I think that's what he understands about filmmaking that a lot of people don't understand. Other filmmakers don't understand. Like, there's something about movies, most movies at least, that like there's a disconnect between the way that the script is written and the way that people actually talk and behave and stuff like that. Spielberg understands that disconnect succinctly. He understands it perfectly.
Yeah.
And so he does his best to make movies with characters that actually
Michael.
sound like real fucking people, and like scripts that have like lines that actually sound like something somebody would actually fucking say. Yeah. So that's one of the reasons he's a goddamn master.
Case in point, this just nice little downtime, parents chilling at night scene in Poltergeist. It just brought so much to those two characters and their love for each other, love for their kids. The fact that they were basically of the hippie generation, now trying to make it in the early 80s, Reagan era, middle class and stuff like that. And there was all those different little aspects in there, but it was just very endearing. I just really, really enjoyed it.
Duncan, you don't like skeletons, eh? I hate to inform you that in Poltergeist, they use real skeletons.
There's a lot of skeletons. Now, has that been confirmed, or is that just rumor territory?
That is, whether or not it's rumor, I don't know. But I firmly fucking believe it. Because it's something that actually did happen in film a lot. That actually, get real skeletons.
Yeah,
So-
supposedly a lot of the skeletons in the pool when Joe Beth Williams falls into the pool are actual corpses. And yeah, I don't know if they knew that when they were doing it. If it was something the production department just threw in there, but and of course some supernatural types say that that was part of the reason for the so-called poltergeist curse, where someone would die after every movie. And it's kind of ironic that they would do that, considering one of the primary plot points is that it was
Never
built
fucking
on.
watching that movie again.
Well, one of the primary plot points is that it was built on a graveyard where they didn't move the bodies, and that's why the bodies are coming up out of the ground. But you know,
They used a real
It's
skeleton
pure look- That's
we
what
were
we're talking
we were
about.
just talking about that. Yeah. Now I
and
was
didn't
saying,
tell anybody that it was gonna be a real skeleton. By the way,
yeah. So, yeah. So anyway, it was great watching that again. Really enjoyed it. I forgot just how adorable Heather O'Rourke was in that. She was so tiny. Just most like that was another thing with Spielberg is he's always like kids in Spielberg movies always act properly like kids. Like it doesn't feel like an adult
I
wrote
think
this
that's the
script
element
and made the
of this.
kids, wise beyond their years or whatever. No, kids in Spielberg movies act like kids because he gets kids, he understands kids, and is one of the few directors that I think works really well with them and gets like very natural performances out of kids.
Yes.
And no
I
exception.
have a thing to
there.
add here.
Yes.
I want to say that
Spielberg
Spielberg.
directed
This
it.
is exactly what you would expect from a movie
Mhm.
that combines two of the best fucking filmmakers at the time,
Hmm.
Steven Spielberg and Toby Hooper.
Yeah.
And so you get the really dark, disturbing, fucked up scenes,
Hmm.
Toby Hooper.
Yeah.
But you also get the family aspect,
humanity.
the real
but here's the thing:
quality
Yeah.
of humanity aspect to it as well.
Yeah.
the Spielberg did some second unit stuff, including some of the effects shots that we saw with the face ripping.
Yep. That's
I believe
his
that's
hands.
Spielberg's
That's his hands,
yeah.
actually. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but all of the primary shooting was Toby Hooper.
Yeah.
And you can tell
Yeah.
because even those parents are fuck ups because
Yeah.
they're stoners.
Yeah.
And no adult parents in fucking Toby Hooper films are normal people.
Yeah.
They just aren't. They're all fucked up in some way.
Yeah, I was just talking about the wonderful little bedroom scene where they're just kind of chilling at the night, and the mom's just having a joint, and dad's reading a magazine, watching the news, and just the rapport between them was just very natural kind of way a loving couple interacts and makes each other laugh and goose around a bit before bed and stuff. It was just it was nice.
He had an obsession with like distorting the traditional values, images of family. So all
Well,
the
and
families
that's-
in his movies are like found families or weird.
Yeah, but that's
fucked up
also
families.
like a good era to do that with because they're basically I was just saying that they're coming out of the hippie, like they're flower children essentially out of the 60s. Now I'm trying to make it in middle class Reagan America, so and then all of the crazy shit they have to deal with that happens. It's wonderful. And I like I can see now like this was before Craig T. Nelson of course went and did Coach, which was quite a successful sitcom. He's incredibly funny in that. But seeing him now after seeing Coach for so many years, you can see inklings of the sense of comic timing that he has. He brought a little bit of that to the character of the father in Poltergeist, and it's great. So I'm glad he got the chance to really, stretch his legs and do comedy as well, because he's not only a great dramatic actor, but I also think he's very funny, and he does bring a little bit of that to the father character in there, which but in a very natural way, which I thought was great. Love that. So anyway, it was great to see Poltergeist again. Looking forward to revisiting the sequels,
Classic.
especially the second one. I always really liked.
I've
the
never
second
seen
one.
the sequels.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the second one's great.
You've never
Third
seen
one,
Poltergeist 2?
oh
What?
my god! Well, yeah, just
Oh
see them. They're good.
God.
But
I was never able to pick up the Scream Factory releases. I was like,
oh
damn.
yeah, I got those really late.
I think Stout sending me the 2 and 3 volume, right?
I had
the
the
regular
two-
Blu-ray.
I still have that one
At
somewhere.
some point, when I get the third one,
Obviously.
Yeah. Oh, are you sending
Thank you.
Skinslip the Scream Factory ones?
again,
No, the double
not with
feature
this
standard
bat, not with this.
Oh, the
box,
double
but,
feature,
you know,
Well, of course
at
not.
some point
Yeah.
when I
Yeah.
can get the third Poltergeist for less than $50, yeah.
Isn't the third one from?
I
Isn't
got
Poltergeist
it.
3 in? No, it's Exorcist 3. Never mind.
No, they're not. It's
I think
only
Arrow
Screen
Video,
Factory.
but that's Exorcist 3.
Arrow might get them at some
Poltergeist
point,
3
but,
did. Poltergeist 2 and 3 were done by Scream Factory.
yeah, I
They're
got them.
both out of print,
Yeah,
and thus they're both extremely ridiculously, outrageously
I
expensive.
grabbed them just as they were going out of print, so I just scooched in there and got them. I missed the slipcover for 2. I got the slipcover for 3.
I missed the night when you guys watched it on Beetle together.
Which one?
So I was working. Poltergeist 2, or his favorite.
We never
For his
watched.
birthday,
we didn't
you
watch
definitely
that one.
all watched it together, and I wasn't there for it because I had work.
We
It was
didn't
way
watch-
back when.
We never watched Poltergeist.
Mm.
I haven't seen any of the
Poltergeist
Poltergeist
2.
movies. No, I haven't seen any of them for like literally 20 years, if not longer. There might have been something we watched, but it wasn't Poltergeist. I don't know.
Maybe it was Justin Garbage that watched it then.
Oh, it might have been. It might have
Like
been
on
me who
Skype.
wasn't there for that. Yeah, that's
I wasn't
possible.
aware of that. You know.
That is possible. Because I know
Oh,
Stouds
no,
watched them
because that's a great movie.
a few times, yeah. No, Poltergeist The Legacy is not related to the movie. It's basically about a team of ghost hunters, I think. I've wanted to check that out for a while. It's another one of those in-name only
I'd like to see that show.
series.
I
Yeah.
wanted to say about
Yeah.
the original Poltergeist.
Supposed to
A
be
lot
good.
of people still believe that it was actually directed by Steven Spielberg.
Didn't
not.
we just
And
talk
Toby
about
Hooper
this?
never actually showed
We
up
did.
on set.
No.
We did talk about this.
He
They
had
did, but
creative
I'm-
input. Absolutely, he
Yeah.
was involved. But I mean,
But I
it was
wanted to say
still...
that what I wanted to
Yeah.
add to it was that he actually wrote out a full fucking Steven Spielberg put out a full page ad in Variety, I believe it was,
Yeah.
where he specifically stated, "No, I did not direct Poltergeist."
Yeah. No, I mean, he was involved. He co-wrote the screenplay, and he was present on set sometimes. But I mean, he
made
was
some decisions.
he
but he's
was
not the
busy. He was making E.T. at the
No.
time.
and making some decisions because
Yeah.
the producer is not the same thing as being the director. So
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
he did it sprung up because he was doing second unit footage.
yeah. So I'm sure it was
That's why.
it was a collaboration to some extent, but I mean, it was still Toby's film. You know.
I'm sure a lot of people thing is I guess they were going to be behind schedule and Spielberg started doing that second unit footage or whatever,
Yeah,
right?
whatever.
Something like
I
that.
mean, that's
And so I mean
fine.
that's just him being a good producer and keeping the
Yeah.
fucking ship going, you know.
Well, and I mean, I think it was a collaboration that worked really well because we had an
Yeah.
all-time great, family ghost horror haunted house movie, And it introduced the world to the wonderfully charming Zelda Rubinstein as, what's her face? Tabitha? Tangina? Something. The psychic girl lady.
Yes.
Tangina, I think it was.
Zelda Rubinstein.
Zelda Rubinstein. She was, I remember her as the narrator for Scariest Places on Earth, and then Linda Blair was the host. Wow, what a great double whammy of horror legends for that one. Loved that show. Yes, it is the pool scene. We described that in detail, Duncan. Pay attention! Yeah.
Wow,
it's just-
Poltergeist Legacy's not even streaming anywhere. Damn,
Really? They put it out on DVD. I don't know how available it is,
like
though.
$25. It's still in print.
Really?
Yeah,
For the full series?
yeah.
Well, shit, I should get that.
And you get the Friday 13th set and the Nightmare on Elm Street too. Oh, really good series.
Legacy.
U.S. dollars. I don't know what it is Canadian. Want to be clear.
Why does it not let me
Like,
select DVD?
$900
Sake.
Canadian.
Don't want all your... Oh, here it is. Season 1, $6.99. Okay, that's pretty cheap.
Don't worry, JL. That's okay. We're okay with that. It's actually a good thing that they destroyed that version of ET if they did,
And-
because that version of ET is the walkie-talkie cut of ET,
An
and nobody
abomination.
ever needs to see that cut again.
If you
Yeah.
want to see the ET footage, some deleted scenes, I think.
Oh, Season 2 got a less of a
Nothing of
release.
value was lost.
Season
Yep.
2 got a less of a release, and that's about $60.
There's a four season set at $25.
Where are you seeing
Oh,
that?
Polter-
Wait a minute.
Poltergeist Legacy?
Yeah.
Just fucking looking at it. Huh.
Well, I looked it up on Amazon. No such thing came up. Oh, we had this problem
How
before. It
dare
might
you.
not ship to Canada.
Ah, there you go.
Bullshit.
But I have it. I'm looking right at it.
Bitch, motherfucking bullshit. Hi, kitten.
Shipped directly from DEI, the people who produce it.
Oh, really? I've actually bought stuff from them before. They are wonderful.
Oh, I need to get Forever Night also.
Yes, Milk Creek put out that.
Put out
I need
that?
Brimstone to get released.
They,
Where's
they put out
Brimstone?
that, yeah. Brimstone.
Or G vs. Eevee. Both of those have never been released. That'd be one hit season
How
wonder.
about Man and Machine? And
I don't remember that one.
with Yancey Butler. It's good. Sci-fi cop and his robot partner.
Dude.
The robot partner is played by Yancey Butler.
Highlander Complete Collection, 6 seasons for $45. What?
Oh, there it is. Yeah, okay, I see it. Poltergeist The Legacy Complete Collection. Yeah, I've seen this set around
excellent.
before. It's like $30 here in Canada. Used. Cool. Well, yeah, that's obviously the one to get because they only did 2 individual season releases and one of them is really expensive. Cool. Well, I will have to pick that up at some point because I've never seen it. I didn't know they did 4 seasons. Cool. Anyway, I think that's it for this week, folks. Wow, we actually made it.
Hey, we did. Look at
I'm
that.
gonna make ham sandwiches.
Excellent.
Mom spaghetti?
Yeah, the Blu-ray does not have the walkie-talkie cut, Duncan. It's only available on DVD.
Thank fuck.
Yeah, I have it in my gift set DVD.
A thing that deserves to be forgotten.
I have also never seen it. I've seen some of the scenes just as deleted as extra scenes, but
I've seen it. Like I said, nothing of value was lost.
yes.
Yep. He's not wrong.
Ham sandwiches, pork chop sandwiches. All right. Well, I'm gonna head off for now. Was thinking of streaming tonight, but I just don't feel like it because I've already streamed for 4 hours. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll see y'all tomorrow. I think I'm just gonna spend some time with the lady and watch some stuff. Maybe
Enjoy
eat some
yourself.
food. Yeah, she's just stepped out. She has to pick up her brother from the ferry terminal and take
Take a
him back to
little
his
break.
place, and then she's coming back here, and then yeah.
Hey.
Okay. Anyway,
Bye, everybody.
have a great day.
Good
Or night.
night.
And we will see you next time. Until then, thanks for watching. Thanks for chatting. Thanks to everybody who dropped bits and donos into the jar. Appreciate that. And we'll see you next time. Until then, sayonara.
Strafe. Penis. That's garbage.
Thanks, garbage.